Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble morning. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. This y'all, shorty Rachel. I want to welcome y'all to the Writers for Life. Brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. Hey, let's talk about it, right? Today we're gonna have current news and more. It's an open panel. After an hour in, I'm gonna drop the link for you, anybody that wants to join and talk with a shorty. These are all open panels. Y'all more than welcome to have a conversation with a shorty, talk about whatever topic, a shorty has brought up. But let's get this John started, all right? I want to remind everybody, man, we're not here to bring nobody down. We're not here to bash nobody. We're here to bring solutions to the table and to bring awareness to a lot of the problems that we're having. So let's talk about it. Do y'all know what's going on around you? So here we go. We're going to start off with Philly, right? Shorty is from North Philadelphia. And this is what's happening currently in Philadelphia, guys. I'm going to give you a little bit of everything that's happening, not just in Philly, but around Philly. And then we're going to be talking about some politics, all right? So in Philadelphia, there has been more than a dozen shots in Philadelphia over the past 24-hour period.
Again, here we go. Gun violence. Two men were shot. Police say a man was shot just after 12:30 this morning at Front and Lehigh. And then a second victim
that's right around the
walked
corner.
up to a police department or to the police on the 500 block of North Broad Street. The man was being uncooperative with police, though. No further information is being provided at this time. We'll try to sort that one out.
And 604. Four people are injured after a shooting at a corner store in West Philadelphia. So we want to get to the details from Hank, who is in West Philly now.
Yeah, good morning, guys. You just did two. This is
damn, like what is it that people got together and they just decided to shoot? They have a shootout on all parts of Philadelphia. We got Lehigh, we got West Philadelphia, South Philadelphia. Like, what is it? Next, it's gonna be East Philadelphia. Shit. Everybody, the gun violence is no joke, yo. Like, shit, why can't y'all just pull out some gloves and box it out?
is four more of these seven people shot overnight just last night. The alarm went off at about 10:45 at 16th District headquarters behind me. Four people shot just 3 blocks away up Lancaster Avenue, guys. All of them males. 3 individuals shot. They were transported to Penn Presbyterian by police and fire responders, of course. But police say shortly after that, they were transported. One more person showed up to Penn Presbyterian on their own power, but also hit by gunfire. It all remains under investigation, guys. But here is what Philly police say they believe happened.
Preliminary indications indicate that the incident started at 4086 Lancaster Avenue at the storefront there. And the males, the offenders, then ran eastbound on Lancaster Avenue, passing this particular store, which is 4078 Lancaster Avenue, and fired some rounds at a few individuals that were standing in the vestibule. They then fled the area eastbound.
Yeah, and they are still in the wind, guys. He adds it all. 4 of the victims are in critical but stable condition with what will turn out hopefully to be non-life-threatening injuries.
Yeah,
a lot of shots fired,
everywhere,
as we see so often these days, possibly an extended magazine, 28 to 30 shell casings, according to police. And there were surveillance cameras rolling. It is a wide, well-trafficked area of Lancaster Avenue. So, yeah, plenty of surveillance cameras rolling. But at this point, let's say they do get all the video and do identify a shooter, they will still be out there somewhere. You started off this little story, guys, with the 2 people at Front and Lehigh. There was also someone shot last night at 40th and Ogden Street. Combine those 7 with the 6 shot on Tuesday night. That's 13 in a little bit more than 24 hours. You do the math, guys.
Exactly. You do the math.
Oh, what the hell is going on in Philly? Like, what we having a whole Wild Wild West out here? This shit is crazy, yo. Like, is there a problem with people, pulling out the gloves, boxing it out, solving it that way instead of, like, Because I noticed that a lot, yo. Motherfuckers out here get mad as soon as they take a L in a fight. Like, they can't take that L. As soon as they take a L, oh, it's curtains here in Philly, man. Motherfuckers don't know how to take a L. I'm telling you. Mm-mm-mm. What's the whole point of even, yo, listen, man. People say they can fight, but they really can't fight. Ain't no real gangsters out here. Everybody want to sit here and use a pistol. Fuck out of here.
So joining us live from East Point.
Yeah, the worst thing that I could see out here is a 14-year-old. Listen, man, I don't know what a father could do so bad, right? 14-year-old girl asks 17-year-old boyfriend to kill. I mean, a mother. I'm sorry, I said a father, because there's one here. I think is a Listen, there's another case with a father and a child, I think it is. 14-year-old girl asked 17-year-old boyfriend to kill her mom, attempted to suffocate her. Like, damn. Like, what is going on? It's like it's been a battle between mothers and daughters, fathers and sons. Like, whatever the situation is, it ends up with one being in jail and the other one in a casket, yo. Like, yo, it's a spiritual war out here, man. I'm telling you. The year of the dragon ain't no joke.
Ingrid Kelly has the exclusive, joining us live from East Point Police Department with more on what exactly happened, Ingrid.
Yeah, it's really disturbing. A mother takes away her daughter's cell phone, and
Oh,
then
wow.
her child comes up with a plan to kill her mother.
Yo, that is freaking deep. The mom takes away the cell phone. So all this because of a cell phone. The addictions is real. Yo, take them phones away from y'all kids, man. Take those phones. Like, at what age do y'all believe that a child should have a phone? Because believe it or not, these tablets, these games, these phones, they're real addictive to the point that these kids will lay hands on their parents. So you see, not every situation has to be where the parent is the bad guy, but it's messed up, right? Unfortunately, that's all you've been hearing lately is where the parent is the bad guy, but look, when the parent, but it's like, yo, stop giving them these electronics at an early age. Find something else, man. Put them in camps, something programs. That's why I'm glad they put in all these programs back in Philadelphia. Like, enough is enough, man. These kids were stuck in these damn games and these damn phones throughout the whole pandemic, the whole 2 years, almost 3 years that we was in that pandemic, I could say. And then when they started opening up, shit is still kind of like if it was closed, because businesses are open, right? But there's barely employees working. Make it make sense.
Back in July, East Point police were called to the 24,000 block of Roxana.
They're there to investigate a home invasion and possibly an attempted murder.
But as the investigation unraveled, something sinister was revealed about a 14-year-old girl living on this street.
The minor daughter had met another minor on a social media app.
But the 14-year-old's time on social media was put in jeopardy. Her mother, who had no knowledge of the guy her child met on the app, decided to take away her daughter's phone as a form of punishment.
Because she was having a lot of issues at home and not following the rules.
So the teen and her new 17-year-old boyfriend came up with a solution.
They decided together that they were going to kill mom.
In the early morning hours of July 14th, the 14-year-old allegedly leaves the door to her home open so her boyfriend can enter.
He went into the mom's bedroom and began to attempt to suffocate her with a body pillow that was on the bed.
The mom screamed.
And then he started choking her.
But the woman's mother and grandmother to the 14-year-old intervened and told the 17-year-old to leave, which he did.
Yo, this mom was lucky that there was somebody in that house, man. All over a phone. I mean, how many of y'all noticed that our kids, right? A lot of these kids, right, have a change in behavior once you start giving them these electronics. Do y'all believe that if y'all don't give them these electronics at an early age, there would be a difference in a lot of our kids' behavior here in America? Let's be honest about it. Look, listen, man. I have the choice to give my kids electronics if I want to. My son doesn't need a phone. He likes going outside. He likes the sports. He just hates the fact that there's always drama and bullshit. out there. But he still goes out there. Like he's to the point that how fed up he is with the bullshit out there, he wants to join the military. He's only 14, going on 15 now in September. My 7-year-old, to this day, no phone. I monitor everything she does. And I don't care what anybody else says. Listen, man, listen, I've been, how can I say? I can't say I've been head to head or gone head to head with people outside, but I've had my little encounters with certain females out there. They've gotten pissed as shit, mad as shit at a shorty. They've lashed out at me. Oh, your daughter, you don't let her listen to Cardi B. You don't let her listen to this. No, I don't. For what? Cardi B don't let her listen to her own music. Let her kids listen to her own music. Come on, man. Y'all see what y'all having these kids listening, the role models that y'all putting in, yeah, y'all putting into y'all kids. Because a lot of these kids, right, look up to a lot of these celebrities because y'all, it's kind of like y'all forcing it into, because I'm going to say it like that. Because instead of letting them be kids, y'all out here having them party with y'all. It's not that y'all taking them out. I'm seeing it myself. How many of these females out here with all these little kids, right? 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and they pick in their porches, blasting music out here in Philadelphia, twerking for TikTok, Instagram. It doesn't matter what the app is, Snapchat. Let's be real. You got 2-year-old, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds on the apps with their mamas, shaking their ass. Like that shit cute. That shit not cute with all the sex trafficking that's going on, all the dark web shit that's going on, pornography being sold, pictures of kids being sold. And these females don't know they limit. Hey, but go ahead, keep getting mad at me for saying what I see, for speaking the truth. Like, yo, man, respect yourselves. A lot of these females come on social media to act like fools. And I'm not saying this mama's doing it. I'm not saying this mom did it. It's just that it's crazy, man. Stop giving these kids all these electronics to keep them occupied so that y'all can have fun. Keep your legs closed. If y'all want to keep having fun, don't have sex. Real shit.
But he left something behind.
His shoes were left behind, and we believe that maybe he took those off to be quieter.
A knife from the victim's house was also found in the street when the suspect fled. The mom was transported to the hospital, but will survive her injuries. And after nearly 2 months of investigating, police took the 14 and 17-year-olds into custody. The mother of the 14-year-old told police her daughter is a problem child and has a record. Both have been charged as adults by the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office. The biggest evidence came from the 14-year-old.
From social media, from her social media account.
The 17-year-old facing a number of charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and the first degree. The 14-year-old also facing charges, including solicitation of murder.
The male received a $2.5 million bond. So I can't imagine that he's going anywhere, anytime soon. And the female was given a $1 million bond. So
that's crazy. So she now is going to become part of, how they got this list of the youngest kids going to prison for trying to murder or for murdering. Like, she's a part of that group. I think the youngest kid that has gone to prison, if I'm not mistaken, was like 8 years old. If I'm not mistaken, I think I did a live on that. So I'm gonna go back on that, John, and I'm gonna clip it up and I'm gonna upload that video. You wouldn't think, right, that kids that young will go to jail, but damn, man, a 14-year-old plotting against her mama over a phone? Shit, it ain't that deep, yo. It is not that deep. Them addictions be real to them electronics, y'all. Wake up.
they're both being held.
The names of the teens not being released because of their ages. The investigation has shocked the police department.
I don't know that we've ever seen anything on this level from this age group.
And as this investigation continues, police want to make this clear. Everything you do on social media leaves a footprint.
Nothing is secret. I mean, everything is able to be recovered and found when you're using social media.
And although the mother survived, her blood vessels were greatly damaged because of that strangulation. Needless to say, these teens are facing a number of future court dates. Back to you.
My goodness, Ingrid, so young, 14 years old, and the other teen, 17. It is really scary to think about. And this mom, Do we know if the teens had any trouble in the past before that, or was it something where one possibly may have influenced the other?
Yeah, definitely. We don't know about the boyfriend, but we do know that the 14-year-old, the mom considered a problem child and said that she actually does have a record.
This is why I tell parents to stop giving these kids these electronics. But you know something? A lot of these parents are going to do what they want to do, right? They adults, they grown, they got kids, they don't want to hear what nobody got to say. But see, there's consequences behind these electronics. But hey, as long as they could do whatever they want to do, fuck it. They don't care. They don't want to hear nothing. I'm telling y'all. But look what's happening. We're having more murders, more shit. Listen, man, if this child was a problem child and was crazy as right since Biden's been in office, we haven't been able to get our kids support. And when we do get into politics, I'm gonna drop the link down so that anybody that wants to come up and speak on whatever topic has been talked about or start a topic of their own, y'all more than welcome. But I'm gonna be very honest. Since Trump had put them bills and passed the law, Biden, like a lot of stuff has like a lot of services, a lot of support that we needed for our kids, that we have for our kids, have been taken away. So the HIPAA law has to be changed. A lot of stuff has to be changed, but we have to demand this stuff. What's crazy is, right, no matter how many of us get together to vote for the president, our vote is not going to matter for the president. They already know who's going to be the next president. They already know. What we should be doing, right, as we the people, as individuals, however you want to say it, right, is coming up to these to the elections when it's time to vote for the mayors, the senators, the DAs, the commissioners, the governors, all that. And what's crazy is, right, when y'all go vote for the president, they always promote two presidents. They don't promote all four candidates. Y'all do know it's four candidates, right? Two Republicans, two Dominicans, two Republicans, two Democrats. It's four parties. But people always talk about just two. But when we get to that topic, when we get to, the politics, I'll show y'all who are the four candidates that are running for president. I mean, y'all only know of two. Would y'all believe that there's one black man running for president right now? We telling people, go out there and do y'all research. But right now, let's get on this topic. Right. State police arrest a camp counselor accused of possessing child pornography. Yo, we have to be detectives in our kids' lives. And there's going to be people, that how can I say, that going to sit here and say they don't got the time for this. They don't want to hear this. But listen, man, we have to talk about this. You never know when our kids are going to come across each other. I'm from North Philadelphia. I don't know how many of you out there watching this from North Philadelphia, but snap, man, as parents, we need to really come together and like figure this out. We have to find solutions, right? We talking about a better tomorrow, but there's too many of us divided. When we try to bring solutions to the table, you got motherfuckers coming in talking about, oh, this is not what we need. This is not going to work. This is never going to, what? We can't, it's not, shouldn't even be in our vocabularies. We need to keep trying. I feel as though people want to keep being miserable. They don't want to change in their life. They don't want to see a difference. They want to keep doing the same. It's like they're happy repeating the cycle. Hey, but maybe I'm wrong. And like I said, as parents, we really need to come together because our kids out here, some of them might be loners, but some of them walk the same trenches together. They may be a loner for a while, but then guess what? It goes from a loner to walking the trenches with somebody else, or it goes from walking the trenches with certain people to being a loner. And either way, you should be there, helping and guiding, not trying to, control their lives, just helping and guiding. That's it. That's your job as a parent.
disturbing arrest to tell you about this Friday night. This summer camp counselor is now at the center of a shocking child pornography charges. Thanks for being with us tonight at 11. I'm Dan Janik. Patrice is off. And tonight we are hearing from this man's neighbors as we learn more about these disturbing charges. Tonight Team's Leanna Folk is live in Seekonk where he used to work. Leanna?
Dan, this is where investigators say Ryan Manasian worked as a summer camp counselor before an illegal download sent state police to arrest him at his house in Pawtucket.
It's disgusting. It's actually disgusting. It really is.
This is the mugshot deputies took of 19-year-old Ryan Manasian as they booked him into jail. Rhode Island State Police allege they found evidence of child.
Yo, he is young, 19 years old. This is a young counselor in possession of child pornography. Lord knows how many pictures of them kids in that camp that this young boy take and upload it to the web. Let's be real. Once it's uploaded, it's up there, yo. Do we still talk to our kids about stranger danger? Do we talk to them about the dangers in these streets, about, the different kinds of people out there? I talk to my kids every day about them. At least I know I'm giving them the warning. Whether y'all think they're going to listen or not, we need to talk to them.
Child pornography on the camp counselor's computer.
19 or 40, he still should suffer the consequences.
Manasian first landed on investigators' radar after allegedly sharing files of child porn over the internet. An investigation by the state's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force led deputies to Manasian's home on Macon Street in Pawtucket. Philip Bowen lives across.
Blessings, Commander. How you doing this morning? Blessings.
Across the street. He heard there was some police activity earlier in the week, but didn't know why or what for.
Did you ever imagine that it was for something like this?
No, I did not. Right here, this is a nice location.
We learned Manasian was seasonally employed at this YMCA in Seekonk as a summer camp counselor. The statement from the organization confirmed he is no longer employed, reading, quote, "These charges are deeply troubling, and the Y is cooperating fully with the police on this matter. We have confirmed with law enforcement that there is no indication that any member children are suspected of being in harm's way."
Can you imagine sending your kids to the Y or something like that and have a, some idiotic person like that that's, I guess, around your child?
Manasian was released on a $2,500 bail, facing one count of possession of child pornography. The Y spokesperson says he's banned from the Seekonk location and all.
So they only found him with one count of child pornography. Could that mean that they only found him with just like a one picture? Or could it have been one video? But either way, like, y'all only found him with that one. How many more could this young man had already just given away or sold? I mean, listen, I know a lot about this dark web, about the pornography, the human trafficking. I be looking deep into it, and especially when I almost lost mines to that. Like, people keep thinking that shit is a joke. It's not, man. People from different places will try to reach your kids, and they will use these chats and they will use these games to reach your child. Like, there's so many people out here that had already been caught and arrested for trying to sit here and, lure kids through games using Fortnite, Roblox, using, Instagram, TikTok. Like, come on, we got to open up our eyes. Let's be real.
Rhode Island Properties.
It just worries me. If something like that can happen right next door to me, it can happen anywhere.
Manasian was ordered to have no contact with minors per his bail agreement and internet restrictions. He's due back in court in November. Live in Seekonk tonight, Leanna Falk, NBC 10 News, 19.
So what I'm saying is, parents, man, be that detective in your kids' lives. Listen, man, it doesn't matter how many times they get mad at you, how many times if they angry, if they mad at you, guess what? You're doing your job on some real shit. You was a kid once. Remember back then? See, I knew it was the other one. All right, so we got another case here. See, we got that case we just saw right now was a daughter who got her boyfriend to try to kill her mother over her mother taking her cell phone away from her. Right? Now we got a father shot, killed by daughter's boyfriend in front of his kids. Like, yo, I don't know what's in the air, but this spiritual war is hitting families and it's hitting them hard left and right. It's not just hitting families, it's hitting friends. Like, it's turning friends into enemies and family members into complete strangers, yo. Let me see. Telling you, nowadays you can't trust nobody. This world is crazy. I would say this world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch and getting that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. Nowadays, your friends turn into enemies and your family members are your biggest haters. You see you accomplished more crazy is that they say as time pass by, it will heal everything. I seen time flash by and it revealed everything, leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror saying, girl, yeah, everything. You don't need for anything, shorty. So if you haven't walked a mile in my shoes, take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure that when you cross me, it is deep, yo. Shit is deep. That spiritual war is real deep, yo. Is hitting family members left and right. Be careful, man, because you could fight it.
And, you know, to be shot in front of your kids is tragic. It was traumatizing for everyone.
A heartbreaking story out of Pompano Beach tonight after a man was shot and killed in front of his family. And they tell us that the person responsible for his death is his daughter's boyfriend, who is now on the run. NBC6 reporter Lena Salzbeck has more on what happened inside that Pompano Beach home.
Family and friends say that after the shooting, the boyfriend took off and took his girlfriend with him. Now, the family says that it's been an emotional 48 hours as they searched.
Oh, shit. He ain't just shoot her father down. He kidnapped his girlfriend, too. Damn, what was running through his head? Yo, there is something in the air, yo.
For that 17-year-old that was missing. Now, over the last couple of hours, thankfully, we have learned that she is back home and safe with her family, but they are now looking for justice.
Okay, so they got her back.
For more than 20 years, Barbara Santiago watched Keith Poole dedicate his life to his 3 kids.
He's really invested.
Damn, he has my last name. He is Santiago.
Into his children.
His oldest daughter is Barbara's goddaughter. So when she heard that Keith had been shot and killed on Monday, she didn't know how to make sense of the devastating news.
It doesn't even seem right or real, you know, talking about him in the past tense. Keith was just the type of person who he would give from his whole heart.
According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the shooting happened just before 5 o'clock on Monday on Northeast 28th Street. When deputies arrived, they found Keith Poole shot multiple times. Family and friends now say that the person responsible for ending Keith's life is his daughter's boyfriend, who had been living with the family for months.
Damn.
He found out that there was a weapon in the home. He didn't condone it, so he asked to please, you know, to leave his home, that he doesn't tolerate the weapons in his house, and he wanted him to leave. And moments later, he shot and killed him.
Barbara says it happened at his home in front of his 3 kids.
It was traumatizing for everyone.
And that he ran off with her goddaughter, leaving the family worried for her safety.
I couldn't imagine what Jessie was feeling at the time. Fear. You know, she left with a bra, shorts, no shoes, left her phone. And no answer. We have no answers.
Family and friends say the shooting happened after Keith found out the boyfriend was living in his home with a gun, and when he asked him to leave the house, they had an argument which led to the shooting. Right now, the Broward Sheriff's Office would not confirm whether or not they have a suspect or a person of interest at this time. If anybody has any information about the shooting that happened in Pompano,
I mean, listening to this, right? Listening to the story, did the daughter know? Did the dad get set up by his own daughter, or did the daughter not know? Like, did it really, did this really go left because the dad confronted the daughter's boyfriend over the gun? But how the dad didn't know that her boyfriend was staying there? I don't know. I mean, it could be, that he didn't know nothing, but how you don't know that your daughter's boyfriend was there? But then if he was there and the dad knew, like, damn, how the hell, like, see, people got a tendency of biting the hand that feeds them. Like, why would you sit here and shoot your father-in-law because he sat here and he said, I don't approve of this? Like, damn, bro, you in there. Like, I don't know if you're paying rent or not or whatever, but shit, a lot of people don't approve that. I know a lot of old heads don't approve that. You not staying at my crib. Oh, shit, I hear a lot of old heads say that a lot. Shit, and I tell my son too, you gonna have a girlfriend, you gotta make sure you have an apartment, a house, whatever, money in your pocket, a car. You should be able to support not just you, but her. And don't find you no lazy girl. You need to find you a girl that's gonna be there with you through thick and thin. It's not all you. Nah, this is when a relationship is 100. I talk to my kids, yo. I talk to my kids. I know I'm young, but I see a lot, man. I listen, man. I hear a lot. I've seen so much. This is crazy. What would make her what would make her boyfriend shoot her father? Why? Like, there's only two theories I can come up with. What do y'all think about this case? Shit be crazy, don't it? It be real deep. All right. I got two more videos before we get into the politics, guys. So this one right here, this video said mystery surrounds Frisco middle school student hospitalization. And guys, right, I speak about cameras a lot. And let me see if I got it here. Hold on one second, because I got to fix my description box. So let me grab the link for y'all real quick. Right. Oh yeah, I hate doing this. Just log me in, weirdo. All right. So I'm about to drop the link to my petition that I have right here to put cameras in each and every one of our schools. I'm not the only parent that got, petitions like this. This is my petition, and I want to do this nationwide. I feel as though we need more cameras in each and every one of our schools. I mean, in each and every one of our classrooms, in each and every one of our schools, so that we can know what is going on between our students and the staff. We need to, listen, man, why should we give these teachers so much privacy with our kids? Just tell me why. And shout out to the schools that have already started. They have an app called Dojo Class, but they've only got it for pre-K and kindergartners. We need these cameras in all schools, from high school all the way up, from pre-K all the way up to high school. We need to find out what's going on in these schools. So hold on one second. I think I'm gonna have to go to my page. And if I have a moderator around, please copy that link for Shorty and keep it with you. I appreciate you. But let's listen to what happened inside this Frisco middle school and why there's a mystery involving the hospitalization of the student.
Is us learning more about The other big story here tonight is us learning more about the mystery surrounding about what happened to this Frisco ISD middle school student just days into the new school year. That student's mom believes that her son was poisoned, and she says he's still in the hospital fighting for his life. And now she's sharing her story with our Aaron Jones.
Chandra Weekly says her 12-year-old son, Tristan, has been hospitalized for more than a week, going in and out of consciousness.
I haven't eaten or slept.
She says last Tuesday, she instructed her Western Middle School 7th grader to meet by the tennis courts for pickup.
So I got to the school. I looked to where he was supposed to be. He wasn't there.
She says,
how do you send your son to school and he comes home and he's in and out of the hospital being unconscious? How in the world? What happened in the school? Let me see 1 second. This is a horrible. Praying. I hope he feels better. Prayers lifted for Tristan. So sorry this has happened. All right, so I'm guessing nobody in the comments knows either. So hold up 1 second. I gotta rewind this back. Like, wait, he came home and he's been in and out the hospital since he came home from school.
The other big story here tonight is us learning more about the mystery surrounding about what happened to this Frisco ISD middle school student just days into the new school year. That student's mom believes that her son was poisoned, and she says he's still in the hospital fighting for his life. And now she's sharing her story with our Aaron Jones.
Chandra Weekly says her 12-year-old son, Tristan, has been hospitalized for more than a week, going in and out of consciousness.
I haven't eaten or slept.
She says last Tuesday, she instructed her Western Middle School 7th grader to meet by the tennis courts for pickup.
So I got to the school. I looked to where he was supposed to be. He wasn't there.
She says after an hour of searching, she called 911.
A lady gets on the phone and she was like, we have police that are dispatched close to where you're at, and they have a kid.
Weekly says that kid was her son, and he was found in a nearby neighborhood, foaming at the mouth and unresponsive.
So I walked up, and my son was in the ambulance, and they was putting the IV in his arm, but my son didn't flinch.
At the hospital, a test confirmed acetone was in his system. Weekly says her son was able to tell her a woman he didn't know, who he thought was an employee, approached him at school and tried to.
How in the world did he get acetone in his system? And how was there somebody that wasn't an employee? Because it looks like this young boy thought it was an employee of the school. You see? But a parent needs a deep background to be able to be in a child's class to observe what's going on in this classroom when there's problems occurring with a child and another student, or a child and the teacher. We need deep backgrounds just to be there with our own kids. But somehow, some way, there was there was somebody in that school, and the child thought it was a staff of the school. How was that possible? How y'all letting somebody just lurk that's not a staff creep around in that school? Weird things is happening in these schools, man. Wake up.
For some sort of ice cream or ice cream-like substance in his mouth.
I was at the school the next day at 7 o'clock.
She says school staff showed her security camera footage that revealed her son had walked through the cafeteria 2 minutes before the bell rang, put down his backpack, and ran off campus.
It looked like he was running for something.
She says for more than a week, she's been trying to figure out what exactly happened. She's hired an attorney.
I don't know.
So they got a camera in the lunchroom in the cafeteria. What, y'all got a blind spot in that, John? There shouldn't be no blind spots in that cafeteria. There should be cameras. If there's an exit, there should be a camera on the other side of that exit door. Yeah, so that y'all could be able to catch anything. If like somebody kidnaps a kid, if a child just walks out of the school premises, so that y'all could be able to see which way the child went or who the child left with. Like, yo, man, see, we need to get these cameras in these schools. The petition is in the chat down below.
Oh, that's it. I don't know anything.
Frisco police say investigators and school resource officers have spoken to the Weekly family on numerous occasions, writing, as part of the investigation, "We hope to determine why he chose to leave campus after the bell, as opposed to going to meet his prearranged ride home." Frisco PD currently has no evidence yet to support anything criminal in this matter. Frisco ISD has sent a note to parents letting them know they take all safety matters and concerns seriously. Writing, however, we can share that evidence shows the student left district property safely during dismissal and without concern.
No one has called and said, "How is Tristan?" No one has.
Let me ask one question. However, they know that the child left the school property safe and with no concerns. He put his book back down and ran out the cafeteria as if he was, running for something or going to go get something. How do y'all know that they didn't give him something inside the school? Like he said, this lady gave him something in the school. Because I know y'all heard it before. Something's not right. And y'all got cameras in the school, in the cafeteria. Do y'all have them outside of the cafeteria on that exit of that door?
No one has reached out to me and they know his condition. I just want to know why. Like, what happened?
Weekly hoping for more answers soon. In Frisco, Aaron Jones, CBS News, Texas.
When the Biden and Harris team got to work rebuilding our economy, they knew who they could turn to: American workers. Vice President Harris worked to.
So like I said, we need those cameras in each and every one of those classrooms. We need them all outside of the school, around the premises, so that we could see what's going on around. Like if the child leaves with somebody, we could see which way they left, who they left with. Like, be able to see whatever cars surround that school area. If there's a park, see, like, yeah, they could afford to put these cameras in every pole everywhere. Because I'm in North Philly, right? And I've noticed that all over Philly, even South Philly, towards Junietta, they got cameras on every pole out there. They could afford to do that, right? They got cameras in every store. They could afford to do that. But they don't have the funds, they say. I got videos for those of you that got doubts on my YouTube so that y'all can see that I actually spoke to the senators. I got the videos. They don't have the funds for this. If we want these cameras up, we have to come up with the funds. So if we come up with the funds and put these cameras up, right? Do we have rights over these cameras? Like the police district has rights over the camera over there. So when they come, give me the camera, the VHS, whatever you're using, USB, floppy disk, whatever you're using, hand it over. So that means that, right, if we put these cameras in there, these schools cannot refuse us if we want the videotape, the floppy disk, the USB, whatever it is, the CD, whatever they use to keep a copy of what's going on. They can't deny us that right. Because we the ones putting the money together, right? We the people. That's how they said that's the only way we could do it. But see, that's why we got these petitions. I'm not the only parent out here. There's so many parents out on moveon.org. They got petitions like this for the same reason. Our kids are being bullied. Our kids are losing their lives in school premises and they don't know why. Teachers having sex with students. Teachers abusing students. Teachers grooming students. And it goes deeper. But see, people don't want to be woke. All right, so let me see where is the last videos before we get into this politics. All right. So we got right here, young boy, right? Shout out to Crime and Law. Law and Crime. I said that John backwards. Young boy stapled to a wall, beaten to death in worst child abuse case. Prosecutors, right? I haven't seen the video. All right, I glimpsed through this video, so I'm gonna react with it with y'all. We're gonna review, we're gonna react to this video, and like I said, when I get to the politics, I will drop the link for anybody that wishes to come up and speak with a shorty about whatever topic has been spoken about or about the politics itself. Like, damn, this is crazy. What will make a parent like staple a child to a wall? Like, how did she staple this child to a wall? All right, let's see what's going on in this case.
And his siblings suffered unimaginable. This child and his siblings suffered unimaginable abuse and lived in fear every day.
His
This was
siblings.
one of the worst cases we've seen.
Another child allegedly killed at the hands of his mom and her boyfriend. The latest.
Oh wow, so this witch over here, yo man, I'm telling you, man, we building caskets up in this bitch for all predators, man. All of them, even Lilith in disguise, even the Delilahs out here, man. Believe all women? I'm a woman saying this, man. A lot of these women, a lot of these men don't deserve to be parents, yo. Bringing kids into this world to just kill them or to just misuse them or abuse them.
This jailed couple has been denied bond out in Michigan as the accusations against them are made public. We're getting insight on the investigation with former crime scene investigator and forensic expert Alina Burrows. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. A little 6-year-old boy, Giovanni Jennings, who was called
6 years old?
Chulo
Wow.
by his family, died from horrific injuries that prosecutors say were the result of child abuse. July 30th, first responders were called out to a mobile home community in Oakland County, Michigan. Chulo was in one of those homes, unconscious and with injuries all over his body. He was rushed to a hospital. He was transferred to a children's hospital, but he died around midnight. The little boy's mother, 25-year-old Elaine Jennings, and this mother's boyfriend, 32-year-old Daniel Giancana, were arrested originally on charges of lying to police and possession of weapons. But then on Friday, the prosecutors announced they were upgrading those charges. And before we even dive into that, and there is a lot to get into, I want to bring in former crime scene investigator and forensic expert Alina Burrows to talk about this. Alina, thanks so much for coming on.
Yo, I don't ever get tired of saying it. I don't understand. What could a child do so bad that a parent could sit here and kill them? What could a child do so bad that y'all could beat them down to a pulp like there's no tomorrow? Like, damn, there's no heart in your chest?
I want to get your take on the different parts of this investigation. But first, let me start. Have you heard about this case? Is it, or does this, maybe you haven't heard of it, but it's eerily similar to what you've seen before?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have heard of this case, and I could have predicted some of the details before I heard them because this is such a familiar story, sadly.
Yep. It's unfortunately we've been covering a lot of them here on Sidebar, which I think it aggravates and it frustrates a lot of people, as well as saddens us about why this is happening. But let's go through it. Because on Friday, the prosecutor in this case, Karen McDonald, held a press conference. Let's take a listen.
Last week, my office filed charges against his mother, Elena Jennings, and her boyfriend, Daniel Giancana, for lying to the police, and additional charges against defendant Giancana for improperly possessing weapons and ammunition because he was already a convicted felon. But it was clear from the evidence that we saw that there was a pattern of abuse that led to Chulo's death. My office, in conjunction with the Madison Heights Police Department, has spent the last week.
So there was a pattern of abuse. Was DHS being called before? And once again, is this another case where the system has failed? Yet another kid.
Performing an intensive review of every piece of available evidence, including cell phone evidence, photos, and evidence that was seized in search warrants. Combined, we have spent over 100 hours reviewing extremely.
Okay. Damn, man, y'all really killing me with the ads. I need to get the
Videos
premium
and
back.
photos, as well as text messages and Facebook chats describing the horrific things that happened to this 6-year-old boy.
And it's our understanding the charges were upgraded to murder and first-degree child abuse. So, Alina, we are seeing this now in this day and age, practically in every case that we cover, this mountain of digital evidence for investigators and prosecutors to sort through. What's your reaction to those numbers we just heard?
It's an unfortunate circumstance that we see these child abuse and homicide cases occur so frequently. the amount of digital evidence that we're seeing, either communication via text message or social media, it ends up being more evidence to prove the case. So to me, it's a great thing to have. It's going to make the case a lot easier to charge.
And you know what's even more alarming is that reporting indicates that Jennings allegedly directed Giacchina to abuse her own son, and the two had laughed about it on text message. That's the allegation, which, if true,
Yo, how can there? Why do these women pop these kids out? Yo, man, I'm gonna keep saying it, and I know I'm a woman saying this, but I can't figure. Like, listen, man. They say the Bible warned us, right? I uploaded a video not so long ago saying that the Bible warned us about women, and I'm always ask, like, is this some type of learned behavior? Because not all women are like this. You see where I'm coming from? But there are some evil ass women out here, like, damn, capable of harming a child like this. You sit here and you tell your boyfriend it's not even the father's child. And even if it was, damn, to beat him and do this and then y'all sit and laugh about it? Why give birth to this child? If you didn't want him, you could have gave him up for adoption. Well, all these parents out here, I mean, there's a lot of couples out here that want kids and they can't give birth. And the ones that are lucky to have, to give birth, like to have a child is a blessing. There's a lot of people out here that cannot, there's a lot of women that can't give birth. There's a lot of men that, shoot blanks.
I don't know. That feels like walking yourself straight into a conviction.
Yeah, certainly seems like an aggravating circumstance to me.
There we go with the trolls.
This wasn't a child that was exhibiting terrible behavior. The child.
Once again, no trolls allowed. You bored, you don't got nothing to do. I mean, listen, man. Figure it out. Watch some cartoons. Find something. Sit down and rotate on it. Bye. Motherfuckers don't know. Need to brush your hair. My hair is wavy and it's curly. Dumbass. That bitch is just all over the place. Y'all can't stand seeing natural hair? My shit natural right now. Get mad. Do whatever you want. Say whatever you want. Don't say my shit. Brush your hair. Go get an education. Figure your life out. Stop sitting in your mama's couch. Pop your mama's nipple out your mouth. Go get a job. Figure out something to do with yourself. All right? Than to sit here on the internet and just, bother people. See, I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, right? And if I'm boring you, hey, there's an exit right there. Just make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good lure split you, right? Shit. The fuck? People is entertaining. But back on topic, guys. I apologize for that. No trolls allowed. Bye. Y'all not welcome in the chat. Y'all can watch though, but y'all not welcomed in the chat.
The child was trying to drink. The child was trying to look out a window, and these, the child was trying to urinate, and these are things that they're considering punishable offenses.
And according to the Special Victims Unit investigators, Chulo also had two younger siblings who seemingly had to witness this alleged abuse. The details are just absolutely atrocious. The Oakland County prosecutor explained what the state believes happened in that mobile home to just illustrate why the charges were upgraded.
As we carefully sifted through the evidence, what we found can only be as horrific. The allegations are that Chulo was confined to a pen in the defendant's bedroom. He was beaten. He was bound to the wall by using a staple gun to his clothes to the wall, which forced his face into a corner.
Oh,
he
wow.
was badly injured.
How in the world did this mom say here she stapled her son to a wall, which forced his face, I guess, to be in a corner? Yo. I hope they have fun with her in jail. Man, I really do hope they have fun with her in jail. She wasn't meant to be a mother. Like I keep saying it, not all women are meant to be mothers, yo. Not all of them. Like this right here is nothing more than just Lilith in disguise, yo.
But he was not taken for medical treatment because his mother knew that a medical examination would reveal the abuse.
And Alina, that is eerily similar.
Where was
to what we've
DHS
heard
in all
the
this?
past. Maybe
yes,
your reaction during it, but the idea that they don't want to take him to medical professionals because, you know, they don't want to get in trouble.
Right. It's probably the same reason that he wasn't in school. I know in the state of Michigan, school's not mandatory until the child's 6 years old. So depending on when his birthday fell, he should have either been enrolled in school or being actively attending school. And a lot of times when law enforcement becomes aware of abuse, it's through teachers. I've worked plenty of cases where a child's maybe dirtied up their shirt on the playground and the teacher goes to change their shirt and sees scarring or bruising or pattern injuries that indicate child abuse. So it doesn't surprise me that the parents were either trying to keep him out of school or certainly not calling for medical attention.
Well, and let's be clear about this. So first of all, we're going to get into more of the idea of the physical evidence or the actual evidence that would back up these claims in a minute. But this is the mother and the mother's boyfriend, because here's what's happening with the father. Investigators say that Jennings lied to them, that she pointed the finger at Chulo's biological father. So police end up arresting the dad, but they determined he wasn't anywhere near Chulo during the time that he died. And prosecutors say they officially eliminated him as a suspect. Alina, is that common? Pointing the finger at another parent, at another caretaker?
Yeah, I've frequently seen.
What's crazy is that they will sit here and arrest him, right? Because it is a woman screaming abuse. But if the scripts were flipped, right, and it was the man screaming abuse, they would take their time. Then they would sit here for an investigation and determining on what they find, then they'll cuff her. Hey, I know DHS had to have been involved because it's been years of trauma. Like, how in the world did she get away with this?
Not as much the biological parent, but a boyfriend or somebody that's in the house, not especially one that's related to the child, but perpetrating the abuse. And then it's not uncommon to see them put the child, depending on age, put the child in a playpen or in a carrier or do something and then just say that they happened upon the child and the child was unconscious somehow. And then autopsy obviously would reveal further, but this isn't a surprising circumstance.
Or especially if there's a custody dispute, not a custody dispute, there's a custody arrangement, and the child goes to live with one parent for a weekend, comes back, and if they die, there's so many times they'll be like, well, it was something from the parent did over the weekend, and then you're dealing with the timing of the injuries, the proximity of the injuries, how quickly the injury resulted in the death. And that becomes kind of a complicated situation, too, when you're seeing joint custody of a child.
Definitely. But when we look at things like bruising, anybody that's ever received a bruise knows that it goes through.
All right. So I hear that they had arrested the father first, right? She pointed the finger to the father. But the father not once made a report to like social services, try to, fight for his son. Like, yo, she's abusing him. Because if they noticed the signs of abuse, the father didn't notice, or was the father a part of the child's life? Yo, so cases like this really break your heart.
Stages. And it initially might be red, and then it goes through like a purple blue stage. And then the very last stages of bruising are like a yellowish or a green. So there's a pattern of abuse that we see here through multiple injuries. And then these bruising almost have a time stamp or a date stamp on them. So within a window, you can't say that the child was abused 24 hours ago if he has green, yellow bruising, because those are clearly healing and are past that stage. So I'm sure that was one of the first things they're looking at are the injuries consistent with the timeline given?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because the chief prosecutor, unfortunately, we have to go through this because it's important to understand why the charges were upgraded and what the evidence is. The chief prosecutor listed the parts of Chulo's body that were injured during this alleged pattern of abuse.
Photos taken during an autopsy in Wayne County revealed that Chulo had bruising and laceration on his entire body, including to his scalp, temples, lips, in her mouth, cheeks, forehead, chin, shoulder, forearms.
What the fuck was they doing? Using the kid as a punching bag? Yo, this mother is cruel. Nothing more than just pure evil. And they say believe all women. It ain't no believe all women. Not all women is women. It's just, some little girls all grown up in a woman's body. And not all women are meant to be mothers. Same with it, not all fathers, not all men are meant to be fathers. Yo, this lady, she deserves life in prison. I hope they gave her life in prison, man.
Fingers, thumbs, back, buttocks, inner thighs, knees, and shins.
He has bruises
Notably,
everywhere.
Chulo had pervasive bruising to his abdomen, which was also bloated and distended. He had an apparent BB wound to his shin. First responders and emergency room personnel noted extensive external injuries as well.
You know what nobody talks about when it comes to building a content creator business? That if you're not using a tool like Honeybook to stay organized.
Cell phone evidence has revealed that Chulo Jennings was being severely abused by the defendants. Chulo was beaten by Giacchina on multiple occasions. While that abuse sometimes happened while Jennings was at work, Jennings was aware of it and approved of the physical assaults, and at times even encouraged Giacchina to abuse Chulo. The abuse involved physical violence and assault, including shooting at Chulo with a BB gun. For punishment,
Yo, they were shooting him with a BB gun? Like, yo, where in the world was the father the whole time? Somewhere along the line, I know the father saw the bruises.
Chulo was confined to a pen in a corner of Giacchina's and Jennings' bedroom, where he was left to try and sleep on a wooden slat measuring 11 inches by 36 inches.
Wow.
A black curtain was put in place so Chulo couldn't see out, and barricades were used to keep him in place.
This is such scary stuff. And you think to yourself, how can people allegedly do this? What do you even know about the people in your life? What do you know about the people you surround yourself with? It's scary to think about. But that is why we are so excited to partner up with Truth Finder. This is a sponsor of Sidebar. This is a service that can maybe provide you some answers.
Youngbo was really living in a house of horrors.
Within a report, it can show you registered sex offenders that may live in background reports. Just go to Truth Finder here to explain what happened to him. Just go to truthfinder.com/LC Sidebar. Alina, we may not have Chulo here to explain what happened to him, but so many times in these cases, the autopsy, the injuries tell us the story and tell us the truth of what happened, right?
100%. And in this case, having significant injuries all over his body, both external and internal, is going to paint the picture.
Like, what would this kid have done to these parents every day? Like, spilling a cup of noodles, running around. It's not that deep for you to sit here and beat your child and then staple them to a wall till they die. They had an accident. Okay. Help them change. Talk to them. Don't sit here and beat your child, man. But there's people, unfortunately, there's people out here, and it's a spiritual war, man. This spiritual war is hitting families, and it's hitting them left and right. And a lot of families is giving in.
Of that pattern of abuse. We have physical evidence in this case. We have testimonial evidence in this case. We have digital forensics in this case. So while this is certainly terrible for us to look at, I don't think this case is going to be particularly challenging to prosecute.
Have you ever heard, every child abuse case is pretty graphic and terrible, but there's certain elements to this one that I haven't even heard before, the stapling to keep somebody in place. What do you make of this?
It unfortunately looks like in this case, when we see biological parent and step parent or biological parent boyfriend scenarios, it looks like they're almost using the abuse of this child as an experience to bond them in their relationship. Many times we see somebody acquiescing to the other that have differing opinions on how to punish a child. But here it actually looks like they were relishing this and using this as an experience to become closer as a couple.
She said that they were trying to use this to experience to come closer as a couple. No, both these motherfuckers are sick in the head, and they don't have mental health issues, yo. They belong behind bars. They sick up here. Something's wrong in their head. Like, no matter what you do, you can send them to a psychiatrist, a therapist, a psychologist. It's not going to help them. It's kind of like trying to, how can I say, castrate a pedophile. They're still going to find a way. Blessings, blessings. We on Lock Nations. Blessings. How you doing this morning? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Like, I feel as though, yo, man, like I say, yo, we building caskets up in this bitch, not just for predators, but for abusers too, man. This mom, yo, she belongs life behind prison, using her husband to beat her child, laughing with her husband. Like, you stapled your child into a wall to keep him in place. Because I guess what? He was getting on your nerves, running around too much. It's not enough to just be a cop, right? Because I know I'm not the only parent that their child makes them feel like they're officers of the law. Sit down. Don't move. But I tell you, don't. If you move, boy, if you move, I'm telling you, you like, but you beat your child and stapled him to a fucking wall. You didn't sit here and, how can I say, chastise your child. You didn't talk to your child. None of that. You beat your child to a pulp, then stapled him to. Yo, listen, man. I don't even want, like, I'm glad there's no damn video. This mom is just as worse as the mom that sat here and split her baby's head. She's just as worse as that one. This is not the worst case of child abuse. I mean, I've seen worser cases. It's just the, damn, what the fuck? She stapled her son to a wall? What was you thinking? Like, is he a picture frame? But you just wanted to sit here and analyze what you did, your work? Like it's some type of art? The bitch is crazy.
Yeah. And before I even go into the next piece of evidence, as if the text messages, the injuries, the physical evidence from the home.
Yes. Listen, man. Ooh, we on Lock Nation. This lady, this mom stapled her son to a wall after she got her boyfriend to beat her child. Her 4-year-old son. She stapled him to a wall. I mean, I'm guessing she ran out of patience. I don't know what, but no matter what the situation is, it's like, y'all, they took joy in this. She was beating this child for years. My thing is, where was the father at? She pointed the finger at the father, they arrested the father, but if the father was a part of this kid's life, he would have noticed the bruises, the marks on this child, and could have prevented this, but didn't. And if he did notice it, he didn't give a fuck, and he should be behind bars, right with the mom. Like, yo, I keep saying, yo, man.
Wasn't enough. I'll get to something else in a second, but so common in these cases, right, is, well, the injuries could have been caused because the child is messing around. They're on the jungle gym, they fall down. As you know, they use the idea of the youth of the victim to say they're tumbling around. It's their own. They have knocks and injuries all over themselves. They always have injuries. Children always have injuries on themselves. But what's the difficulty for defendants like these defendants in this kind of case?
Kids are going to have injuries, certainly. And any parent knows where those injuries are. They're on knees from falling down, skinning knees, falling off bikes, elbows, any areas of prominence. When we see things like what I would expect on this autopsy, he's got bruising certainly covering the vast majority of his body. That is not normal unless the child has a medical condition that leaves them very prone to bruising or to injury. So
yeah, man, we talking about a child that's 4 years old. How in the world does this child, 4 years old, got bruising on his head, his chin, the back of his head, his neck, his shoulders, his chest, his stomach, his back, his butt cheeks, his thighs, his leg, his feet, his hands? Like, how is he so bruised up like this? What y'all was doing, using this child as a punching bag?
So it's okay for a child to have a few bruises here and there on an elbow or a shin. It's not okay for the child to have injuries on buttocks, on thighs, on their scalp, on their legs, on their arms, on their face. And what I would anticipate would be injuries on the interior lips.
That's
A lot of times,
crazy.
forcefully putting a hand over the face will cause the teeth to bruise.
Blessings,
The
blessings, Miss
softer
Chicago. Blessings.
tissues
How
of
you
the
doing this
mouth,
morning?
those are not typical injuries that a child would receive from playing.
Now, you remember I said there was another piece of evidence? Well, prosecutors say that Jennings and Giacchina, they bought a home security camera and they set it up to monitor not intruders like normal people would, but rather to monitor this 6-year-old boy as he was essentially confined to a corner in the room. That's the allegation, that the two would allegedly.
So he was 6 years old. So it looks like he was getting ready to start school for the first time, probably pre-K, Head Start. I mean, not Head Start, pre-K or kindergarten, one of the two, depending on his birthday. Wow. So he was 6 years old. Even though 6 years old, like, damn. I'm still fucking lost for words, yo. Like, what I really want to say, YouTube will clap me for. Shit.
Watch the camera feed, punish Chulo for any misbehavior like urinating, drinking, leaving in the corner, looking out the window. Again, more potential digital evidence for investigators used to potentially convict the couple. Lena, I'm surprised.
Yeah, they were charged. Both the mom and the boyfriend. First, they charged the father because the mom pointed fingers at the father. That's what I'm sitting here like, where was the father the whole time? And I'm gonna keep asking that question. And he only got mentioned once here in the beginning of the video. Like, what the hell is going on?
That if they were so concerned about getting caught and wouldn't even want to go to, a medical examiner, medical professionals to treat the injuries because they were afraid of getting caught, why would they document it like this? That's the part that seems
Oh, they
so strange.
documented that shit too?
Absolutely. And when we see child abuse on children who
Yo, these motherfuckers, you got Lilith in disguise just sitting there at home chilling with Lucifer playing bully. Like, yo, what? Chill. Woo. Listen, man. I hope they have fun with them in prison. For real, man. If they was to get shanked in prison, I wouldn't feel bad.
receive injuries on a routine basis, oftentimes the parents do try to keep the injuries somewhere where clothing would conceal it so that if they're out in public, nobody can recognize this. So we see a lot of injuries on.
I want y'all to look at that. That's not a woman. That's a bitch. That's not a mother. She lower than a bitch.
The back or the stomach, things that a regular t-shirt would cover. Here, it doesn't seem like the parents are concerned about injury showing on most parts of his body. The fact that they purchased this camera indicates too that they took time. They're taking time to think about this. This is not a spur of the moment. The child's done something terrible and they grab him and give him punishment. This is a well thought out, timed. They're spending.
That's why I said these two individuals are sick in the head. These are two demons out here. Two demons that were sitting here fighting nothing but a pure spirit, an angel. Because that's what they did. They took an angel. They took an angel's life. Because that child was innocent. That child was nothing but pure innocence. And they sat here and plotted this. They filmed it. Why film it? What was y'all gonna sit here and just just like, yo, people like this, yo, they don't deserve to be alive.
Money on this. There are a whole lot of things here, in addition to the fact that they're creating more evidence that are going to end up helping the case.
Prosecutors, they also found guns in the home, including
Damn.
a ghost gun, which is an unregistered firearm that's compiled from different parts, from different places, so it's untraceable. Take a look at this.
They were
Photograph
gangsters
recovered
too.
From the cell phone analysis depicts Giacchina in the middle of two young children who are handling the ghost gun and the BB gun. On July 26th, a photo from Jennings' phone depicts two children who are each pointing a gun at a third child. The third child has his hand up and the laser.
Yo, what if they would have shot that child by accident? What was these people think? What was this lady? Why didn't the father take this child away from this mom? Because damn, we know that he had to have noticed something. I just don't get some people. Like, this world is backwards. Sense don't make sense no more, and logic just isn't logic. And listen, man. Woo-wee.
From the ghost gun is illuminating his hand.
As if that wasn't terrifying enough, it
Realist.
gets
Blessings,
even worse
blessings,
because
realist.
Chulo's 4-year-old sibling participated in a forensic interview with special victims investigators and said that the two had been shot with a BB gun at 1.2. Investigators even, and this is what we heard in the press conference too, that investigators reportedly found BBs in the wall of the home.
Oh,
And
wow.
there is one line from the reporting.
What, they was using the kids as targets? Yo, they pure evil. Y'all still don't believe that we're in a spiritual war? I mean, I feel as though that this spiritual war is hitting once again families left and right, left and right.
That gets me particularly, it's that this 4-year-old allegedly told investigators, quote, Chulo died all day and Danny was there, meaning Giacchina. Alina, talk.
Oh, wow. So basically, the 4-year-old experienced everything. The 4-year-old witnessed everything. This 6-year-old, okay, that's why I mixed it up earlier. So they was talking about both the victim and the brother. So the one that died is the 6-year-old, and the 4-year-old brother witnessed everything that happened, and they was abusing both of them. So that they hang the brother, I mean, did they staple the brother to the wall to like scare the 4-year-old or something like that? Because he said Chulo died all day. Could they have put that 6-year-old, could they have stapled that 6-year-old to a wall to like put some type of fear on the 4-year-old to be like, this could happen to you if you keep doing this? Or if you don't, like, wow. Like, yo, I could never figure out the mind of somebody's. It's like, I can never figure out the mind of a sick pervert, a sick pedophile, a predator, like none of them. Because it's like, there's no soul, there's no heart, there's no remorse in them. They just don't care. So whatever I say, whatever I do, to them won't matter. The only thing they deserve is to be 6 feet underground. They deserve to be 20 feet underground. Man, we building caskets in this bitch.
Talk to me about forensic interviews with children, because I imagine that has to be a very, very delicate but important part of the investigation.
Extremely important. You know, children are susceptible to.
Facts, Miss Chicago. Facts, man. I feel the same way. That's why I gotta watch what I say on here, man, because I know I got a mouth on me, man. Like, I really gotta humble myself down. And then when I humble myself, I'm like, I really want to say this, because me saying this right here, I'm nice, man. I'm being nice right now, man. And in reality, yo, man, if it wasn't for YouTube guidelines, boy, whew, I wish the guidelines were a little more like TikTok, yo. For real, for real.
Having adults lead them in a certain direction. So that person that's conducting that interview has to be very cautious and ask a lot of open-ended questions. For instance, you can't say, did you see so-and-so shoot with a BB gun? Because then they have the imagination, they have this idea that that took place. So you would have to just ask them, you know, what happened? What have you seen? Did you see Danny that day? Did you see Chulo that day? But that quote just sums up the horror and the innocence of all of this.
And you might be asking, well, where was Child Protective Services, right? Where was CPS? Well, when asked about whether CPS had been contacted.
I mean, I've been asking about this throughout the whole video. We're 18 minutes, 13 seconds into the video out of 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Damn, they just bringing this up towards the end.
Acted about Chulo or the suspects before, the DA said she couldn't comment on that.
All children have a right to grow up in a home.
Another case once again where the system has failed another child. Another case. I don't give a fuck who gets mad at me. It's the truth.
Or the suspects before, the DA said she couldn't comment on that.
All children have a right to grow up in a home free of fear. This child and his siblings suffered unimaginable abuse and lived in fear every day. My office and the Madison Heights Police Department are committed to using resources, every resource available to us to get justice for Chulo and hold the people responsible for his death accountable and to seek punishment that reflects the horror of his death.
So, Alina, yes, hopefully that's true, and hopefully they're able to fully prosecute this and get justice. But the other, and look, the two individuals here are innocent until proven guilty, although, as we mentioned, the evidence looks really, really bad against them. I am curious about why no comment regarding CPS. Is it because
innocent until proven guilty? Everything shows that they're. I want to see the trial to this. Hopefully, I can get the trial to this show because I want to see the judge's reaction to the show. For real, for real. Like, give them life, man. Don't sit here and count 2 to 3 birds in the damn window and then say this is what you're gonna get a time, man. Give these motherfuckers life or death sentence. Bring that shit back. Bring the death penalty back, for real, because parents that kill their own kids should receive the death penalty. Like, what the Ooh.
is it's too early in the investigation?
That kind of stood out to me as well. Maybe they aren't willing to release names of people that, maybe alerted CPS to this. I'm not really sure exactly what that means, but I would have to think that somebody.
They're tired of telling the public that CPS, DHS has failed another child because that's what it is. These motherfuckers are worried about the families that are doing what they gotta do. So they're ignoring the kids that are being abused and focused on the parents that are busting their asses out there to try to put food on the table every day, as high as the groceries are, to have the bills paid on time and still get their kids school supplies, camp supplies, whatever it is that they need to have to be out there. Like, come on, man, let's be real. I'm looking at it every day out here. A child getting abused down the street while DHS knocking at the door of somebody's house that's doing what the fuck they gotta do because some dickhead is hating. I didn't mean to curse like that. But that gets tiring. Like, damn, y'all really, like, it's like these cops. You dial 911, they're either arresting you or shooting you. But we're calling y'all because we need y'all services. Y'all supposed to protect and serve. But instead, you know what happens? You dial 911, you meet your maker. That's what's happening. And I see it a lot out here. I see it a lot. Real heroes, firefighters. You know why? Because they're sitting here trying to save they're trying to save a human. They're trying to save somebody. I thought 911 meant, officer, we need your assistance. Not, officer, come knock my door down and shoot me down. Make Sonia Massey rest in peace. And many others, because there's so many. There's just another case of a mental health. Cops came in. Brothers tried to stop it, but he messed up because he said sister had a weapon. They came in. He tried to stop it. I feel like the dispatcher could, had time to stop the officers and let them know, look, the situation is de-escalated. Be careful how y'all, come into, the scene. Like, whatever. Like, y'all could have de-escalated the situation when the brother called into dispatch and said he didn't need the services no more because they had it figured out. But no, they still came in. When they came in, she had a bottle of water in her hand. Shot her down. Trigger happy cops. Then we got these parents out here Sick in the head. Yo, but we can't forget Sonia Massey, y'all. May she rest in peace. Say her name, loud and clear, so they'll never forget it. Sonia Massey. Anywhere where fear runs deep, happy trigger cops don't think, they just leap. Over a pot of boiling water, such a shame, a coward in blue playing a deadly game. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees, I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. A life taken too soon for what crime? Just a pot of water bubbling over time. No chance to explain or make it right. In the blink of an eye, plunged into eternal night. The headlights scream of injustice and pain as we mourn another life lost in vain. The system broken, hearts shattered apart by those who should protect with courage, not dart. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In a world so unjust, Sonia Massey lost her life. Blame thrown left and right, but just to show ignite. Say her name loud and clear, let the truth be near. In the shadows of the sea, her memory we hold dear. Amidst the darkness and lies that cloud her fate. A victim of cruelty and a cruel twist of hate. Whispers of the injustice echo through the night. Sonia's spirit lingers, demanding what is right. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In the shadows of the night, Sonia stood tall. I rebuke you, in the name of Jesus, she called. The officer's eyes filled with venomous spite as he dared her. And I rebuke you in the dim moonlight. Sonia pleaded for mercy on bended knees. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice filled with plea. But the officer's words cut through like a knife. A crazy bitch, she spat with hatred and strife. With courage in her heart, Sonia spoke clear and bold. Her name echoed loud as the story unfolds. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. In the darkness of despair, a cry for help was in the air. Sonia Massey, just 36, her mental health in need of fix. But a heartless cop's cool hand ended her life without a care. Say her name loud and clear, let it echo far and near. Justice must be served, for Sonia's unfairly taken. May her story be a beacon, shining light on lives forsaken. Sonia Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. We lift our voices high to honor Sonia's name in the sky. Let it hover over their heads as a reminder of the cost of neglecting those in need and the lives that have been lost. Rest in peace to Sonia Massey. My condolences go out to her family. But what I'm saying is true. Like, it's so much going around. Damn, and these parents are out here killing and abusing their kids, man. Like, I can't believe this mom did this to her child, yo.
Outside of these two individuals and
that reflects the horror of his death.
So, Alina, yes, hopefully that's true, and hopefully they're able to fully prosecute this and get justice. But the other, and look, the two individuals here are innocent until proven guilty, although, as we mentioned, the evidence looks really, really bad against them. I am curious about why no comment regarding CPS. Is it because it's too early in the investigation?
That kind of stood out to me as well. Maybe they aren't willing to release names of people that, maybe alerted CPS to this. I'm not really sure exactly what that means, but I would have to think that somebody outside of these two individuals and the children knew this was occurring. Do you never have somebody over to your house? Do they never?
I mean, hello, why am I so high? Damn. I've been saying that. I feel like somebody else knew. Like, did the father know? And I've been mentioning the father for the longest. They only mentioned the father in the beginning. Where was DHS? See, DHS was supposed to be doing their job, but they wasn't. That's why they didn't want to speak on DHS. It's happening a lot, yo. These motherfuckers is slacking. And they get paid for it just to slack. While a child is suffering, they're out here fucking with the people that are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Ever see this child, ask about this child? Somebody had to have known, and it had to have been excused away as, well, he was being
Facts.
bad and he had to be punished.
Facts.
This just tells us all that we have a role in this. We all have to take a responsibility. If we see a child with injuries like these, if you're out shopping and you see this, make a call. The worst thing that happens is there's nothing to investigate, and the best thing that happens is you save somebody's life.
You know, I hate covering these kinds of cases. I really do. They're the toughest for me to cover. But I always say to myself, it's important, honestly, to get the story out for the particular victims and their family members. But like you said as well, this could be eerily similar to something that somebody else is observing right now. And if it's a way to save or protect a life, that's honestly the silver lining in all of this. But it is such a tragic case, and our hearts and prayers go out to Chulo's family. Alina Burrows, thank you for coming on. Before I let you go, where can people?
Once again, another case where the system has failed the child, because if DHS would have been doing their job with this family, this child would be alive right now. But they wasn't. My question is, where was the father? And somebody else must have noticed. If the 4-year-old said something real fast to the detectives, who else could the 4-year-old could have talked to and spilled the beans to? And why did they stay shut? So it's kind of like, So this is what I'm about to do. Was that the last one? All right, yeah, that was the last video on current news. All right, so I am going to drop the link for anybody that wishes to talk to a shorty, right? Because what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to share the screen, right? And we're going to talk about politics, right? Now, a lot of people, to me, I feel as though, as we the people, we should be hitting the legislators. Whatever county you're from, whatever, state you're from, whatever city you're from, you should be demanding whatever it is that y'all need, the resources, the, stuff that you need for your community. Y'all should be going towards the mayors, the governors, the senators, the DAs, the commissioners. Those are the people that we should be looking into, that we have a choice to put into office. Those are the ones. They write the bills, they write the laws, presidents. Oh, I agree, I don't agree. But the legislators are the ones we need to hit. But nobody want to hear that. But, right, I got this video right here. Right, and they've been talking about war for a while. Y'all think that
Ever feel like there's a
I've been saying
whole
that we're
world of
already I've been saying we're already in the middle of war. We're already in the middle of World War III. We're not just in the middle of a spiritual war, but I feel like these countries have been already at war, but now it just started to show. It's starting to show now. So people are just starting to notice it, right? So I know the Russian president warned people, that if Ukraine doesn't get stopped, blah, 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 it's going to be war, right? They already got their little ships and stuff out in the Atlantic Ocean ready for, they say, World War III. So I'm going to say allegedly to all this because, I'm not there. I've just been reading articles, listening, and keeping up to the current news. So I don't know if y'all know what's up with Ukraine. This was uploaded 13 hours ago, so I'm not sure. But let's listen to what they're saying.
That's the latest in the war between Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine is launching new drone attacks as its troops push deeper into Russia. These strikes coming on military sites and fuel depots in Russia, as the U.S. is now warning Americans in the region to be alert. ABC's Lionel Moyes reports.
They said the U.S. is warning Americans to stay alert. You tell me what news broadcast is warning us to stay alert. Because I don't really hear nobody really telling us to stay alert. Do y'all hear the president talking about this? Is Harris talking about this? Is Kamala talking about this? Do we hear Trump talking about this?
Explosion seen in this video verified by ABC News of Ukrainian airstrikes in Russia. And this video showing the thick smoke from those airstrikes. Ukraine using drones to target the Russian military airfield overnight. Russia claiming it's intercepted and downed more than 50 Ukrainian drones, at least 10 around Moscow. An official saying one of those drones fell, causing a fire. This as Ukraine's incursion into Russia's Kursk region.
Blessings. How you doing this morning, Killer Scoop? How you doing? Finally got your name, Killer Scoop. I was saying it all wrong yesterday. Blessings, how you doing? Welcome to the chat this morning. But what do y'all think? Do y'all feel as though that what's going on with Ukraine, that the United States will be a part of this war that's going to happen?
Region intensifies with thousands of troops pouring in. ABC's Ian Panel speaking to an American who was on the ground fighting with Ukraine.
Why would an American want to go into Russia illegally?
We're here to help. We're here to try to end authoritarianism, not only in Ukraine, but Russia as well.
Sharing photos like these, which could outrage the Kremlin with an American fighting on Russian soil. We are not naming the U.S. Air Force veteran over his concerns of retaliation, but have verified his identity. And these photos, he said he took inside Russia. The veteran says for those who think this isn't America's fight, think again.
But if we're going to stand as free people and support the principles of liberty, then we should be prepared to foot the bill to some extent with people who so palpably are willing to meet us halfway.
Ukraine's President Zelensky saying he visited the border areas in northeastern Ukraine near the border where his troops continue the unprecedented incursion. And now the U.S. Embassy is issuing an alert to American citizens in Ukraine, warning of increased risk of both nighttime and daytime drone and missile attacks from Russia through the weekend. Officials say this new threat they issued an alert to Americans about is tied to Ukraine's Independence Day, which is Saturday, not its offensive in Russia. Lionel Moyes, ABC News, New York.
My name's Greta. I am a singer. I used to have horror.
So, that's one of the latest updates on the war from Ukraine and Russia. There's so much going on, but it just took me. They said they warning American citizens. Yeah. We didn't get the warning. I didn't get the warning. I don't know how many of y'all got the warning. Right. But a lot of people have been talking about Michelle Obama's speech, right? I don't know why a lot of people is mad. I didn't watch the DNC rally thingy, right? But I am gonna watch this clip of Michelle with y'all. But before I do, right, Russia doesn't have half the capabilities they claim to have. Okay. That's okay. I'm learning as I go too. Okay. That's why I don't put, no claims, no nothing. Everything I'm saying is allegedly because I'm just reading, So I love to hear opinions because you just leaving me to go deeper into the rabbit hole. That means do more research, shorty. That's it. I appreciate that. All right, so Michelle Obama, everybody's been talking about Michelle Obama. A lot of people took her speech the wrong way, right? But before we get into Michelle Obama, right, I want to show y'all something, right? Hopefully it shows. I don't know if y'all can see the screen, right? But a lot of people are just focused on, right? But even though to me personally, I feel like going to vote for the president isn't going to matter, right? Because they already know who the president is going to be, right? But I want y'all to see something, right? Y'all see this man right here? He's Dr. Colonel West. He is also running for president. Now, Robert Kennedy Jr., son of John F. Kennedy, is also running for president. But I wanted y'all to see this right here. This is a black man running for president, but they only talk about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So let me get off the screen right here real quick, right? Okay. Blessings, Kelly. Welcome to the chat. Kelly says it might be rigged. John's life. They've lost T9OM, their most modern main battle tanks, to the M2 Bradley from the early 80s. They're at least 30 to 40 years behind us. I heard something about that. I was reading into it. I think somebody was in Russia. They was breaking down their stores and stuff like that. But I'm glad you said that. So, see, is it somebody else now telling me this? They're showing me that it's way more than just rumors. Because I was reading into it, but I didn't know how true it was. But I see somebody else. This is somebody in my chat now telling me that there is 30 to 40 years behind. So the people that is talking about it could be right, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna say I'm not sure until I got, I'm able to show it to the people here. I don't want to put my mouth in it, right? But for those of y'all that want to know if there's more than one president running as candidates, right? Y'all could just, it's a simple Google search, right? Tracking the 2024 presidential candidates, the Republicans, right? We got Donald Trump, J.D. Vance for vice president, Democrats. We got Kamala Harris for president. Then we got Tim Walz for vice president. Then we got the third party, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., right, running for president. Then we got Nicole Shanahan. I hope I'm saying her name right. Nicole Shanahan running for vice president. We got Dr. Colonel West running for president. And then guess what? Another black woman running for vice president. Melina Abdul. Then we got, I guess over here, Jill Stein. I don't know who she is. I really don't know. Jill Stein running for president, and then her VP is pending. So as y'all can see, y'all can go look it up right here. See, it tells you who they are. Former President of the United States, Donald Trump, declared November 15, 2022, age 78. It tells you where he was born and everything. It talks about the vice president. See, Kamala Harris, age 59, birthplace, Oakland, residence, Washington. Then it talks about the vice president that she's running, Robert F. Kennedy. Damn, that nigga old. He's 70 years old. Shit. His vice president. Now here we go. We got Dr. Colonel West declared. He's a professor, a historian, and a political activist. Declared June 5th, 2023. Age 71. Birthplace Tulsa, Oklahoma. Residence Princeton, New Jersey. Oh, he in New Jersey. Previous presidential campaign, none. Offices held, none. Education, Harvard. Harvard University, Princeton University. All right, it talks about him. Then we got his VP, who is Melina Abdul. About the VP candidate, Abdul is the professor of the Pan-African Studies Department at California State University, Los Angeles, whose heart, mind, and soul is committed to the empowerment of poor working people of all colors. As West described her after he invited her onto the ticket, her university biography describes her as a womanist, scholar, activist, understanding the role that she plays in the academy as instantly linked to broader struggles for the librarian of opposed people, and she has pushed for ethnic studies curricula to be introduced and used in public schools. Abdul, a Black Lives Matter, oh shit, she's part of the Black Lives Matter activists, said that she first met West when she was an undergraduate student at Harvard University and that she kept in loose contact with him throughout her career as an academic. I mean, she doesn't have a bad record. It's just that, Black Lives Matter part right there. You part of the Black Lives Matters. Ooh. But there you go. Those are all the candidates that are running for presidential. What is that noise? That was some weird ass noise I just heard. Let me see. Kelly. Jill Stein has been running for president for a while. She has? Oh, snap. I didn't even know. But I didn't even notice her until last year, so they restarting to dust off M1891 Mason Nagant rifles from okay, I'm gonna say it like this because yep, if I say the other word, I'm gonna get clapped if I say it. So I'm gonna just read it. WW1 and 2. PPSH 41s have also been spotted as well as AKM rifles. All three are very old platforms since 2016, I think. So, okay. Kelly says since 2016. Okay, so Jill Stein, I'm gonna do a little deeper. Let me see. Did I? Nope, it's still up there. Let's read a little bit about Jill Stein. Oh, Kelly is right. Jill Steen, age 74, birthplace Chicago, Illinois, residence Lexington, MA, previous presidential campaigns 2012, 2016. Offices held? None. Education, Harvard University. Okay. And these are the people that dropped out. Look, they got the dropouts on here too. They call them the dropouts. They funny as shit, the dropouts. Former ambassador of the United States nations, Nikki Haley, dropped out. Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, dropped out. Asa Hutchinson dropped out. 2024. All these people dropped out in 2024. Damn. Vivek Ramsawamy, what? Chris Christie, Doug Burgum, Tim Scott. I know about Tim Scott. Yo, I don't know. What the hell is my son listening to up there? Mike Pence. I didn't like Mike Pence anyways. Larry Elder, Perry Johnson, Will Hurd, Francis Suarez, Joe Biden. He dropped out July 21st, 2024. Dropouts. Dean Phillips. These are a lot of dropouts. Maureen Williamson. Damn, those were a lot of dropouts, yo. For real. But yeah, as y'all can see, there's more than 2 candidates, but they're always promoting 2 candidates. Listen, I don't know why they do that, but they do it. They do it. Okay, so Kelly was right. She's been running for a while. All right, so we're going to get into... Wait, before I get into Michelle Obama's speech, I'm going to listen to this, right? Kamala. How many of y'all is voting for Kamala? Man, me personally, I don't have a president until we have a president for us to, for us the people. I'm not voting for none. My vote's not going to count anyways. So who I'm voting for is going to be the mayor, the senator, the governor, the DA, and the commissioners. Those are the people that I want to make sure that I put right into office. So far, when it comes to the schools and stuff, Senator Boyle, I hope he stays in, because I want to keep trying to reach him and talk to him. I was able to talk to his peoples. The videos are uploaded. Like I said, I was able to talk to the senators, his right hand, talk to me, explain to me, what I have to do to try to get these cameras into these schools. Like, I've talked about it a little earlier about that. Like, if y'all go back earlier into the live, y'all will hear me speak on it. But like, those are the people we got to hit. Those are the people we got to talk to. But I want y'all to see, this guy is breaking down, like, this is the person that Kamala Harris, this is the man who Kamala Harris almost ruined his life. Like, I think she didn't really ruin his life, because he's able to talk about it. He's living, but she practically fucked him over. She could have completely ruined his life. But she screwed this man over so bad and laughed at it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, she's one of those feminists that is like, yo, it's all about women, fuck the men. Nah, man, it's equal rights for both. And that's my opinion. I don't know how people out here feel, but for me, it should be equal rights for both. Women have rights, so do men.
Good evening. Welcome back into Prime News. I'm Rob Finnerty. We're live in San Francisco, California, where Kamala Harris served as district attorney for almost 10 years. Kamala was in charge of crime, and her record is nothing close to what Democrats wish it was. She ruined lives. She literally ruined lives while she was district attorney and attorney general, like that of Jamal Truelove, an aspiring filmmaker and actor who was wrongfully convicted of murder. He was arrested for the murder of his friend, who was shot in a public housing project, his dreams crushed. But a California appeals court overturned that conviction and was eventually acquitted. Truelove's attorneys argue that the police here in San Francisco actually manipulated witnesses into wrongfully identifying Truelove as the shooter. And I sat down with Jamal Truelove today to get his side of his life-changing story. Take a look. Jamal, thanks so much for being with us. I want to go back to 2010. It's verdict day. The jury's deliberated for the last 4 days. You're going to find out if you're going to jail.
Hey, girl. Girl! I do not know the
Screw
name
me over
of
with
this
these ads
girl.
like that,
What I
though?
do
for the rest of your life. By the way, for something you did not do, Kamala Harris is district attorney in California at that time, the first black district attorney. Take it from there. Take me through what happened.
Well, and at that time, I could sit here and say it was people who voted her in. District attorney. Y'all hear me keep saying it, and I say it constantly throughout all my lives. By the way, the link is pinned right there. If anybody want to come and talk up, we talking politics. Y'all more than welcome. Come up and talk to a shorty. Y'all can hit the link. It's pinned. Yo, but she has a thing against me. Yo, I'm telling y'all voting for her? Or, like I said, your vote doesn't really matter. It really doesn't. A lot of people going to get mad at what I'm saying because I don't know, for some reason, the people think they need to be, told what to do. They want a master and they want to be the puppets. Can't get mad at me because of the way I see things and I perceive things. Man, I feel as though she shouldn't be president. But hey, a lot of females is going to get mad at me just because it's not me coming at a woman, but I'm just saying that this woman doesn't have the right agenda. She's not for us. She's not for us at all.
On that day,
look at what she did to him.
Liberated for the last 4 days. You're going to find out if you're going to jail for the rest of your life. By the way, for something you did not do, Kamala Harris is district attorney in California at that time, the first black district attorney. Take it from there. Take me through what happened.
Well, on that day of conviction, I kind of already knew I was convicted before it even came out because the jury asked the question, what's the difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder? So just at the time in my mind, it was like, how can this happen? How can this be? And what will be the timeline of me potentially, getting back off of this, which is a 99% chance that I don't get back off of this life sentence. So it was eerie. And it was very, it was emotional. One can imagine.
You said that Kamala had a look on her face. She was laughing, smiling, which to me, by the way, which is just very bizarre.
Yes, 100%. So when I did come into the courtroom and sit down, and when you had this whole side on the prosecution side, fully packed with all types of attorneys and other people or whatnot. And on my side, it was pretty empty. And Kamala Harris sat front row for when the sentencing came down. And, when I looked back just to see, who was there in general, and you see her front row, kind of in this celebration mode, laughing, we locked eyes one time, and it did feel like she was laughing at me. That's how
it's like I feel as though like Kamala is always nervous about something. Like, why is she always giggling and laughing? Like, it doesn't matter what the topic is, this lady is just giggling and laughing. I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, in certain situations, it's like, why you laughing? Like, this something real serious. Like, you really think this is funny? This is my life. And it's like, to her, it's like, like on some tickle me Elmo type shit.
I felt. But the laugh was similar to what you see her laugh now, right?
Yeah.
After any celebration or any, discomfort of any sort, she just laughs. And, now I didn't know that at the time that was kind of like her thing or whatnot, but I took it personal. That
I would
this
too.
lady that is head district attorney of San Francisco, that is presumptually black, right, is laughing at me.
Why was she even in the courtroom? Was your case that public here in the Bay Area that she felt the need to be there in the front row on the day that the jury read the verdict?
Yeah, I had a very publicized case because I was previously on a reality show called I Love New York. And and it's a murder case. I mean, San Francisco's only 7 by 7. There's not
Right.
too many murders that's happening, and you have to know that having that on your record, a conviction record of convicting murderers, right, was something that she was running on, and you got to think about she was running for attorney general at the time.
Right.
So for her at any time she could celebrate her doing her job or whatnot, then she made it a point.
Yo, the bull ain't lying. Like, this to her is some type of joke, some type of game. And this is what she was running for. Like, did y'all know that at one point, and I think this was, I don't know if it was around the same time. Did y'all know that at one point she dated Montel? Yes, the bull that used to do them TV shows, Montel. I was sitting here when I was reading into that and I was looking at the clip. I was like, yo, wait, Montel used to show her off at the red carpets and shit. Like, oh shit. Like, Judge Joe Brown wasn't lying when he said that she worked her way up. Like, yo,
Point to show up and make a comment after as well.
You going to vote for Kamala Harris in November?
No, absolutely not. I'm voting
Fuck
Trump
outta here.
This year.
Do you feel like there are a lot of people in the African American community and the Black community that feel the same way about?
they're saying they're going to arrest Trump. Do y'all believe they're going to arrest Trump before the election and that Camilla's going to win because of that by default? But why would she win by default if they got more candidates running? How about Robert F. Kennedy or Dr. Colonel West? Then you got the lady Jill Stein. How about them? How she end up running? I mean, winning by default if there's still other 3 candidates running with vice presidents underneath them, except for one. Hers is pending.
Kamala versus Trump now?
Yes, 100%. I mean, what I get from my community, the Black community, and I'm not talking about the super, left-wing media Black community. I'm talking about people every day, people that I see and talk to in rural areas and so forth. That says, the only thing that Kamala's ever did for Black people was lock Black people up. And that played a big part to our culture. Our culture is known for Black people going to jail, coming home, rapping about it, and being celebrated, about it as well. But from what I get from the people that I talk to, that they're not voting for Kamala Harris, and they're not voting for Kamala Harris just because she's Black, neither. They're voting for Trump. They don't want to vocalize it in public too much because you get demonized, which in a lot of aspects, I'm being demonized right now, because I'm going against, the status quo of the Black vote, which in the past 2 elections, I believe it was like 90% of Black people, voted, Democratic, which I think is just, so far beyond, how we really.
Blesses, Reginald Owens. Reginald says, wait, was he typing before? Okay, I'm not sure if he was agreeing with somebody or what, but Reginald says, and Trump worked his way down with Stormy Daniels. I'm a little lost on that comment, so I don't know how to answer it. I'm sorry. We on Lock Nation. Aren't you tired of these actors, actresses as presidents? Don't you want someone new, somebody expiring? I mean, that's what I've been saying. They got different candidates, but either way, like I said, man, we really don't have the choice. We could vote a gazillion times. We could vote infinity times, yo. And at the end of the day, who they choose to be president is who they choose to be president. Sometimes I wonder, what's the whole point? Are we really that blind that we can't see that our vote doesn't matter in the presidential vote? In the presidential election? But our vote does matter when it comes to the governor, senators, DAs. You heard me say DA, right? Kamala was voted by the people to become the first Black woman DA, as they so called. But see, we're not paying attention, and since we're not going to vote for them, they automatically get chose. That I know a lot about because I be going to these little community meetings and stuff like that. See, I know a lot about that because I've been listening and paying attention.
Really feel on the day to day, having conversations about politics, not as a politician, but just from information that we take in.
How long did you spend in jail, Jamal?
I spent 6.5 years in prison.
Damn.
You'll never get that time back.
I'll never get it back.
Tell me about that.
Well,
No.
living in prison is a whole different type of lifestyle.
This man did 6.5 years because of fucking Kamala. I didn't know it was that long. Blessings. I'm trying to see the name on the screen. Blessings. How you doing this morning? I'm thinking you.
Tied in the mug. How you been? How you
We
doing?
on Live Nation, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can see a little better on my phone than on the TV screen. So let me get the phone instead. How you doing this morning?
A little bit concerned for the country, but then again, when is the country ever concerned about us? I'm starting to, as the years go by, it's like it's telling us that this country has given us very, very little.
Mm-hmm.
And as a young lad, I remember my aunt and my uncle getting on me about voting for this person and that person. At the time, it was Bill Clinton, and other times it was George Bush Sr. And it was like, you better vote, you better do this because a lot of people die for your right to vote. So I was rushing to voting. Now that we gotten older and voices are getting louder, especially for this generation, I step back and let the young cats, this generation, I think it's Generation Z, Generation Alpha, just figure it out for themselves, because we have voted blindly, especially me. I have voted because absolutely I wasn't political then. I'm not political now, but I know I'm not naive enough to know that voting Republican or Democrat independently, they're two wings of the same damn bird. So anything you're gonna do, you ain't gonna get no result.
Facts. I didn't know that when I was
Unless you come together as an independent voting bloc and we agree on one vote, one particular candidate on his subject matter or whatever, whether it be legislator, administrator, mayor, governor, whoever, right? We vote on that one candidate and we hold him or her, whoever, I don't care if it's Republican or Democrat, right? We hold that person accountable for our list of demands if they're not being met. And a lot of people are screaming reparations. I haven't even heard Kamala Harris say anything about reparations. I haven't heard anything from Donald Trump about screaming reparations as of yet.
That's true. I mean, you on point with a lot of stuff, yo. You spitting some gems right now, so I'm listening. You hear me? Like I'm quiet as a bird. Like you spitting some facts right now, because that's why I've been saying what I'm saying. It's like, yo, when I grew up, I was always wondering why the elders would say, I heard some say, go out, vote, your vote matters. While I heard a lot of the elders, your vote doesn't matter. What's the point of it? The president is going to be whatever president they choose. But now I'm older and I'm sitting here, I was like, oh, snap. Like,
they're chose 4 years in advance. All presidents was chosen 4 years in advance. You didn't know that?
I didn't know about the 40 years in advance. I know that they
No,
already
4 years, not 40 years. 4 years.
Oh. Okay.
4 years in advance. Nobody knew about Barry Soweto. Nobody knew about Barry Soweto then. Everybody knows about him now because he was, I forgot what him and Michelle were in charge of back then. But needless to say, when you get in a debate with Bobby Rush, and Bobby Rush washes you completely, and then no one has seen and heard from you then, but then you come back as a state senator, you have been fairly chosen. So nobody knew about Barack Obama then. Everybody knows about him now after 2 terms. So I say this. I mean, whoever you vote for, get value for your vote. If you're not getting any value for your vote, you can always hold your vote. No one told you that it was illegal, it wasn't right for you to vote nationally. You can always vote locally.
Facts. And that's what I say. Like, I'm like, listen, I learned about the presidential stuff. So me is more local. I got 1 foot in politics, 1 foot in the streets. Like, I'm trying to help the kids. So for me, it's more local. We want the resources. So I want to make sure that we got the right governor, the right mayor, the right senator. And that's why I keep saying the right DAs.
Yep.
Like, my son had to confront a DA himself being at the age of 11. And that's why I'm heavy on the DAs, because it's like some of them just don't care. Like, my son shouldn't have, how can I say it? Shouldn't be adjudicated right now. You see where I'm coming from? Because he was defending himself, not just against a bully, but a teacher that didn't do her job right. So my thing is, I won a lawsuit against the school district of Philadelphia. I was able to prove my case, but these teachers are protected. So at the end of the day, she's walking free while my son is adjudicated because he put hands on her back.
They're protected just as much as cops are protected.
Yep. And that's why I fight, because I had lawyers sitting here telling me to sign up and give up the rights to your son. No, I'm not. I'm like, this was his first offense. He's supposed to be in special ed. He was defending himself. He was supposed to have his STS. Why that teacher didn't call his STS? Why it wasn't his STS in the gym room with him? Why did this teacher put her hands on my child for my child to put his hands on her? Why is it that when my child screamed for help, instead of her getting STS, it got to the point where my child had to put hands on another student to defend himself? Then sit here as a teacher, put hands on my child. I was like, no, that's where you're wrong. You shouldn't have did that. But she walked free. And that's why I'm constantly fighting. I'm like, look, we're not going to fight because there's too many of our kids with, that my son is autistic. So there's kids that are probably walking in his same shoes or probably worse. They're dealing with the same situation. Bullies in the schools, teachers that don't know how to handle situations and stuff like that. So us as parents, we need to get up, go speak up in these schools and get what we need to get out of these schools. Because if we don't speak up, guess what? The same stuff is going to keep happening. Some of us have spoken up, and thanks to that, now we got some cameras in certain classes. We got them in pre-K, kindergarten. It's called the dojo classes. We got cameras into these school buses. And that's what I'm saying. When we speak up, we get certain things. But it's too many parents saying, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't got time for that. And that's all I hear constantly. So what I'm saying is, like, y'all worried about the president, but what about local? What about what's going on between us? What's happening in our communities, in our schools? What's going on with these police officers? And much more.
Yeah. Don't be surprised when you see a police station right by the schools. Don't be surprised.
This is
I
crazy.
mean, if I had my way, I'd Joe Clark every school. I'd Joe Clark every single school. If it worked for him, then it would definitely work for me. But unfortunately, I don't have to send my kids to some rinky dink school that teachers are getting underpaid and underappreciated, that they don't have to look at your kid for a whole hour or so. Because that's the thing. They're just getting underpaid and just getting sick and tired of looking at your kid.
Yeah. And you hear the stories from these kids. So it's like it's a lot going on. Like
You don't teach anything
so
either.
much.
That's the worst part.
Some of these teachers, I don't even know why they're there. Like it's going so much going on to the point where, like I said, me personally, some people have gone to say to the point where you're an activist, Rachel. I was like, look, listen, if that's how you see me, then let it be, because I'm going to keep being a voice for the kids. I almost lost my child. I don't want nobody else to lose their kid the way I almost lost mine. I mean, I almost lost mine. It's like, besides the depression, right? He almost got locked up. They wanted to charge this 11-year-old with a whole felony. After that, I had to sit here and help him fight his depression. He almost took his life twice throughout this whole process. I had to 302 my son. And it's not 302, it's 201, 203, something like that. It's another name for it when you do it voluntarily.
Wait. Did you just say they charged an 11-year-old?
They wanted to charge him with a felony because he put his hands on the teacher that sat here, pushed him on a wall, dragged him out of a classroom, and slammed the door in his face while he was asking for help because this little girl was picking on him and bothering him. He went to the teacher didn't pay attention. So he said, fuck it. The little girl wanted to keep touching me, wanted to keep bothering me. He put hands on the little girl. And instead of getting the STS when he asked for help, she didn't. She let the whole fight occur. So I'm sitting here, I'm like, you know, my son had services. Why not call upstairs to the office? You know, this is happening. We need his STS. We need his, staff here to handle the situation so something doesn't escalate. Nah, she let the situation escalate. And then she didn't know how to de-escalate the situation. And ended up in a whole rumble with my son, like they two little boys from the street. But that's a grown woman. A whole grown woman.
Okay, this is the problem with the school system. Well, let me ask you. You're in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Blessings, my bad. Hold on one second. Blessings, Nate the Great. How you doing? My bad. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Do they carry guns in schools?
Do they carry guns in school? I think the security guards do.
Typical. So we got
I think that's only in high schools, though. If I'm not mistaken, they do high schools. The school police, yeah. Now, in elementaries, they got the school police, but they got them outside, and they don't come in unless they're called.
They don't do that for junior high?
They got the school police inside. They got like this little detention rooms where they got officers and they got security officers in there. So it's a little different in high school.
What was it called? ISS?
No. It's a little different in high school.
Oh, it's a little
but they got more security in high school. They got more security and more police officers in high schools than what they do in elementary schools.
Joe Clark, everything. People are so afraid. You're not supposed to put your hands on my kids. I was like, I'm not putting my hands on your child, but he will be disciplined. I'm gonna have to send him to a disciplinary position because of his behavior. This is quite mind-boggling. This is the world that we live. This is the world that we live in right now. But as I put it, this all depends on who you vote for. Who will set things straight. My problem is there's not enough male teachers. There's not enough male teachers for male students that really need that sense of direction. But that's just me.
In Philadelphia, we got a combination of both. I don't know if it's like that in different places, but over here it's like a combo.
Here in the state of Nevada, we are second to dead last in education.
Oh wow.
Second to dead last. you get tourists, your locals, your tourists. It's starting to become a sports town now. But the only thing about it is it's just piss poor when it comes to education. And most of your parents are either homeschooling their children or sending them to private school. My kids are in private school, and their education ain't cheap, but people come out absolutely all right, absolutely okay.
I like private schools. I mean, private school ain't bad. My son, when we won the lawsuit against the school district of Philadelphia, he actually got put into a private school. The school district of Philadelphia had to pay his private school due to the agreement of the lawsuit. And I think it's a little better, but to me, I feel as though like they still gotta still apply to these guidelines and these rules. Because I even had my little issues with the principal over there in the private school. Because like I said, my son was autistic, right? And I had issues with him with the dark web. He was into the games. Where he was at, they was teaching him coding, they was teaching him trading, they was showing him how to make movies. So my son was learning how to film. It was all right, it draws his attention. Games, computers, all that is his safe space. Like you know how autistic kids got different types of things they get hooked on, that they whatever it is that they go to whenever they feeling out of place. Or my son was the computer. He would sit here, build, take them apart, build them, buy pieces, build a new computer. That was his obsession. And then the games. It would be like he would ignore the whole world, get into the games, but then he got hooked to these chats. So I was trying to get him help. He didn't want to get, no type of help. Around this time, Biden is president. You know, the HIPAA law changed a lot when Biden became president. So now my son has more decisions and he has the right to make them decisions, and I can't say no, right? Any argument I get with my son or any type of thing that he feels some type of way, goes complains to the counselor, DHS in your house. So now I have to watch way more because autistic on like I tell people, listen, I know my child's autistic, but he's intelligent. He's got what you call Asperger's autism, right? But his IQ is real high, one, and then his I don't know how to tell, but basically you can't even tell he's autistic unless he's gets in his little moods. Like basically me and you could be having a conversation, you make a joke, right? I'm laughing at this joke, but to him it could be a bad joke. He's taking it serious. So it's basically social with him, mostly social. He had a hard time socializing with people because conversations and stuff like that. It was hard for him to understand, certain topics or really keep up with you. If unless it involved gaming or technology, you and him on the same page. But the real world, he wasn't here with us. It was more computers, games, anime, all that shit was what he was into. So what conversations like me and you having right now, to him and face him, he didn't care about. It didn't draw his attention. You would maybe occupy his attention for 10 minutes, no longer than that. Real shit, because he'll sit here and spit everything out. He's like, oh, I already know what that is. I researched it. You don't got to tell me. To him, he knows everything because he reads a lot. So it's kind of like, it's hard when they got that IQ out there and they just research everything and they computer geeks. It's kind of like, how do you? But my whole point with that, right, was I was trying to get him the services. I couldn't get him the services. So my son got involved with the gamers, them gamers that are part of the dark web. He already knew coding. He knew trading. So we had our emails linked. So I'm thinking I knew every email, every chat, everything. That I'm like, all right, I know everything they're talking about. I'm not worried. I got comfortable. Here comes the coded messages. I didn't know nothing about coding messages. I don't know. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I didn't find out about the coded messages until I took his computer from him. And I made his brother give me the code because I didn't know what the password was. I'm sitting here trying. I'm like, what the hell can his password be? So his brother comes because there's no secrets between them. Give me the damn password or this is gonna happen. Gives it to me. I go in here. I'm like, when I'm looking, I'm like, this is not matching this. Different days, I mean, same dates, different conversations. So I'm saying, I'm like, oh, he's learning coding, mom. So, they give the messages. So basically, he's sending out messages, and his friend and him could see whatever they're sending each other, but you can't. You're blocked out of it, kind of, in a way. I'm like, wait, I don't understand this. Mom, they're secret messages. No matter what you do, you're not going to know about it. It's like, I'm like, all right, I still don't understand it. I'm still trying to figure this shit out. Like, there's coded messages that they be sending. I'm like, how do you do that? How in the world do they send coded messages with each other? I'm still trying to learn about it. So I know it has to do with coding and all that shit, but I don't get it.
You gotta
But
keep up. You gotta keep up with the Joneses.
yeah. So like I almost lost my son because basically, like, if I wouldn't have been on his top, my son would have already left the fucking city with somebody because they was going to send him Greyhound tickets to go to South Carolina. And I'm saying, I'm like, is you serious? Oh, that's my friend, mom. We're in the chats every day. They came to Philadelphia. I'm like, they came to Philadelphia. When the fuck did they come to Philadelphia? That made me worry even more. I want to go to South Carolina. Don't say no. No. I took the computer. Boy, when I tell you that, it's like I ruined his whole life. I took his computer, I took his game, I took his phone. He couldn't have none of it. My son, he tried to run away. I had to call the cops. Principal, instead of helping me, knowing that you also the counselor, he's like a psychiatrist, a therapist in the school. He's not just the principal. He's a doctor. So you're sitting here telling my son, right? Because I'm telling you, I need help. He can't come back in my house behaving the way he's behaving because I'm not giving back his his technology. He's a danger to not just himself, but to his siblings because he's here. He's throwing stuff around. He broke a window because he was mad. You see where I'm coming? I have to sit here and fix a door frame.
Okay.
So I'm like, now he just disrespected me. He's mad. I'm not going to have him back in the house because I know how bad it can get. I don't want him to hurt himself. I don't want him to end up hurting his siblings. Instead of telling my son, yo, your mom can't have you in the house because we have to have you try to control your emotions first. Like, this is the reason. Oh, your mom doesn't want you in the house at all. She doesn't, for whatever reason, she doesn't want you to come back. We need you to. I'm like, wait a minute. It's not that I don't want my son back in the house. I need help for him, and I need him to do it voluntarily because they won't take him in if I make a call and he just leaves. You see where I'm coming from? So I just can't hospitalize him like that. And he needs the help. He's going through depression. Like the school, everything that's going in is piling up. And I'm trying to explain to the boy. I was like, he misses his dad. He wants to talk to his dad right now. He's going through depression. He's like, I'm like,
Yeah.
look, you're not understanding. You're only seeing what he's telling you, and you're outside the house. I'm telling you as a mother, I'm worried. No, he's not getting his electronics back because I don't want him to do dumb shit in the how can I say, in the moment of, oh, I wish I could talk to my dad. I don't have nobody else to talk to. My mom is a woman. My mom doesn't understand. Got Godfather, but I don't feel comfortable right now with Godfather. This is a conversation I really want to have. He's autistic, so in his head, he wanted his dad right there and then. Like I'm telling him, like, I can't keep having these type of outrages. I need help. So I'm like, why is it that I'm asking for help? And it's like you're sitting it and making it look like I don't want to help my son. Which one is it? We scream and we ask for help from the top of our lungs as mothers, and y'all sit us and y'all, what is it? Y'all stab us in the back, y'all bash us down. Like, you're telling my son I don't want him in there, that I don't care? When I'm telling you I need him to go into some type of help voluntarily. Because by law, me calling the cops and him walking away, they're not going to do shit.
No, but so possibly
No.
call.
It's not going to work because, listen, because of the way the HIPAA is, I did it before. I've called the ambulance and stuff like that. I don't want no officers because I feel as though if my son, mobs off with an officer or something like that, they will. Like, I've seen some shit. So I know that my son will react. He has an authority problem. So he's not going to react right to the officers.
So
at
he's
the end of the
basically
day,
emotionally impaired.
he has yes. When he gets angry, it's not easy to control him. It's not really, like I tell people, I can control him, but it takes a lot. After he lost his father, his anger issues went through the roof. And it's like nobody can sit here and get through his head. He's like, oh, wait, you should listen to this person. No, they're not my father. Or if they'll sit here and mention his dad, he loses it. So like I told them, I'm like, all the services that my son had, y'all took away. And ever since y'all took them services away from my son, I've had a difficult time with my son. Because the services did help. He had a wraparound service, mobile therapist, he had everything. They just took that shit up because of the new law they put in, and their new HIPAA law they put in.
So he doesn't have a particular uncle, grandfather, or
When
anybody.
the shit started getting rough and all that started happening, what I did was I called in his aunt, the one, because his uncle's in her husband's in the Navy. He for some reason he respects him. I don't know what it is that when he talks to him, my son is like this. So since I know he's the only one that my son really respects and won't talk back to, I called them. The only way he could help me was I had to sign the papers over. So this was our agreement. I give him custody of my child. They go to Virginia. They give him everything. He's doing good now. He's working. He's in between, going from his friend's house to his uncle's and doing what he's got to do. He's not on an SSI check. So it's kind of like I'm glad he's doing better. It's like the atmosphere from over there and over here is different.
Yeah, everything's something similar, but depending upon what state and what city it is, how things are. Like, I'm originally from Lansing, Michigan, and things a little bit different over there than it is over here in the state of Nevada, Las Vegas. So, what's the status of your child now?
Oh, he's doing good. He's doing better over there. Like I said, he's working. He's not dependent on an SSI check. If he needs, services, he'll ask for them now. He's more comfortable. It's more the atmosphere. I mean, he's in Virginia now, Virginia Beach, something like that. That's where his aunt and uncle are living at. And before he needed wraparound services, now he don't. So it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like how they tell you when you have an addiction, and because I've been in therapy with people that have addictions. They say people, places, and things. So I feel like it doesn't apply to them only. I feel like it applies to all of us. People, places, and things would make us, I don't know, I guess get out of character. Sometimes we just have to leave certain places, certain people, certain things behind.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
So
I
it's
mean,
kind of surprising.
we would definitely get along. He likes anime. I like anime too. Yeah, you gotta go with what people are. If I'm related, if my relation is to his relation, then we would get along just fine. The attention span with everything else. I mean, you really have to like slowly but surely have him have interest in other things, because of course, if he does something and he picks up on it within 10 minutes, of course he's going to get bored with it. Understandable, but just being there for him is enough. Somebody has to be there for that child. Somebody has to be there for their children, period. And it goes back to what I had stated even on my live stream. Who do you feel comfortable voting for? Who do you feel comfortable voting for in this year's election? Do you feel comfortable voting for Trump? Do you feel comfortable voting for Kamala Harris? Look at their situations. Their situations are somewhat similar.
I feel like they both got ups and downs. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like they both got ups and downs. But more Kamala, I don't know. I wouldn't vote for her. It's something like, I don't know. Looking back into her history, I feel as though like she has a thing against men. It's like she's one of those feminists that would sit here and lock up every man and just not give a fuck. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. Like, I've seen it. She has a record.
Certain men that she doesn't like, certain ones that she doesn't like. I don't know. All I know is her ability to send innocent people to prison for a very long time. That's not
crazy.
far. That is crazy. But Donald Trump, He's no slouch either.
I mean, I'm seeing a
Slides.
lot. I mean, I don't got nothing against him, but I mean, it's something. It's something there. I'm gonna follow my gut because in reality, everybody got something to say about Donald Trump. And I mean, I was shocked when I found out he was becoming president because I'm like, wait, he's a businessman slash celebrity. When I really started learning a lot about Trump, it wasn't me learning a lot. I remember him in shows and movies. I mean, like,
Thank
I mean, I know I'm not tripping, so it's kind of hard to like, wait, he wasn't even a senator or a mayor or a governor or a DA or none of that. And I thought that to become a president, you had to be one of the above.
when he got popped, and he got popped. He didn't get hit. He got popped. Did you actually believe that it was an attempt on his life like this? I mean,
I was stuck in so many places because it's like, was it an attempt or was it a setup? Could have, been something fake. You see where I'm coming from? Because my mind was everywhere. I'm like, I do know Donald Trump is known for exposing a lot of shit. I know he's a businessman. I know he's got beef with a lot of people. So it's kind of like my head went everywhere. I'm like, I don't know what to believe. I was stuck.
why do you think when he was when he was in office that I think his last couple of months he started exposing.
He started what?
He started exposing stuff, and a
That's
lot of
what's got
people.
me curious. But wasn't he exposing before that?
Uh, yes, of course, it's his,
Okay.
but it's his bottom line. You see, he can expose 2020. He can expose Project 2025 because it's going to affect not only America, but it's going to expose his bottom line because he makes money. That's all he knows how to do is make money.
He's a businessman. That's why I keep telling people. I'm like, I know he's a businessman. I mean, I don't know if that's why they got him up there or what, but he's good to make business with. He's a businessman. I'm like, we know he's like, that's all I've known him. I grew up knowing about him and his businesses, what he failed in, what he, prospered in, and then I'm saying him like, I remember the man on Home Alone. Then after that, I remember he started his own series. You're fired. Then that John went straight into the WWE. He shaved Vince McMahon's head bald. I'm like, I'm never forgetting that because Vince McMahon looked funny as hell. Even though it was play, it was all, but I mean, people understand where I'm coming from. And I was a teenager when all that happened, but and it was entertaining to me. But I was shocked and I'm like, wait, years later, now he's president? I'm like, you got to realize a couple years before that, this man was a part of the WWE and a part of a TV series. So it's kind of like, is this a play? When I first heard him becoming president, I'm like, this is a play, right? What? He became president for real. So it's kind of like, oh shit, you don't know what to believe. I know the world is an illusion, is a stage. So it's kind of like,
why do you think we fight so hard to stay out of the matrix?
that's the facts. But see,
but you got people like Steve Harvey is staying in the matrix. We got people like I don't take these cats serious. I really don't take these cats serious. I don't take Steve Harvey serious. And I don't take Ricky Smiley serious. I don't take D.L. Hughley serious. I don't think if there's only one person that I know, if he were still alive to this very day, he would expose. He's been exposing America, and he's a comedian. George Carlin.
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to look him up. You say comedian?
Yeah, comedian, a white guy. He exposed America for who America truly is back then. He died years ago at age 77.
Okay.
But this guy is amazing. He really knew his stuff, and I was like, what is going on? Is this supposed to make me laugh? Is this supposed to make me think? And it got me doing both. Right. And now I look back at it now, and it's like this is chess. This ain't checkers. You
That's a
really
fact.
you really gotta look at the world for what it really looks like. And that's why I say you don't have to put these people in. You don't have to vote for them. You can hold your vote for what it is. And people say if you hold your vote, the analytics picks up on it and blah 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 blah. And like the electoral college has already picked your president. So relax. So relax. So relax. Unless you're willing to sacrifice a little bit of money and a little bit of your time, a little bit of your attention with picking your own president. I'll leave it there. All this stuff is
That's why I kept saying earlier. I'm like, listen, man, I'm not gonna vote because I really like our vote really doesn't matter. It's like I sit here and I think, and I'm just listening to the how can I say the conversations between the old heads back then when I used to ask questions and they used to just say, like I just told you, the room was divided. Some would sit here and say, "What's the point of voting?" While others would say, "Go ahead, you gotta vote because you could save, you could save a life, you could save America." So it's like damn. And now I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm seeing it for myself. And then if nobody even peeped it, what really made me open my eyes, I've said it time after time on a lot of my lives, was the election between Hillary Clinton and Trump. When Trump won, how I was sitting here, I was like, wait a minute, Hillary was on top of Trump, but somehow, some way, Trump won. That made me start doing research. I'm like, it can't be because she was on top on a
because of the
lot of
popular vote.
yeah, but by the popular vote. So when they said Trump, I was like, wait, I know y'all didn't sit here and y'all got me going crazy. I saw that John in the news. I'm like, Fox, CNN. I was looking, I went through all the channels. I had one on the laptop, one on the TV. I'm like, this is not possible. Because I voted for Hillary. I was saying, I was like, the first time I sat here and I really voted, and I'm like, how did Trump win? Because at that moment, I was like, a woman president. I was a little young. Don't judge a shorty. I'm still young. I'm still young. I just turned 35. Like I tell people, I was in my 20s when Hillary was running for president.
I was going to vote for Ross Perot until I found out he was prejudiced. I was going to vote for Jim Crowley until it didn't even matter because I seen the differences in the polls and the percentages. And then I looked and George Bush Jr. became president. I was like, oh, shoot. And
But like I was telling people earlier, I was like, do y'all not notice? I was like, listen, man, and I showed it. Like, listen, it's not just Trump and Kamala running. I was like, they got what's his name? Um shit, how I just they got Kennedy. They got John F. Kennedy's son running for president, Robert Jr. Kennedy. And then they got this guy, Dr. I just had them all. Dr. Cornel West and Jill Stein. Those are the other three parties. So I was saying, I'm like, why don't they promote them? I was like, it's always either Kamala or Trump. I was like, if it was that deep, right, and people wanted more options, why don't y'all look? I mean, I hear everybody say, oh, we need a black president. I'm like, well, Dr. Cornel West is black. And he's a historian and a black activist.
And an
So
actor.
Yeah, I know what?
An actor.
An actor? Oh
Yes,
shit! I
he
gotta
was
look
in the
more into it.
Matrix. He was in the Matrix. Yes.
Oh
He was
shit!
in the
What part?
second and third Matrix.
Oh
That's
shit!
that's what I told you. I told you in the chat. Aren't you tired of these actors and actresses?
Oh shit! I didn't peep that. I didn't notice it was about that.
He
Yo,
was
see,
the
listen.
council. He was part of the council.
Yo, he's gonna have me looking for real.
Yeah, he was the whole part of the council.
But the
And
bull is really there. That's why I'm like, yo, I didn't even know that. I don't even know who Jill Stein is. And I'm just researching Dr. Cornel West because I learned about him last year. And that's because who was it talking about them? I think they spoke about him on one of the community meetings when they was talking about all the the people that was all starting to run for the elections and all this stuff. And I'm saying, I'm hearing the names. I'm like, who's these people y'all talking about? They was like, it's more than 2 presidents. I was like, for real? They're like, when you go vote, do y'all not? I'm like, I only voted once. So it's like, don't tell me
Well,
you're not
they
gonna
have
vote.
they have the top candidates already. They have, of course, your top 2 candidates, and they have another name, or you're not voting for anybody. It's just, I'm just not voting for anything.
Yeah, that's
Again,
what I said.
you don't
I
have
ain't
to,
voting.
you don't have to do it.
I
It's
haven't been
like,
voting, like not for the presidential election now. Local, yes. Senator Boyle is another person I'm gonna come and I'm gonna vote for again because when it comes to the schools, I see he trying to do his thing. So hopefully, unless they got somebody better than him, I'll stick to him. I've spoke to his people, been around them, so I know what he's fighting for. But all the
I
other
just want
people,
to see Kamala win
he said, I
for
want to see Kamala win.
one reason, and one reason only.
I'm
If
listening.
she wins, I want to see the faces on all the red pill communities
Oh
and
shit.
all the manosphere communities.
Do you think she's gonna win? I feel like she's gonna win by a landscape.
I don't think she's gonna win.
You think Trump
I
gonna
mean,
win?
I hope not, but brothers want to get paid. Let's just put it that way. Brothers want to get paid, and they think they're gonna get it. They think they're gonna get a check out of this. And it's like, let's put this dude in office. Plus, he's gonna write off something. I had it in my notes, but he's gonna do a lot of things, and he's gonna shut down a lot of things, and most and foremost, don't want to offend anybody in the room, but he's gonna do what he did the last time, and try to push the immigrants out, which is gonna be quite hard to do, sir. Gonna be quite hard to do.
I mean, a lot of these immigrants is mostly gang members that got crossed through the border, so it's kind of like.
Yeah, did you hear the thing in Denver?
No, I gotta research that.
It was some not hotel, apartment building that basically got raided by the gangs. And it was the gangs that were from the gangs that were from Venezuela.
TikTok is going right now. People is going crazy talking about stuff like that. So okay, so I am familiar, but no, I haven't gone into
Prisoners from Venezuela. Mm-hmm.
Damn. So I'm gonna really pay attention because I know TikTok. All the when they go live, a lot of people talking about the Venezuelan gang members, about the immigrants. So I'm like, it's a lot. I've seen it, but I haven't. That's why it's like it's familiar. What you're saying is familiar, but I'm listening.
And some lady from TikTok was furious. It's like, who's gonna protect us? Who's gonna protect us? Females, who's gonna protect us? It's like, call your police department, call your land and security, call all them. So it's like, ugh. That's why we strapped.
Cause it's crazy. Like when I was listening, I think one chick got her TikTok channel banned on TikTok because she was uploading she was warning. I think she was part of the army or some shit like that. And she was just talking about it, and she's like, I want y'all to know that the immigrants that they're crossing through the border, they're not just regular immigrants. They're not those that fight, to get their green card and come here legally. Those are nothing but gang members. So you better prepare. They're gonna start fights, they're gonna start wars in your communities. I'm sitting here like the first time I heard it, I wanted to do a live on it, but when I went back to her channel, it was clapped. I was like, damn.
And you wonder why TikTok is about to get canned itself and all that app, and plus YouTube.
They
I
don't
can't wait.
usually ban you, but it seems like I think something happened with this lawsuit that was happening. I don't know if they sold parts of it or what happened, but I know the guidelines changed recently on TikTok. So you can't. It's kind of like YouTube a little bit. You got
I
that.
don't have TikTok, so I wouldn't know.
Before you was able to talk and say a lot of shit on TikTok. before the whole lawsuit with the United States and the CEO of TikTok happened. But now I don't know what happened. That is nobody speaking on it no more. It's like everything faded away. They're not speaking on the lawsuit. They just left it on what was said left. That he was going to keep fighting. But I'm like, did you sell it? Did you sell parts of it? Do you still own it? Because the guidelines completely changed. Now we're YouTube a little bit on TikTok. So it's
I wonder
like,
why everybody's going to Rumble.
yeah,
I'm not going to no Rumble. Once all this clicks off, I'm done. Y'all keep going. I'm so used to AOL. I am so used to AOL, Black Planet, MySpace, and now this. It's like your freedom, your First Amendment rights don't mean anything anymore.
Nope.
It doesn't. But everybody's caping for their Second Amendment rights. All these white folks went on a frenzy. It's like, you're not taking our Second Amendment rights. How dare you? Like,
no, man. People worry about the wrong shit. And like I tell people, I know people get mad at me when I say it. Look, listen, I'm not worried about being nobody's puppet or, how can I say it, seeing if I could have a master pull my strings. Right now, my focus is, like I said before, I'm the voice for the kids. I'm not scared to speak up. I've already been threatened before. Like, that shit don't faze me. It's just simple threats at the end of the day. What am I going to be scared of? I won the lawsuit. My whole thing is, if you speak up and you demand, you get what you ask for. I didn't get fully what I wanted. I mean, my son shouldn't be adjudicated. For those of people that don't know what an adjudication is, kind of like being on house arrest. Not house arrest, probation. Let me rephrase that because I said it wrong. It's kind of like being on probation. Any little fight my son gets into, it doesn't matter where he's at. They look his background up, he can get locked back up. And I'm sitting here like, for what? All over because he decided to defend himself, stand up against a bully and the dumb teacher. Because not all teachers are bad. Look, listen. In the beginning, when that happened, I was mad at all teachers. I really was. I'm sitting here like, yo, I was cursing them all out. But then it's like I had to really sit here, think, analyze, and realize a lot of shit. Not all teachers is bad. Think about the teachers you had when you was young, Ray. Then I sat down, it's like, damn, what changed along the line? Like, what's up with these teachers? And now that I'm looking at it, I was like, half these teachers is young as shit coming into these schools. But the teacher that did what she did to my son was like in her 50s, almost in her 60s.
Old school.
Yeah, so that kind of surprised me. I was like, really? First time ever I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, never, ever, ever, like, have I ever, like, thought that I would sit here and curse a teacher out that was that old? But yeah, that one did it. Out of all the teachers, like, you really put your hands on my child, and I can't put hands back on you right now.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be doing that because it presents a problem. It used to be you could whoop kids, but then that became an issue. And then now it's like you try to put them in ISS and they ended up fighting you for it. They're gonna end up skipping class anyway. Trust me, I used to skip class until I found out, oh, if you don't graduate in June, you're gonna be graduating in August. I can't have my mom figure that out. So I had to do some in-school work. I had to sacrifice my lunches and everything because I'm not gonna graduate in August. I'm gonna graduate in June.
Oh shit.
So what I would suggest to the school districts is that first we have to figure out how we're going to get everybody interested, everybody involved again. This is like if the parents have issues, they can come in on like a Saturday or something and get
they do that. They got meetings and stuff like that, but parents
they have meetings.
Parents don't
So
go.
what's wrong with everybody else?
It's like tomorrow, like my daughter is in a public school right now, right? Until I get everything situated. Because I recently got into an accident. I'm going to physical therapy. So I can't focus. You homeschool. I got my oldest in homeschool because of the I have 3 kids in total. One's in Virginia. You know, he's the one that had the incident in the school. Then I got my middle child. He's homeschooled, right? But he's older. He don't need me there while the teacher is educating him or nothing. When they start off, when they're in first, second, and third grade, right? They need that. They need the parent there with them to help them with the work, the whatever they need. Basically, I'm like, I'm the coach. I'm their coach, basically. But since my son is older, he's able to, you know, he knows how to pull out the books from the shelf. He knows what book to get to, what page to get into, what to do. So I don't got to be on his top. I'm able to move around a little bit more, leave, you know, God dad with him, God mom with him. You know, he could stay with other people. My daughter, you have to focus. So she's in public school for right now until I deal with myself, get myself together, and I'm a little better. And I'm gonna put her right. I'm gonna do the same thing with her. Like I tell people, I'm not with the public schools. I don't like it. Like right now, the school meetings, one of the biggest things that I'm arguing with, and one of the things that I'm gonna bring back up since school started again, the binary bathroom. I don't agree with it. My daughter came back to me more than a couple times last year. They have it in the cafeteria, right? Over there, the cafeteria has a binary bathroom. Now, upstairs, where they got the classrooms at, the bathrooms are divided, one for the boys, one for the girls. Why in the world is the cafeteria is a binary bathroom for both girls and boys? My daughter, twice, like, was it like 3 to 4 times almost towards the end of the school year? Almost. Mom, I saw this little boy peeing in the you know, on a wall toilet. I'm like, in a urinal, whatever you call them thingies. She's like, yeah. I was like, how did you see him peeing? She's like, because they let the boys and the girls go in the bathroom, and the bathroom in the cafeteria is for boys and girls. I was like, it's that
So they
non-binary
have that.
bullshit. Yes, they do have it here in Philadelphia. That shit get on my nerves. I'm like, when she told me this shit, I've been fighting. And I was like, you know what? If it wasn't that her dad was working all day and I wouldn't be in and out of appointments, she'd be homeschooled just like her brother right now. But it just so happens that I have to start her off in the goddamn public school. Because if you leave it to me, I would do a private school, but I don't have $1,500 a month to pay a private school.
I hear you. I do hear you. And
So that's the bad part about it.
I would not be surprised if Halloween comes up and boys are dressing like Barbies and stuff like that. I would not be shocked because this is really some goofy shit. I mean, let me tell you, I respect the gays from back then because back then they wouldn't count out of stuff like this. They just wouldn't.
Listen, man, I don't care about what is your sex preference. I don't give a fuck about your sex preference. What you do behind closed doors is not my business. But what y'all putting in our kids' heads, that's my business. Because now you're trying to teach my child something that I feel as though is not correct. And it's not about religion because I don't have a religion. I don't believe in the Bible, but I believe in God. You see where I'm coming from? Like with me, it's not about religion.
It's love. It's all love. We have to show love with everyone. Let's hold hands and sing and put it on the rainbow. I was like, okay, you stole the rainbow. You stole the rainbow ideology from Fred Hampton. Then you started adding on to which you basically stole a whole alphabet. It's all an agenda. It's all an agenda, and I wish a lot of people, including certain white people, will start waking up to that stuff.
It's a fact. But you know what? I think some people are woke, right? And that's why I tell people, right? I don't do these I don't do these podcasts, you know, for everybody because I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. But I'm not going to stop speaking on certain, you know, topics or certain, you know, situations for the simple fact that I'm not talking for the adults. I'm speaking so that the kids could be aware of certain things. And yes, they do listen. For those that be like, oh, they don't listen. Da, 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 da. A lot of these kids listen. And I wish that y'all would open your eyes up and see that the paths they choose is because they see that we chose these paths and they think some of them, not all of them, Some of them think that they're stuck doing the same thing that we're doing because y'all not showing them otherwise. I don't know. I mean, I don't want it to go over people's heads, and I'm hoping that a lot of you understand where I'm coming from. But my son's got friends out there on these streets. So does my daughter. And I listen to these kids talk, right? And the only thing that I could sit here and do is just give them some good advice, some proper advice. You see where I'm coming from? Because that's all I could do. I can't sit here, get in their business. I can't sit here, tell them what to do. But I could just put an example. Like, listen, this was told to me when I was younger. I used to do this. Put some examples, but they're not my kids. I can't treat them the way I treat my kids. My kids would sit here and listen. My kids would, grasp it sometimes, because sometimes they hard headed and they have to bump their heads too. But I don't know if you get my point. Like, we was them at one point. We was them.
I believe in the ass kicking method. Yes, I do believe in that wholeheartedly, in the ass kicking method.
I used to pop my son, but I don't pop my son no more. It's like, listen, what's the point of popping a child that doesn't need to be popped? He sometimes he's bad. But what I'm trying to say is that it's now like, all right, I take something from him and he listens. So it's kind of like I don't have to hit him. Like at one point I used to pop him. Like, little boy, what did you do? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, all right. But now it's like I believe that at certain point it gets to like you hitting them or you whooping them or something. It's like they get used to it. I was a
What's
kid
the
at one
guy?
point.
What's the guy's name from Good Times? James Evans.
Uh-huh.
I truly believe, and I think that everybody should participate in this as well, if you have children, on the James Evans method. I'm going to promote.
Hold on one second. I apologize. I had to get my daughter something to drink. I'm listening. I do apologize for that.
I believe that everybody should adapt the James Evans method.
I'm listening.
And we should particularly go back to ass whoopings. Definitely go back to ass whooping. Because I refuse to have a soft society.
You ain't lying. Some of these kids need some good ass whoopings. The ones that talk back, the ones that are disrespectful, yeah, they need to be bumped back. But you know that in Philadelphia, a lot of the parents are scared because of the law that have been put in. You know that the HIPAA law also has a big part. Now you scream at your child, they go tell somebody, DHS in your life. Just for screaming, just for putting the belt on your child, popping your child. They see you in public doing it, it's DHS, it's cops. It's like, what the hell? It's like they trying to take the parents' rights away. And I've been saying it. I was like, yo, it's like the target. The target is our kids. I've been noticing it. I've been down that rabbit hole. And people like, I don't got, listen, man, I know y'all don't want to hear it. But since y'all don't want to prepare the kids, let me prepare my child and whoever else wants to listen. And I'm not trying to change nobody's minds. I'm just bringing awareness. What you do with what I bring on here is up to you. Whatever news article, whatever, clip that I bring on here to let you know, look, this is what's happening right now. Like, open up your eyes. Look, whatever happens after that, after I put it on here, you got to do your own research. Like I tell people, don't go by what I'm saying. What I'm just doing is telling you what's happening. If you don't want to believe me, go do your research. I'm not trying to change your mind or change who you are. I'm just letting you know what the hell is actually happening. What the fuck?
I want police to come to my doorstep. Please come to my doorstep.
You sound like Baby Pop show. He's like, we got rights. That's why I be telling people, y'all better learn y'all laws and rights. That's why I fight hard as shit for these kids.
But I don't have to worry about none of that. I'm just my kids are fine. Let's just worry about other people's children. But I mean,
You know what's
I
crazy,
seen
right?
I seen it too. I seen it too. Right? How certain individuals, not all, but certain individuals, how they treat their children, especially in grocery stores, how they chain their kids to the
Are you
backpacks.
seeing that? I hate it.
Yeah, I hate that too. And when
They
you
started
said
that when I
about
was
the other
little. You
thing,
know that, right?
yeah, yeah,
They started
yeah,
that when I
yeah.
was little. I think it has something to do with therapy. A
Therapy.
lot of therapists used to say, you know, put the little thing, keep your child so it don't get lost. I used to hear that shit because I had a therapist recommend that to my mom. She, you know, my brother was schizophrenic. My brother used to bounce off the wall sometimes, right? And she recommended that shit. And I remember my mom cursed her out and requested another therapist. As I was like, yo, that came out when I was little. The little leashes to you know, to control your kids allegedly. That's what I call it. Like if they fucking dogs or cats, yeah. I remember that shit when I was, and I used to see a lot of kids, little as shit in the streets with the moms and dads. I'm like, but then that faded away. It was a while where that faded away. And now that I'm older, I'm starting to see it again. I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, why is this happening, nigga? I'm like, it's like deja vu, but in 2024. I'm saying like before they used to have it for the kids that, you know, hyperactive, that used to run away from the kids. I mean from the parents. Now it's like every little kid is leached up like animals, like if they belong in the zoo. I know what
That's
you're
the,
talking about.
that's
Cause
literally the problem with society today. But I can only worry about me right now. And you know what? I used to say here in Las Vegas, I used to think that, I used to tell my wife all the time. I said, look, we just need to give these schools a chance. Now that I've heard a whole
leashes
bunch of stories, and she had played clips of these teachers, how they had violated these students, and the first thing that they do is that they get suspended, but they don't fire them. They just send them into a certain location, and they just stay there until they're called, right? Until they're called to a different school or whatever. They don't fire them. They literally protect them. Literally.
teachers got protection. And then what I tell people is a lot of people didn't know this when I spoke about it the first time. I was like, how y'all don't know about the teachers union? I had a lot of people be Rachel, be careful. The teachers union. I don't care. They could send threats, they could say whatever. I don't care. I'm not losing my child. When that lawyer said sign these paper, give no, listen, man, I was willing to give everything up. I was willing to stay broke. I'm not rich like I tell people. I'm a freaking health aide. I make good money, but I'm not rich. All that goes towards my bills, my kids, food. Like, let's make it make sense.
Yeah, food is and
I live
everything is
check
high
by
right now.
check. Like, it's not that I'm rich. I know how to manage my money, and their needs
Yeah.
comes before what I want. And I stopped. Listen, man, I was never a partier, but my thing is like I still got friends that got kids that every weekend they gotta drink, they gotta party, they gotta get high. And I'm saying, like, that's why you're broke and you're sitting here borrowing and owing this one and that one because you want to party on the fucking weekends. Now your check is gone.
Yeah.
And I be telling people is how you manage your money. You mad at me because I'm not complaining? I got what the fuck I need. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. I don't need nothing more than what I got. And I'm prepared ahead of time. So at the end of the day, hey, look, listen, man, get mad at me all you want. But I'm already at that phase where I'm tired of giving, right? Before I help myself.
You gotta help yourself. You have to.
Like I said, it
Yeah,
like
but
what taught me was when I had to bury my brother. Like I'm sitting here, I was like, all right, I'm making all this money. Let me keep helping my brother until he took his, you know, you could basically say he took his life. He got catfished into California. He was schizophrenic. He didn't want to get no help. He, you know, the girl that he liked that he was chasing, she was stealing his money. That's why I said I was trying to get him help, but it took for a judge to do it because he was already above age. He was over 21. So if we didn't get the judge to get him help, there was no way that they would put him in a mental, establishment where he could get mental health. So the only way that he could do it without him leaving voluntarily was through a judge, so he can get the proper, support, resources, everything he needed. By the time we found out where he was at, he got catfished into California. He had no identification on him, no wallet, no nothing. Um, and he's not here with us today. Um,
My condolences.
yeah, like the depression that he had, along with the addiction and the schizophrenia, he took his life in front of a train. Like that was the hardest thing to hear. To have an officer sit here and describe a videotape to me through a phone, like my whole soul came out my body. Like I'm sitting here, I'm picturing everything this officer's telling me through the phone. Like wow, like I'm just like damn, like he's like we had a hard
Do you
time
have
trying to
other
find you because we had to they couldn't identify him. He had nothing on him to identify him. Like they couldn't do the fingerprints because my brother had to get put together. So when they
do
finally
you
was
have other
able.
do you have other siblings?
Yeah, I got other siblings. It's a total of us 5, and he's the one that passed away, the one with schizophrenia.
Okay.
So, he needed my mom. Like I tell people, my mom passed away 3 years before he passed away, and he needed her. She was his main support, his backbone, everything. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, a lot of people with mental health have that one person that could calm them down. My mom was the only one. And without her, he just lost it. So it's kind of like, and I tell people like this, you hear me speak on mental health a lot because of that. Like we think we can't do things, and it's because we don't know. And we have to learn. By the time I figured out what type of help my brother needed, it wasn't late because of me. It was late because my mom never told me what it was that he really needed. It was always him and her. Even though me and him grew up together and we was tight, we had our ups and downs. She knew exactly what he needed, and it was too late by the time I came in. And I walked into the picture to take over everything. Like it's hard. Like I don't know how to explain it or put it into words, but I had my own family. I got pregnant at 16. I wasn't in my mom's household, all the time, every day. I was taking care of my own family. I was there when my mom needed. Call, I'm here. So it's kind of hard to, explain and put it together. It's not that, I didn't care, I didn't give a fuck. It was hard to handle 2 families
I get it.
at a young age. Like, okay, I'm the breadwinner, I'm the bread maker, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, I understand where a lot of people come from. A lot of us start from zero. This is why I fight hard. Like,
Yep.
I keep
So
hearing a
I
lot of these moms talk about, oh, they ain't my child, so I don't give a fuck what happens. Listen, my child out here walking with your child on these trenches. So when something happens to your child, there's a possibility that it could happen to my child because they both together. So if I don't give a fuck about about your child, I'm not giving a fuck about mine's. Let's make it make sense.
period. 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 Well, hey, keep your head up, sister girl. Keep your head up. Keep striving. You got a good channel. It's gonna rise eventually. And a lot of people mostly don't give a fuck, about politics and shit like that. Other than when it serves their purpose, they start caring. When it serves their purpose, but
Facts.
you got a good you're gonna rise. You're gonna rise, and you're gonna rise. I mean, it's gonna get worse before it gets better all around over here. With AI taking over and you not
Shit.
getting any overtime. You're not getting any overtime. Social Security is going to be taken.
Oh,
This
I keep saying it. They're not preparing us, but a lot of us already knew, putting 2 and 2 together and listening. Yeah, I'm right. I'm saying it right. That there's another pandemic coming. I'm listening carefully, especially in these meetings, and I'm saying, I'm like, y'all not noticing it? I'm like, how many of y'all know that the monkeypox is roaming around? Like it's the same thing when COVID came out the first time. All these other diseases were floating around and nobody knew nothing but COVID. So I'm saying, like, y'all hearing them talking about, oh, people are getting hospitalized because of COVID. Da, da, da. I'm like, y'all do know businesses were open, but only, like, for example, welfare, right? Social Security. When you go into them places, you need to deal with your insurance and all that. You got to go to the health part, to the welfare and all that, right? 5 employees in there, and you're in there all day, and sometimes you're not even called. People mad, arguing with the staff, security guards. Sometimes got to kick people out because people getting
I was
impatient.
just in there 2 days ago. I was
So
just there 2 days ago.
and I'm sitting here, I was like, this shit is crazy. I was there because, like I tell people, man, look, I had the accident in October. I had to deal with the unemployment. So I'm dealing with all this shit in my insurance, plus a whole lawsuit towards the car, the people with the whole accident that I got into. So it's kind of like, I was in that, John, and I'm saying, I'm like,
People with the PPP loans. It's
these motherfuckers
like, listen,
ripping
I
off the
can
welfare.
understand it if you were spending it on food and everything else, and I can understand all that. And rightfully, you had to pay the money back. But when you're spending it on
They don't get
10,
it.
20 cars and stuff, you don't think those people were actually gonna get that money back? Please. I have
There's
to
people
fight
go to jail
9
right now.
fights.
Like, you know how many people
Huh?
I've seen get locked up because boo, 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 boo. And we think it is over some crazy shit. Oh no, it's that PP load. I'm saying like, oh, you fucked up. Like they can't find your IP address. They waited. They know what they doing. They sneaking up on y'all.
Now
Y'all
they
gonna
had
serve.
grants that you can actually go on to
No, I know
and
they have.
file for it. Yeah. If you didn't have a job or you were independent and your job closed down, they had grants for you, and you don't have to even pay the money back.
Because they
But
gave
no,
me that.
you wanted to
Listen,
go the high route.
I was working as a health aide and I was working for the stadium when we went into the pandemic in 2019. Right. So when I didn't quit, they just told us we wasn't going back to work, both places. The health aide, they wanted me to get the shot. I didn't want to take the shot when I saw, the I was already learning about the shots before they even came out because I was doing my podcasting already. I started on Facebook with my podcasting. So we was already talking about the pandemic. We was talking about all that stuff. So I already knew about the shot. I said no, I didn't want to do it. So she's like, you only got two options. She's like, either you take the shot or you can't work with us no more. Well, I told them, I was like, I already know what the effects of the shot is. I have a heart condition, which is no lie. So y'all gonna have to cancel me out. I have my rights. There's a risk to that, and it involves my heart condition. What I have is called Kawasaki. There's a chance of my Kawasaki coming back. And I know that what y'all got in there is linked to the Kawasaki. And it so happened that a year later, all these kids was going to the hospital with the Kawasaki disease. I was like, there's no fucking way in hell I'm going through that shit again. The same doctor that saved my life at the age of 11 is the same doctor that surfaced on the news a year later after I sat here and I said I didn't want that needle. Like, I'm like, fuck it, I won't work no more. So I quit. And I didn't work for them 3 years. The whole COVID situation was happening. I started my business. I started selling t-shirts. I bought printers. That's what I did because I had all my income tax money for all them years I was working. I was saving my money up. Then my brother came, he had his issues. I'm thinking, all right, I'm balling. I don't think my money's gonna go anywhere. Bullshit. First time I learned a hard lesson. Like, yeah, bitch, yeah, you could have whatever, how many bank accounts you have, but when it comes to family and restarting over again, that shit goes away. I'm like, yeah, you can have it all. That
Yeah,
shit goes away
you
in a
should have
matter of
just put
seconds.
something away for yourself. Just put stats on.
I was young. I'm in my 20s now. So you gotta realize I'm thinking I'm the no car, but I'm thinking I'm the shit. That's why I laugh now that I'm older. Like, you gotta laugh at some of the dumb shit you do. Like, I'm not gonna say, like, I tell people I've had it. What y'all complaining about, I had it. Money comes and goes. That's why when they be like, fuck that shit. That shit don't phase me. I'll rip a whole $100 bill in your fucking face and keep it walking. I'll tell somebody,
You invest.
shit, wipe your ass with this shit. Cause you can make that shit back the next day.
Mm-hmm. Do you invest much?
Huh?
Do you invest much? Like,
I started investing on Bitcoins and I started investing in stocks. So I don't really invest.
does that work for you?
Huh?
Does
The
that work for
stocks
you?
work. I do more of my like I put more money into which is called, it has to do with the gambling. You know, that stock that has to do with the casinos, the horse racing, the games and all that shit. It's a name
Okay.
for it. I forgot what it's called.
That's
I do
very
good off of it because it goes up. You can make some money, leave money in there, and keep making. So I don't do bad on that one compared to every other stock. I mean, I like that one out of all the ones. For some reason, it goes up. You make your little money right there, pull it out, save it, do whatever you want before it goes down. But no matter what I do, whatever I leave there, it always doubles or it always triples. So I don't mind that one. My bitcoins, I don't get it. That shit is like, I don't know. I'm still stuck at $2 on bitcoins because at one point it was doing good, then at one point it doesn't. And it's like I'm putting more than what I'm getting, so I
Well,
stopped.
it started because you start off at a rate base, and then it rolls up higher than it's ever been. But here's the thing: I have no problem with people doing Bitcoin. I have no problem with that at all. Make your money however you can, but when the lights go out and you can't use your wallet, what are you going to use? So if I can't hold something physically in my hand and sell it to you, it's worthless to me, because all of these are remote. All of these are AI, a little bit more control. Like you stick it in your, you can stick it in your Apple. You can stick it in your Apple. You can stick it in your laptop. You can stick it in your PC, and you can control your coins from there. But what I encourage people to do is do gold and silver, gold, silver, and bronze, because when the time comes, you can actually sell your silver for what it's worth. You can actually sell your gold for what it's worth if you say no.
Somebody was telling me about the bonds, and
Bond too.
I've been doing my research. I'm trying to figure out like, how do people come across the bonds though? Like I've been doing research, but I'm like, I hear everybody talk about it, but I'm like, how you come across it? That's the one explanation no one's like, the one question no one's answered. I'm like, okay, I get it. I know. Okay, I get the benefits, the cons, the pros. Now, can y'all tell me how I get a bond?
I'm sure you have life insurance.
Life insurance? Yes.
Okay. Start putting your money in life insurance.
That I do. I have it.
Yeah, because you got these particular banks. Wells Fargo was my biggest mistake that I ever made in my entire life. But I was sick of the Chases. I was sick of the Bank of Americas, but I had to put my money somewhere. But little did I know early on, but after I had put my money in Wells Fargo, is that Wells Fargo is one of the most craziest racist banks you can even put your money into. I did not know that.
Yep, I learned at 21 about Wells Fargo.
So there are many ways to make your money, many ways to make it paper, make it chip, make it stash stuff. So Google shit, but don't Google stuff all the time, because Google is controlled by companies and elitists. So just be careful. Be careful what you Google, and be careful what you Bing, be careful what you Wikipedia. Just be careful with that. Learn from one of the greatest ever, Brother Rizza Islam. If you haven't read his book, The Message to the Millennials, you can get a whole bunch of information.
Wait, what's his name?
Brother Rizza Islam.
Oh, really? I've heard about him.
Yeah, you can learn a lot about it, but I again, research is fatal, because we're coming in the age of what now? Virgo? We're off the Leo season, aren't we?
Right now, well, to me, I go by the Chinese horoscope, and we're in the year of the dragon. Next year is going to be the year of the rats. And rats ain't what we think in the Chinese horoscope. It's crazy when you go read it up. I'm sitting here, it's like, oh snap! It's not even a bad thing. It's supposed to be a year of organization, of clearing out the clutterness and all that stuff. Like basically on how rats live is what the year of the rat is. The actual animal, not the people that you call rats.
They act like rats are living good in certain places. Like, yeah, we doing real good.
Like, this year was supposed to be the year of exposure, the year of the truth.
That you don't think we're exposed now?
Yeah. That shit is real.
Especially
That's
when
what I'm like.
that eclipse hit.
That showed a lot. I mean, people don't want to believe me. They think I'm tripping, but I feel as though they already got that sky covered up, like that hologram up there. I feel like they
Mhm.
already covered the sun with a fake sun, the moon with a fake moon. Like I feel as though like that. If you peep that everybody that recorded the eclipse, I'm saying him like yo, it was off. And then the year, I'm like, how fast the eclipse wasn't due for that date. The eclipse was due for a different date too.
Well, we
I'm so
had
like I
two.
researched and Googled that shit. Yeah, we got two. One there was supposed to be another one now in August. That was supposed to be the second one. That's why I'm like, wait, this shit is off. Because I'm like, if you go by social media and what the news is telling you, right? It doesn't go by what the actual, how can I say, articles and evidence that they putting out there. Like something's
Because I don't
off.
want
It's
to.
weird.
You don't think they're not gonna put. They're gonna
The
put what
dates
they
is
want to put
off.
out.
That's why I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. That's why I was looking at. I'm like, every year, when is the eclipse? When was it supposed to be? I'm like, when I looked up this shit, I was like, yo, all these dates that they got on here. I'm like, so when is supposed to be the actual eclipse? Because the eclipse only happens but so many times throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
And but it so many I think throughout so many years, I think they're supposed to be. It's hard to put into words, but hopefully people understand where I'm coming from. Like they're not supposed to be that close together the way they made it
It's
just
like,
seem.
but listen, they ain't paying attention to that shit. They're paying it's more like they're so focused right now on gender wars. So just like I said, keep doing what you're doing, because quite frankly, when another tragedy happens, like the Sonya Macy's and the Sade Robinsons of the world, when that happens to their situations, their family, and they get all rage and shit, it's like you're gonna want some attention then.
Who, me?
No, I'm not
Oh.
talking to you. I'm talking about everybody else in general. So I
Okay.
say everybody, you need to start thinking and stop responding so much. Instead of just opening your mouth to shit, think first before you react to shit. You're acting in emotion.
Who, me?
You're
Oh no, he's
you're
talking about people. I'm tripping. I'm sorry. No, because I'm looking right at you, and it's like, oh, we're in a conversation. So when you say you, it's like if you're looking right at me and saying it. I'm like, oh
No,
shit.
I know.
Wait.
I've been peeping you for a while, and when that whole Sonya Macy thing came up, I was like, sister got it right. Sister got it going on, because I'm still fighting with people to this day that said that she did this and she did that. It's like, did you know she had an illness? Did you know that?
I peeped it on the video. Somebody threw that video like Commander. I was doing a live about something else, and she's like, "Can you check the video out?" I was like, "All right." I checked. I heard about the case, right? And I had it lined up to react to it, but I didn't get to it yet. But since Commander threw the link at me, I was like, "Oh, okay. Let me just play it right now and let me react to it." So I was blind reacting to the video. So I'm saying, I'm like, "Oh shit!" Like right from the gate, you peeped that something was wrong. I'm like, I knew she was paranoid. Cause she came out, oh God, oh God. I'm like, do they know each other? That was the first question. She's like, please don't hurt me. I'm like, you say that to somebody you know that probably hurt you, or you've seen somebody hurt somebody. Like, but I'm like, I was asking questions from the gate. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe people wasn't and they was just focused and they wanted to see the shooting. I don't know. But to me, from the gate, from as soon as I seen it, like the officer was rude. He knocked
She was
like he
on the
already.
phone with her mother. Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm sitting here like, yo, and then she was on with the dispatcher. Like you couldn't tell that she didn't want the assistance from this particular officer. She kept telling them, I want your help. I don't want them. It's like,
Right.
and then I'm saying she's looking for paperwork. I was like, when he asked her about your mental health, I'm like, how does he know about the mental health? That's what made me start going and doing a deeper research into it. I was like, something's off. I was like, yo, this officer gotta fucking know her personally. He's got to the questions he was asking, the way he was behaving with her. I'm like, and I didn't see the video. I was blind reacting to this video for the first time. I wasn't even ready to react to it because I have never seen the video yet. Usually I skim through a video or surface through it. I'm like, let me get a little, feel of the video before I react to it. Even though I don't react to the whole video, but let me get a little feel of the video. Let me get a little idea of what I'm talking about before I do it. But that jump, since I blind react, yeah, it pissed me off because I have a brother that had mental health and he lost. We wanted to get him help. This lady voluntarily wanted help. Like allegedly, when you hear the son talk, I mean, not allegedly, when you hear the son talk, you hear him say that she was supposed to be in a hospital for 30 days. Why was she out in 2? What happened? Then this so happens to be the officer that is the fiance of the lady that was working, the nurse that was with her in that hospital that she got
You
discharged or
still got
walked
a
out.
bracelet on.
The bracelet that everybody kept talking about. So I'm seeing like something's off. Then when you hear the dispatch call, dispatcher is telling them to let them know when they're done where they're at the at the house that they're in or whatever place that they're at, because I guess they got another call. They was already on a call, I guess. She's like, let me know when you're done there so that y'all can go to this address. He said, we're already en route. How you already en route? She's just informing you. That's what threw me. I'm like, yo, I'm not the only one that caught on to that. I'm like, yo, wait. Everybody's like, that's not true. That's not. I'm like, usually they go on route when they get the call. They're supposed to finish the call they're already on. How you on route if she's telling you let her know when you're done? Which you just left as soon as you heard her? And I'm like, it's not possible. And then
Only one body cam was on.
One, he didn't turn his on until he was already aiming at her.
Afterwards.
Then it was muted at that.
Uh-huh.
He didn't turn the sound on until he said turn off. I mean, put throw the pot. But the pot was on the stove, like I tell people. They like, no, it's not. She had the pot. No, she had gloves. She threw herself down on the floor saying, I'm sorry.
All
I'm
she
sorry.
did was move the pot. All she did was move the pot, and she was going to put it in the sink. But apparently, he ended up stepping back, and he asked her what was wrong. And he's like, well, I don't want to get a water thrown at me. And that's when she said, I rebuke thee in the name of Jesus, meaning the water. And some dumb idiot gonna say, it's like, what does she have to rebuke him for? Like,
because she seen something in him.
Obviously. It's like, why you had to call him a demon? You had to call him a demon. It's like, these white people is wild.
And that's what I'm saying. Everybody's like, oh, she threw the water. I was like, listen, man. Y'all see y'all don't see it. She was on the ground when she went back up for that pot, right? She had to throw the water down because it was boiling water. So she didn't chuck the water at him. She didn't run at him.
She was shielding herself.
She tilted that water, right? She had to get rid of the. I seen that. I had to slow it down. Like she tilted the pot. The water fell on, like it would have burnt her. So she had to throw the water out, but she wasn't throwing at them. The water didn't reach that officer's foot until he got closer and started shooting at her. And then I have a question. Did he shoot the first time while both cameras were off? Like I asked, I was like,
he wasn't even nowhere near her.
Exactly.
He was in the living room. She was in the kitchen.
She was holding an empty pot.
The other officer was by the bedroom. So how can he
said I rebuke you? Because like, why is you in my bedroom? That's when she started saying I rebuke. When she said I rebuke you was when that officer was getting close to her room, and I guess what the this officer the officer was giggling. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's like they were laughing and giggling. That officer was laughing by himself. She wasn't laughing. She wasn't even giggling.
At all.
He told her to get up, but before he told her to get up, and what made me think that the other officer had parts, and everybody's telling me I'm wrong, because I'm saying I was like, if y'all look at the video, she's sitting down. He said something about the stove. Before he said something about the stove, he pointed at the other officer and did like this, right? That's when he said, oh, is there something on the stove? You might want to turn it off. We don't want to start a fire, something like that. And tells her to go turn it off.
Into the kitchen.
But before that, he pointed at that. I'm like, that's what made me think. I was like, is the officer in it? Like, was he telling him to move so that she can go get that? I mean, I don't know if I see where I'm coming from.
I get it.
Was y'all setting her up? And I think she noticed it when she got to the sink, when she was pouring the water out, that he was saying whatever he was saying, and she said,
But what did she do to get set up like that?
Because he said,
And
that's my
it
thing.
occurred to me, and it occurred to me it had all something to do with the fiance.
Thank you, because I'm still trying to figure out what happened in that hospital. He was 8 minutes away from the hospital. Was he really actually at a scene, or was he in her backyard already trying to, was he the reason why she called in? I hear people in my backyard. Because he was already there. The timing, what made me think is that a lot of YouTubers were already asking about the dispatch time. He was already en route when the dispatcher said, let her know when he's done where he's at so that he can go to this address, right? Already en route. But you're already at the house. Look at the time.
You're already at the house.
How did you make it there less than 10 minutes? The only
And
thing
was
close to her house is the hospital.
And was going to plant something on her afterwards. But luckily, the officers were already there.
Either she witnessed something in that hospital or they did something to her in that hospital. It's either one of the two.
And they ain't going to call her a bitch afterwards.
They don't want to talk about the hospital. They're not releasing nothing about the hospital. What
That's
happened?
because she said she committed suicide.
She didn't. And then another thing that I gotta tell people, I was like, if she did do all this, tell me why they give why did they give the mom and the dad 3 different stories? Why did they call the son and say that she got shot by a prowler? Then they come and they tell her that it was self-inflicted. Then they come and say that the officer was shot. I mean, the officer was the one that shot her. Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
I was like, y'all gave 3 different.
You know what's so sad about that? The mother and the son had to go to the house to clean all that stuff up. The
cousin was the one that decided to clean everything so that the son and the daughter wouldn't see it. And like I tell people, a lot of schizophrenics, a lot of people with schizophrenia cannot manage to deal and raise a family like this woman did. Her son loves her. You don't hear that from a lot of sons that have a mom that's schizophrenic. He said, I didn't care what she was going through because she was asking for help. She was actually accepting help. She wasn't refusing it. She wasn't rejecting it. She wanted to take care of her kids. She wanted to be a part of her kids' life. So she was dealing with her mental health, and that's rare.
Not just mental health,
rare.
Kidney disease.
That's my whole point. But see, people don't understand. Like I know from experience that, like I tell people, just because you got schizophrenia, you got autism, doesn't mean that you can't go out there and work. If you got the proper support and the proper help, you could manage to, survive out here in this cold world. I've seen kids out here listen, my brother got spina bifida. I got one brother with spina bifida. He's still alive. He's not here with me. He's living with a relative, but he's doing real good. He's called a miracle child. Kids born with spina bifida really don't walk, talk, do nothing. They're how can I say, when they give them a diagnosis with spina bifida, they're supposed to be somebody that's tamed to a bed their whole life. My brother started walking late, but he walks. He didn't start walking properly until he was 11 years old. He didn't stop using a diaper until he was 6 years old. He's a miracle child. He still doesn't know how to write like, me and you. His speech is, a little messed up, but he talks. Spina bifida, miracle child. Like I tell people, like it's all like y'all, man. People don't get it, y'all. It's that it's still. How can I put it into words to not offend anybody, man? It's the way we're thinking, the way we've been bought to think, the way we've been raised, the way we've been brainwashed and manipulated.
You said the right word. Bought to think. Instead of using our brains how we should be using our brains, like put this. You just need to put this down and pick up a damn book and actually read that bitch. Pick up a newspaper and read that bitch.
I like reading. Listen, man, I tell people that they be like, nah, all that's bullshit. You young, what, man? When I take them to my porch, I'm like, look at all them boxes. I collect books. If the grid was to go out, I wouldn't be bored. I got stories for days plus history. And I got encyclopedias, I got dictionaries. They like, you weird. I'm like, listen, call me weird, but when I
Light up
was
them
young,
candles.
real
Light up
shit.
the
I'm like,
candles.
listen, I'm
Let's
ready.
start reading.
I'm like, I got a couple DVD players, right? I'm just gonna go out there in a pawn shop, give me a little TV with the little fat backs, like back in the days. Give me a little VHS player and start collecting VHS now, because I got DVDs for days. But I'm like, I'm ready when that grid go down. Fuck that. They like, I'm not tripping. I know what's coming. I'm paying attention.
She's gonna the book of Eli situation. She go put the
Listen, man, I don't know
the
what's
batteries
coming.
went out before he went to sleep.
Shit.
Stop
They
it.
work. Them Jones work. You got
It
entertainment for a
worked.
little bit. You got entertainment. That's all you need is a little bit of entertainment.
A
Like, all right, I'm
little bit
tired
of
of seeing
entertainment.
the same shit. Let me go to some movies or something.
Entertainment, a lot of bullets, and a lot of prayer. And a lot of freaking prayer. And what's gonna happen? What if the apocalypse really came? It's like, what would be your weapon of choice? Basically a sword.
He said
a sword. Well, I say sword because it's easy to say shotgun, but you don't know how to make your own bullets. You don't know how to make your own bullets. You don't know how to make your own gun. So it's quite easy to say, to lose at that particular point because you don't know who's what and who's going to attack you, right? So you waste your bullets, then what? I would love to use a hammer. I would love to use a hacksaw. I would love to use a baseball bat with barbed wire on it. I would love to. But somehow the katana really suits me. The katana really suits me.
We kind of think alike because like I tell people, I got a license to carry, but don't get it fucked up. I like collecting knives because for some reason, I don't know, like I'm better with a knife. They like, that's personal. I'm like, I don't know if it's personal or not. I feel as though that it's easier with a knife to get a lot of shit done. I can
use a machete.
I don't know. I like knives. It's better. Then you can carry a whole
Wait.
bunch of them.
What kind of knife? You say
It
what
doesn't
specific?
matter.
It doesn't matter
I
what
like
knife.
knives. Listen, when the first time I experimented, listen, man, I sat here like because I got into some bullshit when I was young, right? And even though I won the case and they expunged it and all that, so that shit don't follow me. Left me with a little clean record, but it was self defense. My mom got into some altercation, right? And some people pulled out a knife on me, and the same knife they had on me because it was a crowd of people. I ended up taking from one of them, and I ended up kind of like bear hugging the person because it was a group of 10 people. So when I hugged her, the same knife, because the whole time I had to be in a fetal position, protecting myself with men like 10 size my size, and one female in the whole group. And I'm like, fuck it. I gripped the fucking knife up. I got up. I was like, fuck it. They got a couple shots in my face, but I went towards her back. I needed the group to separate. Y'all gonna fucking kill me. Is either me or y'all at that moment in my head. So I didn't think about it. I just went, wow. And when I did that, she got up and started, she stabbed me. She stabbed me. Everybody separated. I needed a break. Like, y'all over here is like all these fucking men. So I did a little experiment after all that happened. When I came home and I got bailed out of jail and I had to fight to prove that they was in the wrong and this was my mama's property and I was just defending my mama. I'm sitting here like, how many pockets can I carry? I mean, how many knives can I carry in my pocket? I did a little experiment with the house knives, with the little pocket knives, the ones you can sit here and flip. I was
Man,
like,
you
damn,
better
okay.
get yourself a God damn it.
You can hide that shit. Listen, man, the same weapon they try to use on my mama is the same weapon I used on them. And to this day, the cops never found it.
Jesus.
You know how easy it is to get away? They had a pocket knife. And I know my hood. These cops don't know the fucking hood.
How can you not know the hood and you a cop? What the hell?
These cops, they be coming to our houses, don't be from the hood. People don't ever peep that shit. You don't notice that the cops that come that roam that ride around don't be the cops from the
Because
same hood. It be from
roam
other
around the
communities.
neighborhood.
It be from other
Exactly.
communities.
They roam around other people's communities. So how can they not know?
Those cops
That's
don't be from here.
crazy.
That's how you
So
know when they don't know the people.
they
You
don't.
know when are the cops from the hood when they know the people around here.
So you mean to tell me they don't get out their cars and start shaking hands with the how are you doing? Just checking out
Not
their
here.
neighborhood.
You don't see no cops shake hands with no, but you know, there are some good cops. You know how when the bullshit goes down and shit like that, they were like, "Oh, I know you." Like, oh my god, like really, you doing this again? You've seen those cops that try to give you a chance. Like, damn, I'm tired of running into you. Like, when is you gonna stop? I've seen those cops around here, but other than that, like, you know when these cops are not from your hood. You really fucking know when they're not from your hood. You could tell the way they act, the way they behave, and then they're scary. That's why all these accidents, all these, trigger happy cops, they're not from the hood. That's why they so scary. Listen, man, my baby pops had to sit here and break that down for me. And I thought it was bullshit too at first. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. He's like, no, peep game. If the cop is from the hood and he's had altercations with, the kids or this, you could tell they'll be, they'll in the conversations between them, whoever, they had altercations with before. Throughout the conversations, no, these cops out here, they'll pull the cops that are not from the hood, they'll pull their pistol out before they have a conversation. The cops from the hood will sit here and try to de-escalate the situation. The ones that know you from the hood, they'll try. That's why I'm like, but there's a few of them. The majority of these fucking cops don't know nobody in the hood. They're not from around here. They don't know the problems that are happening, the people, the situations, none of that. It's only but a few that know that when they come to the hood, all right, I know what's going to happen, blah, 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 blah. Nah, you're not getting no cop shaking nobody's hand. That's only in the movies.
That's crazy.
That's only in the movies. Man, they say the city of brotherly love. You're right. This ain't the city of brotherly love like they say, man. This is Philadelphia. This is Philadelphia. They gave it the proper name.
The home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Dallas Cowboy. Well, was a Dallas Cowboy fan for a while.
Shit, don't say that to an Eagles fan.
I
was in the stadium working, and I'm like, y'all literally sitting here fighting Cowboy fans against the Eagles. They hate each other. I'm like, that made me wonder. I'm like, I never got curious
not
after
as
that.
much. Not as much as Washington.
I went to Washington to the stadium. I forgot what game, and this was in 2021. I don't know what game was playing, but this was in 2021. I had to go there because the stadium went down there. The Phillies and I don't know who, but it was in 2021 because the Eagles went down there. So that shit, the stadium down there is outdated and everything. We had, the cash registers that I had, I'm sitting here, I'm like, I swear to God, I felt like I was in the 1930s. That shit is so outdated, man.
But yet, if you go to the AT&T Stadium, everything is just lit up. And I heard they had a Victoria's Secret in that bitch. I want to find out if Jerry put a goddamn Victoria's Secret in there. Smack is like, how dare you? You haven't won a championship in 28 years. This is I'm like, I'm done with you. I am so done with you. I'm a Raiders fan now.
Oh shit! I don't have. Listen, I'm not a basketball fan or none of that. Like, I'm not a sports fan.
But you are a wrestling fan, though, right?
Yeah. Not well. Certain wrestlers. I can't say I'm a wrestling fan. I'm a fan of certain wrestlers, like The Undertaker. I'm mad he retired and I never got to meet him. Like Triple H been my husband my whole life, and I've never met the man in person. I say it
Triple
like that,
H
like
is your husband.
Not in real life. You know how when
I know that.
my whole life, everybody's like, wait, what? I was like, nah, man, that's my husband. don't play about my husband, yo. I've been a fan of Triple H since I was like, yo, like, damn. Since I can fucking remember. Since I first started watching wrestling. I was little as shit.
Looking at you, I thought you'd be a Roman Reigns fan.
Nah, that's this generation now. I'm 35 right now. Like,
That's
if China
not
was
this generation.
it's this generation.
generation.
That's my son's
No.
generation. My son's 16. My son's 18 now. About to be 18.
He's in his 40s. He's in his 40s now, I think.
Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns. He's in his 40s
But you gotta
now.
realize he's not an old wrestler either. Like,
but people who have been there, like people are, let's say, have.
when I started wrestling, China was wrestling. So it was like, you know, China was more like that. She motivated me.
You young. You was
And
so
I was
young.
catching replays of the old wrestling. Like, I'm sitting here trying to put all the episodes together. When I first started, I was like, oh man, it's a lot of episodes.
I came in the Hulk Hogan era. I was raised in the Hulk Hogan era.
Hogan brought me into wrestling. I was watching TV one day and I was watching Hulk Hogan. I forgot the name of the movie. It's with these little 3 karate kids. With these little 3 kids that was doing karate or some shit like that.
Three Ninjas. The Three Ninjas.
They did a commercial after that, and it was a WWF commercial. And I saw China in the commercial. I'm saying, I'm like, yo, that shit drew me there. So Hulk Hogan really introduced me to the WWF. Like, it was in the 90s.
China ended up dating the 1, 2, 3 kid. That worked. Oh, that didn't work too much. That didn't work too much.
That shit was crazy. Like,
that was crazy.
I was shocked when I found out about what she was doing after wrestling, because like she faded after a minute. She disappeared. I did my research.
You
Then
weren't
I don't know
impressed when she
where
did the porn?
I didn't know. She comes back, and then I'm sitting here, I was like, wait, she's doing what? Yeah, I was like, wait. Like, get the fuck out of here.
You weren't impressed when she did the porn?
I didn't know. Listen, around that time, like, listen, believe it or not, I'm still the same way. I'm not into that. Like, I never liked it. And when people try to put like, that shit just porn to me is
But
I'm sorry to say it.
Before that, she was in Playboy. She was in Playboy.
I found that all out when I was like 17, 18 years
old. I'm like, get out of here.
I was like, yo, oh my God, I looked up to, I was mad for a minute. I was like, I can't believe this shit. I was like, you really inspired me when I was young. Because, you know, like I tell people, I'm a survivor. So, you know, China, when she was, you know, in her wrestling time, she made me feel strong. Like, you know, I could just beat any man, any woman up. I could do this. And she got me into wrestling and doing Miss Martial Arts. So I wanted to be like China. Like, I felt like if I could do what she could do, I could beat, you know, I could fuck up the people that's hurting me right now at that moment. So she was one of the ones that got me into the fighting spirit. I can say that. Like, she really inspired me. Like, I thought that I can get away with anything. Like, when I saw her lift up that man and she won that fucking championship, I was like, I could do that. I could do that. I could fuck up any man. Like,
well, here's the thing. They let you do stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean, there are certain individuals that like she can possibly fuck up, but Chris Jericho was a hard ass, right? And he how can I explain it? Pretty much he was an asshole all the way and just humiliated her, and ever since, you know, she wasn't the same since he humiliated her the way that he did. And he didn't even like certain wrestlers anyway. So that whole thing with Goldberg, I wish Bill Goldberg would have really beat the shit out of him that day, because that was a real feud. That was a real in your face feud.
you do know that I believe that wrestling was fake my whole life, right? Because I was told it was fake the first time that I got hooked on wrestling. Listen, I was a little kid, and me and my brother, right, would sit here and wrestle each other. We would practice with each other. on some real
And
shit.
you
Then
would do the
when we broke
most.
tears for real, that's when shit got real. Like we literally like that's what I'm saying. Like she
You don't
inspired the
do.
crap. Like my brother was my first text subject. He was my first guinea pig. All right, chill. Like nobody understands.
All right,
And he was
you gonna end up
strong.
like
Listen,
that guy. You gonna end
my
up like
brother.
that guy that went to jail. He went to prison, and he
No, I ain't gonna
was
sit here and lie. Look, listen,
13.
I was cocky for a minute because lie to you not that I really did believe that like at the beginning, I thought that wrestling was real. So everybody was like, yo, it's not real. Stop taking it serious. The first time I was wrestling, I was 6 going on 7. And I was going through what I was going through. So I wanted, like when I saw her wrestling and I'm saying here, I'm like, a woman could really beat a man. I was a little kid. I wanted to do it towards the person that was hurting me. So it kind of got me to start seeing things kind of different. So it's kind of like I don't know how to explain it. And then I was going to therapy, and the therapist wasn't telling me to do something opposite. She's just like, "Go ahead, I want you to feel like this. You shouldn't feel down. You shouldn't feel strong." So to me, like I said, China was really more of an and how can I say inspiring than anything. So it got to a point in time where I actually confronted my abuser, for real, for real. So and that's where like a lot of the truth hit the fan and shit went left.
If you wanted to study a real fighter, if
Shit, I was a little
I
kid. Don't
I
judge
would have
me.
known you
I laugh
then.
at that shit then. I be like, damn.
I would have
I
told
didn't
you
have
to look up Frida Gibbs. That's what I told. That's what I would have told you to look up is a person like Frida Gibbs because she was in a rather similar situation. Although somebody tried to grape her,
Yeah,
and
that's what I went through. That's why I was saying
she
what I
was a
was
mixed
saying.
martial artist. Mm.
And
But she got out of that situation alive, and like a year later, the guy that tried to rape her got shot,
oh
and
wow.
she proved. I mean, she proved without beyond shadow of a doubt that women can do much when they're pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have the strength, we have
But a man could
the
fuck us up. Like now we gotta stop
man can
thinking.
really fuck you up, but you got to think a woman. You can only put a woman in a corner, and she can do something to you that can literally fuck your life up,
Mm-hmm.
straight up. So I wouldn't take that shit lightly.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, man, I've had years of therapy. I've had people sit down with me. I've had, coaches. I've had big brothers, big sisters. I've had the sit downs, the Salmons and all that stuff. So it's kind of like I'm a little older now. Before I didn't understand half the shit that was being said to me, but now I get the message. So I'm a little calmer. I'm a little more humble, and especially after I had kids. And like I tell people, my kids is what taught me how to be humble. Like I never understood, a lot of stuff until I had them. Like it's crazy. You never really understand yourself either until you see the purest version of you walking next to you, which is them.
Facts. Facts.
Like, and my kids was my therapy for a while. Like everybody's like, "Oh, you 35. I can't believe you've been through this." That's not true. I was like, "Look, listen, man. There was a point in my life where I hated men. You see me fighting for them now, right? Because 2 men in my life taught me that not all men are the same. The first father of my kids, which is now deceased, and the father of my daughter right now, which he went from being my kid's godfather to being their stepfather. That was my
Nice.
best friend at one point, but he picked me up when I was drowning. Like I tell people, I didn't see this man as being my fiance now. I saw him as my best friend. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Never in a million years would I thought that I would sit here and say yes to my best friend. And now I get and I understand why I heard a lot of my elders say I married my best friend. I didn't just marry anybody. I'm like, you don't marry your best friend. Your best friend's supposed to hold your secrets. And I mean, when you're young, like, but now I get it.
I've never heard that one before, but I'll take your
No.
word for it.
No, what I'm saying
I've
is like,
never.
when they say your best friend is supposed to be, it could be a girl, it could be a boy. So when they were like, I married my best friend, I was like, right now at the moment, my best friend is a girl. So I can't marry. So to me at the moment, it didn't make sense. Like when the old head, like, I married my best friend, marry my best friend. Then I was told you only got one best friend. Like, yeah, I had a best friend. Like now she's not a best friend. I don't even see her as a friend. That's my sister. We grew up together. Like, that's my kid's godmom now.
See how
Now I
that
know the
works.
difference between
See how
friends and
spirit work out.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I was like, it's a big difference on how I used to think and what I do now, and how I've learned and how I grew up.
See how spirituality works out. You never know who is going to be best for you until you see it right in front of you.
That's a fact.
But that's just me. That's just me. That's just me. You can't date your best friend. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Because
I
you
was
had
young.
because she knows your because this person that knows you a little bit more than you know him. And that's why you share secrets with one another when you get to know a person.
Now I get it.
And communication is key to every relationship.
Facts. Now I get it. And it took 2 men in my life to teach me. The first one, I didn't get it. I thought he was suffocating me or wanted to control me. And I didn't realize that he just wanted what was best for me. He wasn't trying to be my father. He just didn't want me to get into bullshit. You know, he was older than me. I was younger than him. And as you know, we grew together. We had 2 kids together. I gave him 2 sons, his only sons. At that, I was with this man since I was, I was 15 going on 16. I got pregnant at 16 with this man, had my son at 17 with him. He didn't pass away until I was 25. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like I was with him for a minute. Like all I knew was really him. It's like, damn. So I had him, and then I had my fiance now, the father of my second daughter. Like my firstborn was with the first guy that I was with. I have 2 kids with him, and they 3 years apart from each other. Now my daughter and my oldest are like 10 years apart from each other. My daughter and my youngest are 6 years apart from each other, 7 years apart from each other, something like that. So it's kind of like there's a big difference in there. Like I was by myself for a while after he passed away. But it just so happened that I got with my best friend. And that's who I have a daughter with right now. Somebody that I felt comfortable with, somebody that was there for me. People at first, like, they was like, oh, y'all together, you doing this. I was like, y'all tripping. Like, but then it's like after a while, like, damn, it's crazy how back then they thought we was what we are now. There was rumors, there was this, there was that. I was like, yo, the crazy part is, it's like y'all was predicting what we was going to be. Not even realizing it. Because I never in a million years thought or pictured myself that I'd be with my best friend. Because I used to think that if you mix your friendship with a relationship, it would mess up the relationship. But in reality, no, it doesn't. Like you want to keep your friend. That is your friend, the one that's with you, through thick and thin. The one that's gonna rock out with you, the one that's willing to hop oceans with you. So why not give that person, be with that person, spend the rest of your life with that person? That's why I was like, yo, the shit that we grow up thinking or the shit that we grow up hearing or seeing, and when I say seeing is because a lot of the shit that I thought was because it was learned behavior. I would see people act like this or behave like this, and I was like, damn, okay, so it can't work out like this. It won't work out like this. Like really, like how many times you've heard say, when somebody was in a relationship, I can't be your friend no more. It won't work out because I still got feelings for you. I grew up hearing a lot of women say that and a lot of men say that shit. So I thought that, all right, this is not going to work. I can't be your friend. Like we have to get to know each other, but not know each other.
So it comes back full circle.
I don't know how to put it into words, but you grow up and it's like, shit is not like this. Like you was in fairy tale land, little girl.
Yeah, until it comes back full circle, and then it's just like Nelly and Ashanti, they didn't really like each other all that much. 10, 11 years later, they're pregnant with he's pregnant with their first child.
That shit was crazy. That threw me off. I was like, damn. Didn't they end their relationship like not in so good terms? Or some shit like that?
Then yeah. But now that they're older, because he's in his 50s and she's still in her 40s. And people are saying that she hit the wall and everything. Like, no, she actually found somebody that loves her for her. That's how it works sometimes.
They just probably wasn't ready back then.
They weren't ready, but God will let you know when you're ready.
Sometimes, listen, man. Like I tell people, like I'm glad that I chose my baby pops. Listen, man. If I had to sit here, if I was to die, and how can I say, God was to bring me back to life, and I had to choose again, I choose him. And I'll keep choosing him over and over again because he's showing me something that a lot of men out here haven't shown me. And it's rare. I'm not saying that I haven't seen a man like him before. What I'm saying is that men like this, men like y'all, men that are actually faithful, that'll sit here and rock out for a chick, won't put your hands on her, call her out her name, be respectful, do what you got to do as a man. Those out here are rare. And when you got them, you got to keep them. Don't just let them slip. And as women, we let a lot of them slip through our fingers. Like it would take for you to have one or be with one. Like it's hard.
No perfect.
No, there's no perfect. None whatsoever. I'm not saying that there's a perfect man. But what I'm saying that a respectful man, a man that's willing to be there for his woman, it's hard. They're rare. See, like,
you really think so?
Oh yes. Like you should see what I see out here. Some of these men that they say they're men, but they're little boys and a men's body, need to pop their mama's titty out their fucking mouth. They not men. They still little boys playing Xboxes, depending on women and shit like that. You see a lot of that. I don't know why, but lately I don't know if they was hiding, but they surfaced throughout the pandemic and they still out. Like I don't know if they were like bears and they were hibernating for a minute or what.
I don't.
What I see now is not what I seen growing up. I'm not used to this shit. Men always putting their hands on females like this. I'm like, I constantly look out my door and I'm sitting here like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Well, they some of these dudes want acknowledgement. They want acknowledgement because they don't get acknowledgement from them. They don't get the acknowledgement from anybody else in their family, and they're being excluded from society. So the only thing that they have left is to get at certain females. So that's just
it's sad the way the world is turning. It's just sad.
It is
the way you just put your face. I was like, yo, man, I'm like, you gotta like go out and see. I ain't the only one saying what I'm saying. Like, it's a lot of this crazy shit that I'm seeing now, and I'm like, nah, man.
Ain't you glad you have what you have right now?
Shit, I'm good. I'm happy.
Good?
I'm blessed. Listen, man, I've always been good. See, like I tell people, what I learned is right. I didn't understand that I had something good before either. It's just that I didn't know how to cherish it. Like he was treating me like a queen, and I was toxic because of everything I was seeing, like on some real shit. And then what I've been through, I had to learn how to love myself in order to figure out how to love somebody else.
Bingo.
That was my problem back then. And not every man, that just because this female went through something, or your mom went through something, or your auntie went through something, or your best friend went through something, doesn't mean that the man that you're with is going to put you through what those men put those women in your life through. Not every man is the same way.
People said that counseling, it doesn't help people.
Counseling, man. Therapy worked for me, man. I was in therapy for a while. I keep telling everybody I was in therapy. The last time I went to therapy was when my baby pops passed away. And it's because a lot of things got hectic on me. Like, it got hard to go to therapy. Like, it was like I had to start taking my son to therapy. Even though, don't get it twisted, I still kept going to therapy. You want to know why? Because if you want to count family therapy, because I had to do it with my son, I still was going until not so long ago, until he went to Virginia. So if you want to really be, technical about it, like, I was still going with my son. I was still doing family therapy. So I really never really stopped.
That's right. That's wild.
Like, I thought I did because I'm like, nah, this is for my son. But then when you think about it, it's like it's family therapy. You're going to therapy too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Therapy is helpful to the soul, and a little bit of meditation, a little bit of if you're an earther, like
yoga.
Not Not everybody's an earther. Not everybody does yoga. Not everybody does, weed. There's certain type of weed that you can. Yeah, there's. I'm saying there's certain types, and I'm not saying go
Oh,
to
you're
your
not wrong. People
go to
don't know
your
what they smoke.
dispensary.
They smoke anything.
Thank you. You go regular. Don't stop going to the dispensaries, right? And getting the stuff that mainly you don't know where this stuff came from. There was a time where, people weren't into your shit and it was illegal, but now it's legal now that people are into shit, but they put chemicals in there just a little FYI for people who don't know that the government is into your shit. But Roddy, I got a jet. It's nice. It's nice conversating with you.
All right, bet. It was nice having a conversation with you too. Thank you for, talking with a shorty. And, like I said, everybody's opinion matter. And I learn from everybody. Like,
yeah.
Hey, listen, I learned something new every day. Like, you just listen, man. You tested my noggin a couple times throughout this conversation. I was like, I didn't even know that, because you got me on here already with a couple tabs open, about to research a couple things. Like, damn, okay, I didn't know that. I'm like, hold up, wait, it's deeper research. I can't get mad. Like I tell people, man, I've already lost too much in my life, like the people that I care about too much, to sit here and let petty shit phase me, or to try to sit here and just be miserable. I don't got time for that.
Well, you already gained of somebody. So
Yeah, that's a fact. You got a shorty over here thinking on some real shit, and I appreciate you for that, though. Thank you, because not a lot of people put me to think like that.
not a problem. Not a problem. You take care of yourself.
Same. I appreciate you guys. Make sure y'all go check out We Lock Nation. Hold on one second. Let me make it to my chat so I don't know if I have a moderator on here right now, but I do know he was in the chat earlier. So let me find his link real quick. I would like to make him a mod so he could drop his own link, because this was a great conversation with him. Oh, here we go. I found him. Let me go find his link. Let me make him a mod. All right. We on Lock Nation. I'm gonna go get your link real quick. I'm not sure if you're in the chat still, but I'm about to go get your link real quick so that people can go check your channel out. Guys, I like that yin and yang thumbnail. I love that yin and yang thumbnail. Guys, make sure y'all go check him out. Hold on, I'm gonna lay these link right here. All right, that's We On Lock Nation. Let me share his. I want y'all to see. I like that yin and yang thumbnail though. All right, go make sure y'all check out We On Lock Nation. I just had a great conversation with him. I think we was on here for like almost an hour and some change talking. So as y'all can see, I gotta subscribe. Oh, okay. He talks a lot on Dr. Umar Johnson. Make sure y'all come and check him out. Damn, my throat. Dr. Umar infiltrates information, man, his opinions about Dr. Okay. I just put the notification on for his next live too. Make sure y'all go check him out, y'all. All right. I just had a great conversation. We on Lock Nation, guys. These are open panels for those that, would love to have a conversation with a shorty. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find something on here. All right, let me put this on here real quick while I attend my daughter real quick so that we could finish the Kamala Harris clip real quick.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb, but our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's the commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. It's shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware, don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders I learned women are strong, independent and firm, but sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true, yet together with a man we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies growing up, remember this advice: you're capable of anything you devise, but partnership and respect go hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me: respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue, in a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan, Peter Pan, Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man, it's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles. Making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them it's a bliss, to us it's a black hole. They ain't trying to miss, their agenda is the ultimate twist. Infiltrating young minds with their list, but we won't.
All right, my bad. Blessings, Riaz. Yes, you gotta drop me a link, Riaz. All right, cause after this, I could play one of your I could play one of the little songs. Riaz be dropping some good ass songs on here. All right, so we was talking about Jamal True Love, who was wrongfully targeted by Harris Justice System, right? Shout out to we on Lock Nation, because yo, he spit out a lot of gems today. And like he said, yo, I did not know that Dr. Cornel West came out on the Matrix show. I think that's what We on Lock Nation said. I did not know that he was a character in the movie show. So it's kind of like he's somebody else like Trump. But see, Trump was a businessman slash celebrity. So you telling me that we got celebrities running for president still? Yo, I never would have thought that. But still, they don't even talk about the other three candidates. Like, yo, shout out to We on Lock Nation, because yo, I'm telling y'all, he's got my noggin like over here on like Gomo. That John, like I'm telling y'all, I got all these tabs opened up, ready to do some research, because he really tested my noggin today. See, it's not what you always think. See, not everybody has a wrong opinion. An opinion is an opinion. Some people just might know something that you don't know. Listen, man, you never know. I might know something that you didn't know. You might know something that I don't know. So I'm not going to sit here and get mad. So shout out to those people that could come on panel and have civilized conversations. And I'm going to keep saying it. Shout out to We on Lock Nation. Make sure y'all check him out. His link is down below. Yes, if you're still on the chat, man, drop a music link for shorty that she could play when she ends her live, which I'm gonna do after the Michelle Obama speech. But yo, he's got me thinking, yo, and I know the world is a stage and I know the world is an illusion, right? I know that a lot of these news reports is fake, it's to get us distracted, right? What sometimes I don't know, right? Which news report, which article is the fake article or the fake news report that is distracting us from what's really going to happen around us or to us. My bad. I didn't mean to stutter like that. I'm just trying to find the right words because I really listen, man. YouTube ain't gonna clap this channel because of my big mouth.
That you have to live, right? That you
The Biden administration finally agreed to ban Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance from receiving any more.
you can.
Bless you, mama. My bad, my bad. Jamal Harris. Blessings, blessings. Welcome to the chat. Hey, let's wish happy birthday to Jamal Harris's cousin, Hugh. Ha ha, very funny. Yes, baby.
You cover me?
Yes, I'm gonna cover you right now. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Listen, man, I don't get tired of saying it. Ain't no trolls allowed. Y'all gonna get blocked. Like, I'm not gonna say that. Like, y'all funny as shit. Y'all really think y'all Bart Simpson? I'll be telling y'all that bored and y'all that miserable. Go find something that y'all can sit down on and rotate. Y'all really cannot be that miserable that y'all just hop on chats and sit here on chats and panels and say dumb shit out your mouths. Like, y'all gotta be kidding me. Then you got a fucking roly poly and oly trying to get somebody to say some dumb shit like that.
Give me the bucket.
I do apologize. And once again, I don't mind shouting happy birthdays, but a shorty is no fool, right? Like, listen, man, people is out of pocket. Like, really though. I'm glad I caught on. See, I read before I say shit. I'm not gonna sit here and read some shit out loud. I was about to though, because I'm sitting here. I'm like, okay, it's not my first time shouting out somebody's birthday, but bull tripping. Get the fuck out my face. I need to go watch Nate the Great real quick. I need to go get some of his little eulogies. Rest in peace, motherfucker.
Not as a politician, but just from information that we take in.
How long did you spend in jail, Jamal?
I spent 6.5 years in prison.
You'll never get that time back.
I'll never get it back.
Tell me about that.
Well, living in prison is a whole different type of lifestyle that you have to live, right? That you can almost never reflect on once you're free. So it's 6.5 years of not growing, in this world in general. And it also puts a magnifying glass on the life that I was living for the first 23 years that I can't live that way. And now I was forced to live in prison for 6.5 years and I can't live that way. And now I have to create a life outside of those two lifestyles, like a newborn, and really relearn, reality for me, and also the exposure to, the mass majority of America and not just my section.
I've been in San Francisco for a couple of days now. Used to live in California.
Yeah.
Yo, I think that's fucked up though. Like, they knew that he was innocent, and she wrongly convicted this man for 6 years. She took 6 years away from this man. And as you know what's crazy? When you look at her history, it's not the first time she's done it. But his name, it really got me. Yo, We on Lock Nation got me thinking. I'm hoping this is not some type of actors or something like that. Because like I said, it gets me to think like which news report is really fake, which news report is real. Jamal True Love. Do people got that type of last name in reality, not just in movies? True Love.
Used to spend time up here. Beautiful city.
Yeah.
World-class city.
Beautiful city.
I don't know what's going on now, but it's not the city that I remember.
Yeah.
And I think about, okay, well, who's been in charge here for the last, recent history? Well, it's always been Democrats. You think about Nancy Pelosi, Gavin Newsom, former mayor, Kamala Harris, district attorney.
Yeah, I do know when everything started, it started off as Republicans, right? Then the Democrats came, right? I mean, like, I know y'all hear people say it. Like, I don't get tired of saying it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the song real quick, right? I mean, everybody says it from Tom McDonald's on to Papa Doug. Who else talks about it? I mean, a couple couple rappers talk about it. Like, if they notice it, right? Why haven't y'all? They all the same fucking party.
Attorney General, then ran for the Senate 2016. London Breed, Democratic mayor, running for re-election this year, so she's trying to clean things up. What do you make of what's happening? And I know you split your time between here and Los Angeles for professional reasons and family.
Yeah.
What do you make of what's changed in this city, say, over the last 10 years?
Well, 10 years ago, I was still in prison, which is, crazy. But if I could tell you what I make up of the city now compared to what I anticipated living in when I was coming up in San Francisco, it is not the San Francisco I envisioned.
Yo, I don't know who the Baron is, but Baron got me geeking right now. You see how people can be respectful for them dumbass trolls that don't know how to fucking joke around, but shit. I ain't mad at this. He said I'm voting for Kevin Nash. He funny as shit. This gotta be a wrestling fan or something. I'm dead. He said we voting for Kevin Nash. I'm dead.
To live in. When you look at the homeless problem here in San Francisco, the way that politics have ran rampant over the original San Franciscans and made sure that they prioritize, what we call surrogates here in San Francisco, is really offensive.
Jamal, you're 39 years old. You've got a bright future. I'm so glad you're able to be with us here and not behind bars.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us. We appreciate you telling your story.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do y'all believe that the president is the one that could help us locally? Or do y'all believe that? Because I hear him talking about the presidents and all that stuff, right? And he's not the only one. Like, if the president could pass, it's the only one that could sit here and pass a bill or something. You know what I noticed not so long ago, right? While we was talking to the mayors and all of them, right? When Cheryl Parker passed them little bills and them little laws here in Philadelphia, right? It wasn't the president who passed it. It was the people that win and demanded, right? And then certain things did get passed, but there was a catch behind it. But it wasn't the president who passed it. It was Cheryl Parker, the mayor. So if she was able to pass that, if we go up and ask for them to pass more bills and more laws, right? Wouldn't they pass it? Why are we so focused on the president? When at the end of the day, our votes doesn't really matter. They're going to win by the electoral vote anyway. There goes Riaz. Drop me a link. Drop me a link to end my life when I end the live with Michelle Obama. I like it. Because the last time I didn't get a chance to play it. But this time I'm playing it. Riaz be having some good ass songs, Joe, to play. I be liking Riaz songs. I'm gonna play something different today when I end my live. So hopefully, Reyes can send me a good link. All right. So we're gonna review and we're gonna react to Michelle Obama together, right? I skimmed through it a little bit earlier, but everybody, I mean, not everybody, a lot of people is mad at her speech, right? So we're gonna find out to see why a lot of people is mad at Michelle Obama's speech. Me personally, I feel like it's still the Obama agenda. Kamala wants to follow the Biden, which is also the Obama agenda. I mean, listen, man. Somebody says Obama remains the greatest speaker. The play shirt comment and Tim Walls. I watched Barack announce he was running for president in Springfield, Illinois, my hometown, December 2007. I was 9 years old. He waved to my family afterwards. Let me see. His ability to communicate publicly policy. So, well, not in here. So it seems like the comments on YouTube, all positive comments. I mean, unless they're robot comments, but I doubt it. But let's see what Michelle Obama said that has a lot of people talking shit about.
I have one more job tonight.
You tell me, baby.
Yeah. One more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy. And let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Whoa, man.
Introducing.
I thought she was, trying to bring up a celebrity or something, but this is Barack Obama's full speech.
Action News Traffic is sponsored by Dunkin'. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in 2 full.
I hate when they give the ads, and I'm mad I had the wrong speech up. Let's see why Michelle Obama got a lot of people mad.
We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Something. Oh.
What'd she say? That's why I don't like skipping.
Hey. Hello, Chicago.
I gotta ask, right? Y'all know them rumors that are surfacing and that are going around. Do y'all believe that Michelle is Michael? I mean, I don't see an Adam's apple on her neck. Yeah, look what I did.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah.
What's in the air, Michelle?
We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long.
What's that?
You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope.
Okay.
The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day, the chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback.
Yo, Michelle Obama just went and rewrote Martin Luther King's speech. What you gonna tell us next? I'm listening. But what's up?
To be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss.
Yo, I'm dead. You know how people just be looking at them like they gods? They do it to celebrities. The president. Preach, 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 Lord.
So profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future.
They always say the right words, right?
You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things. do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency.
Damn, they will hit us with a commercial. I'm sorry, I had to take a bathroom break. Hold up 1 minute, because I had to take a bathroom break. I'm mad as shit to hit us with that commercial.
Fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America.
Here's my thing, right? She's talking about better health care, better education. Biden said the same thing. And Kamala Harris wants to continue what the Biden administration has. And listen, I don't agree with that. What Biden has done has fucked up a lot of stuff with the healthcare system, the HIPAA law, everything. It hasn't benefited us. Tell me where. Can somebody please tell me where it has benefited anybody? It hasn't.
Girl, Kamala Harris is more than ready for this moment.
No, she's not.
She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency.
Okay, so if she's one of the most qualified people, right, to become the president and to do what we need her to do as the as we the people need her to do, what makes her qualified? Same thing with Trump. Shout out to We Don't Like Nations. Like I said, he really put my noggin to test. He really tested my noggin today. Like, how will both these presidents really benefit us?
And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you...
So if her story is my story, why isn't she helping people here in the urban community? Huh? She says she's not helping Black people. Right? What is she doing for us when asked? Nothing.
You come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account. We all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one.
Oh, shit.
Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others, she understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business,
All right, I hear everything she's saying. All right, so what type of solutions can we bring to the table to, change that around? I mean, I just keep hearing the same thing over and over and over and over again from the left side. Trump, I already know what comes with Trump.
if we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No.
Doing so far.
We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life,
She said in America we do something, but what are we going to do for the Black people? What are we going to do for the people in the urban community?
That's what we've seen from Kamala Harris.
What have we
The
seen?
steel of her spine.
Can somebody tell me how has Kamala helped us? How has she, what has her work how has her work benefited anybody in the urban community? Shit, somebody said definitely don't defund the police. Shit, people scared to call the police right now. And then listen, the one thing that I really don't agree with Trump right now, right, is giving police immunity. They're already protected. They don't need immunity. They really don't. Giving them immunity, shit.
Steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great.
Oh, she has? For real?
Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth.
I'm not sure. I don't know who Vector is. Shout out to Vector. But he's spitting some facts right now. First, he said this country needs logic and common sense. Yeah, because logic and common sense, I don't know where it went. We need to put U.S. citizens first. We need less focus on all the divisions so we can focus on the actual problems and solve them. My bad. I couldn't see the word right here on the laptop, so I had to look at the computer screen. But yeah, I don't know who Vector is, but yep, they spitting facts.
My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black. Wait. I want to know. I want to know. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did.
That in the healthcare, isn't that what Biden already did? Didn't Biden already do that? I mean, Biden screwed us in the healthcare part already. Not just, with our loved ones that have mental health, but with our elderly. Biden did a lot to screw us over too. But hey, I guess to each his own. Like I said, a shorty not voting.
Those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America.
I just want to know, how is Kamala Harris going to help us? Because as far as I'm concerned, she wants to continue with what the Biden administration had in place. And you know what? I'm not with the non-binary stuff. I'm not. I'm really not. I'm one of those parents that are going to the schools. I don't believe in that same bathroom shit. No. And as far as I'm concerned, wasn't y'all the ones that started banning the books and closing libraries and stuff like that? Biden already, once again, like I said, the healthcare system, the HIPAA laws. He screwed a lot of people over with that. Why are there a lot of homeless people in the streets? But yet, you got a lot of people that are coming from other countries and they're receiving Social Security, welfare, therapy. They're receiving everything. But you will arrest the homeless that's in the street because they don't got somewhere to stay instead of helping them get somewhere. I mean, and I'm talking to them a lot. A lot of these homeless are veterans. Y'all know that, right? Mental health patients that couldn't get the services that they needed. People that lost their houses because they couldn't afford to pay rent or bills. That are trying to get back on their feet, but they can't. So the citizens of the United States of America don't matter. What they're going through doesn't matter. It doesn't come first.
Our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect 2 of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice.
Oh, there's no other choice. There's no other choice other than Kamala Harris and Tim Wolf. You see why my focus is more local on what I could do for my community, what I could do for, where my kids walk, where my kids lay their heads. Like, mine is more local. Senators, governors, mayors, DAs, commissioners. Yeah, because you can vote them in. Y'all didn't know that? But people don't know that. And that's every 2 years. Not every 4 years. Every 2 years that they get voted in and elected for.
But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Once again, I don't know who Vector is, but shout out to Vector, because this stuff like this is what's happening. I just waited 8 months for a life-saving spinal surgery that prevented me from working. I'm not sure what the number is, so which the point of the number is. I'm sorry. But that's how it is, right? Ever since Biden came into office, this HIPAA law that he put into place, who does it benefit? It doesn't benefit none of us in the urban communities. It really doesn't. All the stuff that they're doing, it doesn't benefit none of us down here. So what are we doing? Even when it comes to the mayors and stuff, we have to really, look at who we're voting for. But the president, why y'all breaking your links to try to, vote if you want to vote. Oh, okay. So that's a lot of money. Yo, $156,000 price of life-saving surgery. Wow. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So what are they helping us with? Well, how are we benefiting with the Biden administration / Harris administration? With the Biden / Harris administration, my bad. But she's saying that she's the only option. It's like they want to destroy America. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like they want to destroy America.
We have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong.
Yeah, once again, Vector, that's what I mean though. Like, it shouldn't be like that.
The minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human.
Duh.
They are not perfect. And like
Obviously.
all of us, they will make mistakes.
Oh, wait
But
a minute, wait a
luckily,
minute, wait a
y'all,
minute, wait a minute,
this
wait a
is
minute, wait a
not
minute, wait a
just
minute.
on them.
Wait,
This is
wait.
up to us.
Hold on. She said Kamala and Tim are not perfect, right? They are human. Unlike us, if we're not human, what are we? We're not gonna let that slide. Michelle, wait a minute. What are we then? I know I'm a human, but I'm not saying I'm perfect either. I'm beyond perfect. I make mistakes. So she's not perfect. She makes mistakes, but we're perfect and we're not allowed to make mistakes. Nice to hear that. I've never heard it that way.
Anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected.
I gotta hear it again.
Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human.
So are we.
They are not perfect.
Neither are
and
we.
like all of us, they will make mistakes.
Oh.
But luckily, y'all,
We
this
don't
is
make
not
mistakes,
just
huh?
on them.
Yo.
No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right.
Well, my heart says it's not Kamala, so I'm standing up.
To stand
You're
up,
speaking up. It ain't
not
Kamala.
just for our basic
who is it?
freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy.
So can we get it?
For the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something.
So this is a message to the whole urban community, right? Don't sit around and complain. Do something. But damn, don't we get tired of telling us that? Get up, do something, speak up. Oh shit, a lot of us is speaking up. Oh, it's the division that's happening right now, ain't it? That's the problem. See, I'm going more towards revision, right? Because division and religion isn't working. But hey, if y'all want to go towards division and religion, keep going towards it. I'm going more towards revision. I really do want solutions to the table, brought to the table, but where are they? Because all I'm hearing are excuses. Y'all can get mad at me all y'all want, but all I'm hearing are excuses for every little thing.
If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan.
Oh, for real?
So we cannot afford.
So in 2.5 months, if we all vote, will we get the president that we want into office? If we demand the things that we want, will we get them? Or do I have to, what? Do I have to sell my vote? For y'all to buy my vote? No, it's not gonna work like that. I mean, at least I'm trying to figure out some solutions. Like it seems like they're blaming everything but the mistakes that they make. They're not taking accountability for their mistakes, right? I take accountability for my mistakes for believing in the bullshit that was once told to me. But I'm woke now. And the more I listen, the more I hear, all seems like bullshit to me. How are we benefiting? What are we getting? Let's be real. When are we going to have a president that's really for us, the people?
For anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support.
Oh, they called?
There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness.
Oh, wow. For real?
You know what you need to do.
I do? Oh, shit.
Consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election.
I mean, I'm doing something. I'm trying to, get people united. I'm trying to get, people to come to these meetings, to these school meetings, so that, that we can do something. But we're so divided to the point where a lot can't really be done. Can it be done? Yes, if we choose to. If we choose to. But people choose not to. Like, I'm sitting here like, yo, do people even realize what's being done and what's being said? Man, I ain't looking for a master. I ain't nobody's puppet. Hate me? Hey, lose respect for me if you want. But as far as I'm concerned, I stand 10 toes down on what I believe in, and I fall for nothing. So I'm going to question everything, especially if it doesn't make sense. How people fall for it, I don't know. But how is Kamala going to benefit anything? Because if Biden didn't and made it worse, how is she going to do it? She even says she's not for the black people. She's not going to do anything for the black people. So what makes us think in the urban community she's going to help us out? Don't y'all want to start a little more local where our votes kind of do matter? Where we could, put in a mayor, a governor, a senator, the ones that are going to go into president, the ones that are going to run for president later on. I don't know how in the world Dr. Colonel West was in the Matrix and is running for president, and Trump, who was a businessman / celebrity, made it to become a president. I mean, I don't know. I guess they're trying to tell us that what our teachers used to tell us back then in kindergarten. Well, if you try your hardest, you could be anything you want to be, even the president of the United States. Yay! I want to be the president, Mrs. Teacher. You grow up and you'll be like, bitch, y'all lied to us. Because in reality, I feel like the only way we can make it out of here is if I become a celebrity or a rapper. But then if you do, you're in the casket. Whew! People that love you over here praying and trying to figure out what happened, trying to see if a conspiracy theory is true or not. Then and you're in the hood, it feels like, selling drugs is the only way out. When in reality, it's not. Because if you, do things right and stop fucking up and making so many mistakes, we can get somewhere. But something's in the way. I don't know. I don't know what's in the way. I don't know what's in the way. I'm trying to figure that one out. Because I'm happy, right? With the way, I have my life. It's just that, how can I say it? My kids are still out here walking. My kids are still out here making friends. My kids are still out here just living. Right? And to them, it's like, huh, they kind of starting to notice a lot of stuff, right? They listening, they paying attention. They asking questions too. Like we asked questions when we was young. But at least I want them to know that if I'm going down fighting. Shit, I ain't going down sitting here waiting for Superman to come save me. Shit, I know that Superman not coming to save me. Ain't no motherfucker in the cape coming to save anybody. But for some reason, they want us to think it. Come on, man. Let's be real. Hold on one second. Let me see what they say in the comments. Yeah, statue. Okay. And they say she is in the lead. I highly doubt it. Oh shit. Miss, I'm white and live in rural New York. I love firearms. I hunt and feed my family with them. I also have the ability to protect them. Want you to own firearms, learn to hunt. Hey, listen, man. I don't see color. Like I tell people, man, I don't get tired of telling people when I was growing up, I didn't see color because here in the hood, when we was growing up, it was a mixture of all of us. It was different shades, different ethnicities, right? There was people with there was white kids, there was black kids, there were Hispanic kids, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans. Sometimes, in a group there would be. I mean, it was rare, but there would. I would say sometimes in the group there were Mexicans, but there was mostly, if anything, there was a Mexican in the group. He was mixed Mexican and black, Mexican and white, Mexican and Puerto Rican, right? But and then there was a lot of ethnicities mixed up. Like we didn't see color growing up. We didn't see color. I listen. I don't know when it started, how it happened, but back then, us growing up, there was no color. Let me see. I think I even made a poem. Yep, remember back then.
Running through fields, laughter in the air, hand in hand without a single care. Skin colors varied, but heartbeats as one. Innocence and friendship shining like the sun. Playing games until the daylight fades. No judgments made, no need for barricades. Different shades of skin blending in unity. Childhood bliss, a pure community. Time has passed, but memories remain of a time when differences were not a chain. Let's hold on to that childhood song where love was a melody all along.
So yeah, once again, like I said, I didn't grow up with the knowing what racism and all that stuff. Maybe I was in the middle of it, but as kids, we didn't pay that no mind. We didn't notice it. We didn't. All this racism shit, I'm not noticing now until I'm older. I didn't start seeing it until I hit my 20s. I'm only 35. Like I keep telling people, man, this shit is new to me. Okay, it's been years that I've been seeing it, yes. But I feel as though like somewhere along the line, we must have I don't know. It's like there's there could be multiverse. And somehow we're one of these one of these multiverse, one of these planes, one of these dimensions, I don't know, somehow got crossed in and mixed up and we're in two universes and one. I don't know. But it's weird as shit because somewhere along the line, I mean, they say racism existed forever, right? Our ancestors went through it, our grandparents went through it, right? But my childhood didn't evolve. Racism. A lot of us, different shades, grew up together here in America, here in the United States, here in Philadelphia, North Philadelphia. I live in HP, lived in HP my whole life. HP, baby. That's where y'all hear me say that a lot. HP, baby. North Philly, baby. I'm from North Philly. I know my roots. I went deep into my roots. I know that, looking into my father, I learned that, I'm a Taino. My language is supposed to be the Arawak language. I come from the Caribbeans, Puerto Rico. I know who I am. I know where I came from. I had to look because at first I didn't know who my dad really was. So I looked until I found. And I'm still looking because I want to go deeper than that. I know what my roots is. I'm a whole Taino. Haitian, Jamaican, and African roots is what runs through my veins. That's what runs through my veins. That's true. I think fact needs to be more important than emotions. 1% of Americans own slavery. Edo. Yep, that's true. And the media is what's feeding us the bullshit. Hey, hold on one second. Let me see if I can find the song. Let me see one second. I'm about to look for this song real quick. Nope. And this is a song by Tom McDonald, right? Let me see. Not God Mode. I love that song, God Mode. Not Race War. Because even though they got us on a race war, though, for real. Oh, that's why it's coming out like that. I am tripping. All right, this is a song I'm looking for real quick. Hold on one second. Because it's crazy how Tom McDonald wrote this shit on a damn song. And I was stuck on stupid. Damn, what is it? It's not Heroes. Here we go. So I don't know if y'all have heard this song by Tom McDonald, but yo, it's crazy how Tom McDonald is on point with this shit. And I love how he put it into lyrics. Yo, shout out to Tom McDonald, yo, cause yo, he couldn't have said that perfectly. Like he's got more music like that. Love the lyrics and there's no other way I could have put it, yo. But shout out to Tom McDonald and shout out to everybody, y'all. I want to, give a shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody that's rocked out with a shorty from the gate, everybody that's been rocking out with a shorty today, because y'all didn't have to be here, but y'all chose to be here and rock out with a shorty. Y'all could have been anywhere, but y'all chose to be here. So I appreciate everybody that's been here, everybody that had a conversation with a shorty. Shout out to we on Lock Nation for hopping on the panel and speaking with a shorty. And like I said, it's the Writers for Life Brings You the Let's Talk About It podcast. We're gonna talk about it. Like we're gonna talk about the current news. We could talk about anything. Like we're not here to judge nobody. We're not here to bring nobody down. At the end of the day, everybody has an opinion. Who is we to judge? Like everybody's opinion should matter. Like we're just here giving opinions, trying to bring solutions to the table. A shorty is just here bringing awareness to the things that are going on around her, what's happening. There's people that a lot of people that know what's going on around them. There's some people that don't know. So at the end of the day, listen, man. Once again, we're not here to divide. We're here to come together. United we conquer, divided we crumble. So if you're with the bullshit, if you're with the beef, you don't want to hear it, I'm here to give you the warning. This is not the channel for you, and I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And listen, if you don't like watching me, if I bore you, find something else to do. Don't come in the chat because you're going to get blocked. You're more than welcome to watch, though. But I'm not going to let you disrespect the chat. I'm not going to let you disrespect my moderators. And I will not let you disrespect me. But y'all are all more than welcome to chat and talk with a shorty as long as y'all keep it respectful. Because at the end of the day, listen, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. And I am sick and tired of people being disrespectful, right? And expecting for people to respect them. It don't work that way, right? You want that respect, earn that shit, man. Because respect is not a call away. Like, and just because you're older doesn't mean that you're going to get respect. Because I've learned, right? It took me a minute and I learned the hard way, right? Because I respect my elders. Trust me, yo. I have mad respect for my elders. But it took me a minute to learn that not all elders deserve respect. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of these elders nowadays is acting worse than the kids. Like I can't believe, that it's gotten to the point where on this app and off this app, I've lost a lot of respect for a lot of elders, and I'm somebody that respects my elders. But I was taught that you got to respect yourself. You got to carry yourself in a certain way to get respect, right? And a lot of these elders are carrying themselves in a way that, why do you want respect? Once again, if you're not respecting yourself or anybody around you. So it took me a minute, respect. I get and understand why they say respect is not earned. I mean, it's not just given, it's earned. Because motherfuckers out here demand respect, but they have no honor, no morals, or respect to give. So if you don't have it, guess what? You ain't going to get it. So shout out to those out here that, can have conversations, civilized conversations where, we can respect each other and not bring each other down. Because listen, man, I've been around people that are goofy, that joke around a lot. Guess what? But they still respectful. And a lot of people on this app have the tendency, oh, I'm just goofy, or I'm just somebody that jokes around. Nah. Even if you're goofy or you're a jokester, you can still be respectful. Because there's people out here, like a shorty, that will top your disrespect. It takes a lot for me to disrespect somebody, right? Especially an elder. A lot. But if you sit here and you poke a bear, you're going to get exactly what you want. And I keep telling people. So, what I do is I block the disrespectful trolls, because there's no trolls allowed. We're here to bring solutions to the table, to bring awareness to what's happening. And at the end of the day, I'm not here to change nobody's mind or convince anybody of nothing. If I'm bringing awareness to something, or if I'm showing you something that's happening around, look, it's your job as a person, right, to go out there and actually do your research and find out if it's true or not. Because I'm doing my job. I'm putting it out here on the table. I'm showing y'all what's going on. Videos and everything. That's why it's a reaction channel. I have videos to back up a lot of the stuff that I'm saying. This is what's happening. You don't believe it? Boom. Like I told y'all, little by little, I'm also going to start bringing in the youth. Y'all going to start hearing, the stuff that the youth goes through in the hood and stuff like that. I think I did one live where some of the kids were speaking about, the community and the things that are going around, because I wanted to know how they felt about me, bringing the community center into the hood and stuff like that. But like I said, man, we can make a difference. We can make a change if we want to. But right now, people choose not to. So on that note, wait, I'm gonna leave y'all off. I was waiting for Riaz to leave me a song. But Riaz didn't leave me a song. That's because I think the last time I couldn't play it. But on that note, a shorty's out this John, man. Nate, baby. Blessings, Nate the Great podcast. Guys, make sure y'all go check out Nate the Great. Yo, I'm just ending this John, man. I'm gonna put a song on y'all, guys. I hope that y'all enjoyed the live. And like I say, yo, man, we could do anything we put our minds to, y'all. For real. And like I said, I'm not voting for no president. I'm focused more on, how can I say it, on the local. Governors, senators, DAs, commissioners, and all that. If y'all focused on the president, that's on y'all. Because I'm not. And like I said, what has Kamala Harris done for us? How does she benefit us? Let's be real.
Sometimes we forget why we're here. It's easy to fall off track. These help us remember.
These battle scars don't look like they're fading, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change. These battles.
Growing up, I had a dream, something no one else could see. Tell me what it means when your faith is falling beneath your knees and you can't breathe. Everything you see reminds you of what you're not or something you won't be. You gotta take what you're given, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they politicians and choose to be an accountant because it's safe in the business, not because been raised. Society is getting heavy. I can feel the weight. The pressure of success is like 100 million pounds of shame. And that's the reason I'm staying up late, trying to find a way to escape the stereotypes. This day and age is making me feel like the only way I'll be happy is getting signed to a label and making money through rapping. I want to share my emotion because this world is attacking the very principle of life that lets the people be happy. If you don't have a reason to breathe, why even live? These battle scars are impressions of everything that it is.
Don't look like the faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change these battles. Don't look like they're faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change these battles.
If I had a voice that reached 100 million people, I'd tell them there's a reason that we're all created equal. Cause some decide to be great and some decide a sequel to an average person's life is simply what they want to be. So you make your decision, all I know is what I'm given. Won't define the life I lead or the way I dwell in existence. I've seen a greater image on the walls of where I'm living, and the words twisted and scripted remind me of something written. Faith is a gift that is given down to the people. If one believes it, one receives it. It's given if it is needed. Don't ever think you're trapped in a life that you never wanted. Your options are infinite, that's some mathematical logic. I'm not saying I'm a prophet, I'm speaking for what it's worth. These lyrics define my prayers and these battle scars on my church. Not saying I'm a prophet, I'm speaking for what it's worth. These lyrics define my prayers, these battle scars on my church.
Don't look like the faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change these battles. Don't look like they're faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change these battles.
Yo, shout out to E and J, yo. Nate the Great got me cracking the fuck up right now, yo. He said, "Vote Kanye, Nate for president." I'm dead. He gonna have a kangaroo as his vice president, probably a raccoon. Yo, I'm dead with Nate the Great podcast, yo. But shout out to E and J with that for that song, y'all. Guys, y'all make sure y'all subbed up. Listen, man, I do not schedule lives like that. I really don't. Shout out to the Word, right, for teaching me how to use the vertical, right? Because it took me a minute to get the grip of the vertical, though. Like I've gotten to meet new people, through the vertical. Like I was stuck on one sector for 1 second, one community here on YouTube. So shout out to Nate the Great. I'm getting to meet new people using the vertical. So Nate the Great to the Word. That's because I'm over here goofing off with Nate. Yo, he said I got the whole zoo. Man, y'all better watch it with them raccoons, man. He control them raccoons. It's like he got some type of power over them raccoons, yo. He get mad at the world. The next thing you know, all you see is the news talking about raccoons is invading somebody's trash can, somebody's store, the liquor store, houses, bedrooms, roofs, basements. I'm sitting here like, damn, it's an invasion of the raccoons, Nate. What you do? But no, let me get off this, John, man, because I gotta get ready. I gotta make a couple runs in a little bit. It's 5:44 in the morning here in North Philadelphia. I don't know what time it is in your city, your state, but over here it's 5:44. I can't even get a net. He said we got raccoon fitted pants coming soon. Yo, I'm dead. Nate he gotta make make a shirt with some type of raccoon. Yo, because I remember Nate. He always fighting a raccoon, yo. That shit got me geeking. He gotta make some type of shirt with the raccoon, man. I'm telling you, it's gotta be something that is catchy, yo. And I know he could do it, man, because he's always fighting a raccoon. It could be him fighting a damn raccoon. Him, trying to tombstone the raccoon. Him trying to choke slam the raccoon. Giving the raccoon a chokehold. I don't know. Maybe the raccoon giving him a spear and him falling. Yo, I'm dead. I'm dead. This is like every time he was fighting a raccoon back then, you would hear in the news about raccoons. And there was even a point in time where the raccoons invaded the damn airport. I uploaded a video. I'm saying, like, get the fuck out of here. Nate was just fighting raccoons over there in New York. And now raccoons invading damn airplanes and liquor stores and shit. I'm saying him like, get the fuck out of here, man. Nate, what is you doing? You out here fighting raccoons, now you setting them off on missions and shit like they agents 007s and shit. He need to make a damn shirt, yo, because I'm telling you, that shit was funny. One hell of a coincidence. He fighting raccoons in New York. Next thing you know, you hear the news talking about invasions in people's properties, backyards, basements, houses, airplanes, raccoons fighting with people. Like they literally fighting motherfuckers. There was one TikTok video where I seen a raccoon, right? I don't know if this was somebody's pet or what, but this raccoon went in that house and he just told the owner off. Like, bitch, clean your house up, yo, man. I'm tired of coming in this bitch and trying to steal your food. And you got a dirty sink. I can't even put nothing in here. I can't clean the veggies when I take them out your refrigerator. Dirty ass. I mean, I swear, Nate trained these raccoons to the point where they out here like pimps with these females. Like, when I tell you to clean that sink, what I tell you? Like that shit made the news. I'm dead. Yo, damn fucking raccoons, yo, man. I'm gonna get a BB gun for them little motherfuckers because they be invading our alleys, yo. Let me get off this, John, man, because I got things to do in a little bit. It's already what 5:47, y'all. Till next time, this y'all shorty Rachel. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble morning and continue to have a blessed and humble day, y'all. But make sure y'all check out Nate the Great, yo. Great conversations, great topics, great eulogy show, man. Let a troll go over there. Listen, man, I'm nice to the trolls. I just tell them to sit down and rotate on it because I gotta be nice. My kids be, lurking. So if I say some fly shit, I'm gonna be the one having the eulogy. With my baby pops. So listen, man, I just block these niggas off this Jones. Like, hey, block, y'all welcome to watch, but y'all can't be in the chat. But Nate be giving eulogies, yo. Y'all would love to be over there when he gives them Jones, man. Motherfuckers don't got shit else to do. That's why I be telling them, man, y'all want to be miserable? Sit the fuck down on something and rotate. Then watch. Have fun. Till next time, y'all, man. Fucking trolls. I've been doing the damn vertical, and I've encountered a couple trolls, yo. This shit is crazy. These people have nothing better to do but be on social media and not get paid. Go get some money. Pop your mama's titty out your mouth, man. Get a life. Like, what the fuck?